Welcome to Poker Fraud Alert Radio. I am your host, Todd Dan Druffytime. This is being brought to you live and recorded live on April 23rd, 2024. The time right now is 10:48 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. We don't have a free roll this week because the No Fraud Online Poker Room where it takes place is broken. It's having some errors regarding the security certificate, so there will be no free roll this week. But don't worry. We will be back soon with that free roll, and all the money that's been donated will be given away. It's not a ton of money, but I'm holding some, and we will give it away. Thought we were going to have one tonight, but unfortunately the room did not cooperate. Anyway, that'll shorten the agenda at least, right? The agenda will be shorter. So let me get through that, and we will start the show. If you want to call the show, the phone number is 775-FRAUD-55, 775-372-8355. You can also call the Mount Charleston line. The Mount Charleston line is an old 70s rotary phone which sits on top of Mount Charleston, which is about 40 minutes away from Vegas by car, and it's always about 30 degrees cooler there. I have an old 70s rotary phone that sits in a cabin there, and it forwards to me wherever I go. So just call it. 702-430-1808 is the Mount Charleston line. If you want to text me before, after, or during the show, you can do so on 775-372-8355, which is our main number, and I will usually respond to you. If I don't, it just means I forgot. It doesn't mean I'm ignoring you, or at least that's the story I'm giving. Maybe I am ignoring you, but I'm pretending I'm not. But for the most part, if I don't respond, it is just an oversight, and feel free to text me again. Don't feel like you're bothering me. And don't ever be afraid of texting me too late or too early, because there never is a time to text me that's too late or too early. I kind of sleep all over the place, so 24/7 is okay to text that number. And if it's during the show, unless you ask me not to read your text on the air at the beginning of the text, I may read it. We have a chat room where you can go into and chat with anyone else listening live, and you can also just type things in there, and I may read that on the air as well. If you're not listening live, then don't bother. We have the show in archive format. And yes, I said archive, not archive. I said archive. I'll continue to say that. But we are on iTunes. We are on Google Podcasts, though not for much longer because Google Podcasts is ending. You'll have to find us on YouTube Music at that point. We're on the TuneIn app. We're on iHeartMedia. We're on Spotify. Bullhorn is something we're on presently, but they're not picking up new shows for some reason. There's a technical error, which I'll have to solve. So if you're not seeing anything new appear on Bullhorn, that's the reason why, but hopefully it'll be solved pretty soon. We're on an app called Castbox. We are on Amazon Alexa, where you just say, Alexa, play Poker Fraud Alert Radio Podcast. Say it just like that, and it will play you the last show. If you say next, it'll play the previous show. And we're also on Audible, which is now part of Amazon, and we're on YouTube, which is the most important thing as far as where you can listen to us, because I actually get a little bit of money. Yes, I get a little bit of money every time you listen on YouTube. And I try to keep the ads there to a minimum. These are YouTube's ads. I could let them place it, and it'll be like every 8 minutes, but that would be brutal. So I don't let them place the ads, and I take my time with every episode and place them in between segments and no other place. So I think it's pretty tolerable. Anyway, YouTube, you can go find it at youtube.com/@, that's the @ symbol, Poker Fraud Alert, youtube.com/@ Poker Fraud Alert. Just click on videos and you'll see all of the videos, which are actually just audio for the most part, because I just put the Poker Fraud Alert Radio logo and then play the audio. So just as easy to listen on YouTube as it is on these apps. In fact, I think it's easier. And it'll give me a little bit of money back towards the site, which is not monetized, as you probably know. And please subscribe and please like each episode I post, because that also helps me with the algorithm and recommending it to other people. Doesn't make me any more money, but it helps bring in more audience. So I'd appreciate that too. If you don't want to use YouTube, that's also no problem. I know some people aren't into using YouTube to listen to shows, and that's fine too. That's why I provide it everywhere else. You can even download or play the MP3 file of the show by going to the Radio Archives forum on Poker Fraud Alert, or just clicking on the little MP3 button on the radio page of Poker Fraud Alert. We also have streaming reruns, which go 24 hours a day, 7 days a week when we're not live. It's the same way you listen to live radio. Just go to the radio tab, and there's a little player there. You can click play on it if it doesn't automatically start. And you can listen to the live reruns there, which just play randomly. Or you can go to the TuneIn app, and you can see we have a live radio entry on there. We have 2 entries in the TuneIn app. Or you can use the Call to Listen line. The Call to Listen line is very simple. It does not require a computer. It does not require a smartphone. It does not require a data plan. It does not require an app. No. All you need is any phone that can dial the United States. That's it. It doesn't matter how old the phone is. It can be something from 100 years ago. I'm not even kidding. As long as it can dial the U.S., just call 518-931-1189, and you just listen. It's that simple. And as long as you can call the U.S. for free, then it is free, unless you have T-Mobile, in which case they charge you 1 cent per minute, which doesn't go to me. 518-931-1189, and the best thing, it does not buffer, and it doesn't freeze. It doesn't matter how bad your signal is. You can be driving up in the mountains of Mount Charleston or some other mountain, 1 bar, and it'll still work. It'll never freeze up. Here is the agenda, and then we will get going. See how quick I've been? Pretty good, huh? I have an update on the Shohei Ohtain story. I will do that first. That was our main story last time. It'll be the main story this time, except it's going to be shorter because it's an update, but it's an important update. Toronto Raptors player Jontay Porter has been banned permanently from the NBA for a gambling scandal. Basically, he pretended to be ill, so this way the bets he made on himself through a friend would win. He made prop bets on himself, and he bet under. So I'll explain when we get to the segment, but it really was bet fixing by an NBA player. He's been caught, and he has been banned for life. So I'll tell you all the details. Then a Poker Fraud Alert exclusive. John Mehaffey, who is a gambling journalist based out of Las Vegas, nice guy. I've never met him in person, but I've talked with him a good deal online. He has discovered major strategy errors in articles on affiliate websites for legalized U.S. gambling sites. So you're reading about strategy on how to play these games, and they're giving you the wrong info, which will make you lose more money. That's pretty bad. So I will tell you what's going on with that. We've talked on and off about the project to bring a high-speed train between Southern California and Vegas. I was kind of doubtful about the whole thing, but it looks like it's really happening. The ground has been broken, and now everyone's talking about it. When I was talking about it, hardly anyone was talking about it, but now it's being talked about very widely. So I'll tell you what you can expect from regarding that train, and whether I think it's going to be something that's a viable alternative to the drive to and from Vegas, which can sometimes run into traffic. Poker.org, they're just in controversy again and again in 2024, which wasn't the way they were before. In 2023, they were fine. They were just kind of an alternative to Poker News, and I thought they did a good job. This year, they're making some mistakes, and now we have the third controversy in a short time, this time having to do with a tweet and interview with Justin Bonomo. And it got negative comments, as you might guess, and then they tried to hide the comments, then they disabled them, so this whole thing was a mess. They didn't handle it well, and I will play to you the little clip that got this whole controversy kicked off. Then it is time for Druffytime Theater, but not my idea. It's actually a request. Online veteran who I've met before, very nice guy. I've gone to meals with him. He actually played with me on True Poker 23 years ago. So, guy goes way back, and he had a request and actually sent $50 for the free roll. I assume it was for the free roll. It could have just been to pay for the site, but yeah, I'm just going to put it in the free roll when we finally get that going again. And he wanted me to discuss what it was like growing up in LA in the 80s and 90s. Well, I can only do half of that because I didn't really grow up in the 90s. I was already grown up. I was 18 in 1990. So I'm going to modify it a bit. It's going to be a segment of what it's like to grow up in LA in the 70s and 80s. So I will tell you about that. Poker Hall of Famer Crandell Addington has passed away at the age of 85. We really don't have very many people left from the original old school days of poker. When I say original, of course, I don't mean like the 1800s. I mean figures that you knew of from poker that were like old school figures. They're just about all gone now. He was one of the last ones. So I'll tell you about Crandell Addington's life and his association with poker. The Vegas monorail, I don't know if you've ever been on it, but you're probably aware it exists. A rumor started going around earlier this month that it's going to be closed very, very soon. And this rumor came from bad reading comprehension on Twitter. I kid you not. People misunderstanding tweets caused an improper rumor to get started, and then it just turned into a gigantic shit show. And it shows what happens when you just trust things you read on social media that other people are saying. So I'll tell you that whole weird story. Remember we did a segment about the Acres video poker analysis software? That's a software that you cannot buy, but is for casinos to use to figure out who is a good video poker player and who's a bad one. Well, if you don't remember, don't worry, because I'm going to talk about it again and describe it again. The reason I'm mentioning it here for a second time is that it is now available for casinos to purchase. So the casinos where you play may have it. So I will tell you about that software and how I feel about it and how impactful I think it's going to be and how I think it's going to affect casino advantage players. Finally, Pokerstars and Bwin were ordered to refund over $450,000 to two players from the Netherlands who lost on these sites when they weren't fully licensed. Kind of an interesting lawsuit. I don't really agree with the result, but I'll explain the whole thing when we do that final topic. As you might guess, this is a shorter show than we've had recently. The topics just weren't that numerous, even though it's been 2 weeks. Just been kind of a slow news period. Things should pick up soon because the World Series of Poker is coming. And you know, there's always poker scams and scandals or other interesting stories that pop up. We really just don't have any right at this moment. So that is our agenda for this week, and let's get going. So first I'm going to give you an update on the Ohtain story. Remember, last time we spent a good deal of time at the beginning of the show talking about Dodgers designated hitter and next year also pitcher, Shohei Ohtain, and a big controversy that he ended up involved with. Whether this was his fault or partially his fault or not his fault at all has been the subject of debate. Now, I'm not going to go into the whole story all over again. If you want that, go to the previous episode and listen to our long segment about it. But I'm going to give you an update because there was one that came very shortly after the last show. In fact, so shortly that I considered re-recording a portion of this for the archives when I was editing it and just dropping that in there. Because by the time the show was posted in the archives, a lot of it was obsolete. And I didn't love that, but I said, you know what? I'm just going to leave it how it was at the time as kind of a time capsule for when I recorded it. But now you're going to get a lot of the remainder of the story. And I will tell you, even though there's some more clarity since then, by no means is this completely solved, and it may never be. So some people think they have clarity at this point, especially some Dodgers fans who want to believe the best. And I am a big Dodgers fan, as you guys know. But I'm also someone who wants the truth, whether it's flattering to the Dodgers or not. And whether it's flattering to their superstars or not. And I'm telling you, I don't think we're getting the full story. So still, there's going to be some mystery here, and I will go over the most recent information that kind of broke, I don't know, about a few days after the last show we did. So very quickly, Shohei Ohtain signed a massive 10-year deal with the Dodgers as a free agent. It was a $700 million deal, but almost all of it was deferred until after his career is going to be over, when he's 40 years old. So he'll be getting almost all of the money after he's done playing with them. And in the meantime, he's just getting $2 million a year, which is very little compared to the $700 million, which averaged at $70 per year. So Dodgers did that so they could afford other players more easily. And I think he did it because he can probably avoid taxes, at the very least California taxes, but maybe even U.S. taxes, if he just goes back to Japan and receives the bulk of that money when he's no longer in the U.S. That's my guess. Anyway, he signed that massive contract. He is definitely the most famous Major League Baseball player at the moment. Not the most famous of all time by any means, but at the moment, he is the most famous player in Major League Baseball. He is their biggest star. And obviously, Major League Baseball does not want his name sullied. They do not want to see him in trouble. They do not want to see him in controversy because it's bad for the sport. Anyway, right when the Dodgers season began, and their season began about a week before everybody else because they played 2 games in South Korea with the San Diego Padres. So the first game they played, and right after that game, there was controversy regarding his interpreter named Ippei Mizuhara. And it was found that Mizuhara was gambling with an illegal bookie, and that Shohei Ohtain had sent $4.5 million to that bookie. And this was found in a federal investigation of that bookie after he got busted. So, very quickly a statement was put out by Ohtani's people to the media that Ohtain was basically covering the debt of his interpreter and friend, Ippei Mizuhara, who had a gambling problem, and that he did this in order to get Ippei out of this mess with the promise that Ippei would not continue to gamble anymore. But then very quickly they retracted that statement and said that Ohtain had no knowledge of Ippei's gambling and that a, quote, massive theft had occurred. Well, obviously that was a big contradiction, and that's one that has never really been explained very well other than a very questionable story that we heard at a press conference where nobody was allowed to ask any questions, by the way, where it was stated that Ippei lied to Ohtani's people and that Ohtani's people didn't consult him before putting out their statement to the media, him meaning Ohtain. So, what's the chances that a big scandal like this, his people are not even going to come to him and just speak to the press? There's no chance. So there was something really weird about this, and we discussed this on the last episode. A lot of people suspected that Ippei was really a beard, meaning somebody who places bets on behalf of somebody else with their money, and that Ippei was a beard for Shohei Ohtain to place sports bets. It is legal for Major League Baseball players to bet on sports, and it is okay by Major League Baseball policy for players to bet on sports. However, they cannot bet on baseball. Otherwise, they will be banned from the league permanently. And furthermore, they have to bet legally. They cannot bet with illegal bookies. So since California does not have any legal sports betting, and since Ohtain spends the vast majority of his time in California being a Dodgers player, he really does not have very much opportunity to bet legally, nor does his interpreter and friend Ippei Mizuhara. So that's why that bookie was used. So the question became, were these really Ohtani's bets being made through Ippei? Or was Ippei just doing this and got himself into a mess and Ohtain bailed him out? Or did Ohtain really have no knowledge of this at all and Ippei just stole from his account somehow to pay off this bookie? So the people have various theories about this, and I had my various theories about this, and we discussed them, but some more information has come out. Now, if you remember, one of the biggest points of skepticism on my part that I expressed in the last episode was that they were not very specific about the reports to law enforcement. They said they were referring it to the proper authorities. They didn't say who. They didn't say exactly what they reported. They didn't say if there's an investigation. Nothing. Just Ohtain was advised to refer it to the proper authorities. Not even that he did, but that he was advised to. Very, very ambiguous statement that I was very suspicious of. And the reason I was so suspicious is that I felt if they weren't telling the truth, that it's one thing to lie in a press conference. It's one thing to lie to the media. You can do that all you want. There's no crime in that. But to go lie to the FBI is a different story. You can go to jail for that. So I figured that I didn't think Ohtain would go to the FBI and lie to them because that could land him in jail. I didn't think his lawyers would let him go do that. So I felt that if they really did report it to law enforcement, they probably told law enforcement the truth. But if they did report it to law enforcement, why were we not being given details? Who they reported it to, that they definitely did report it, what they reported, whether there's an investigation. Like, if that much money was stolen, why wouldn't they have reported it to law enforcement? It just didn't make any sense. Like, what would be the harm in saying we reported this to the FBI, we reported this to the police? Like, it's a big deal if your employee impersonates you and steals money out of your bank account to gamble with, right? I mean, that's pretty damn big when it's millions of dollars. So why wouldn't you just come out and say, yes, we've reported it to such and such law enforcement body and they are investigating? But we didn't get that. So I was very skeptical. So that's why I was quite surprised when a short time after our last episode, it was reported that federal authorities are negotiating with Ippei Mizuhara to plead guilty to this felony theft. Yeah. So what do you know? There really was an investigation, and there really was a theft. So that does change a lot. But maybe not as much as you think. So let's think about this. If the FBI is really talking with Ippei to plead guilty, to admit that he stole the money, and to come forth with some sort of deal with them to where basically he owns up to everything, and then he'll presumably get some kind of prison time, because this isn't stealing like $1,000. I mean, this is stealing millions of dollars. At the very least, that means that there was a theft. Furthermore, some text messages have been released that showed Ippei admitting in the text messages with this bookie that he did steal from Ohtain. So the belief that this was really just all betting for Ohtain and that no thefts took place, that's pretty much out the window. At minimum, it looks like Ippei did steal from him. So does that clear Ohtain completely? Does that mean that Ohtain was not gambling? Does that mean that Ohtain never sent that $4.5 million on Ippei's behalf to that bookie? Because the reason that could be a big deal is because Ohtain would still be knowingly paying an illegal bookie, which isn't quite the same as gambling with that bookie, but still, Major League Baseball would have a problem with that. Well, not necessarily. This doesn't really clear Ohtain. This more implicates Ippei in something, and possibly clears Ohtain, but also possibly not. So it doesn't answer as much as you think, but it does give us more information. So I don't want to be this conspiracy theorist or the ultimate skeptic who just can't accept the fact that Ohtain was not gambling through Ippei. I'm not going to just be stuck on that theory when evidence points otherwise. But this is a case where two things can be true at once. Now, the first thing to come out about this matter was that it wasn't $4.5 million. The actual amount that was stolen was $16 million. Wow. I thought 4.5 is a lot. 16 million was apparently stolen from Shohei Ohtain. Well, either stolen or knowingly sent, but some of it was stolen. So they are very, very quickly investigating and charging Ippei with these thefts. And the FBI is not going to investigate and charge Ippei with a federal crime if there really was no crime, because that would be a gigantic scandal. let's say hypothetically these really were just Ohtani's bets and there were no thefts, and Ippei said, you know what? I will do this for you, Shohei. You're going to take care of me, right? And Shohei's like, yeah, sure. And then Ippei's like, okay, I will plead guilty to this federal crime in exchange for you giving me a lot of money under the table later. In case you think that might be happening, I don't think so. Because the FBI would not go along with this. The FBI has to have evidence beyond just what Ippei says. And if they were to be charging him with a federal crime and give him prison time, or even a criminal record without prison time, though I think he'll get prison time because of the amount. I'd be shocked if he didn't. So if they charge and imprison him for something he didn't do, even if he owns up to it and is okay with it, that would be a gigantic scandal. Gigantic. And I couldn't see them doing that. That's just too far. Because they're not gaining enough from this. Why would the FBI do this? For Ohtani, for Ippei, for Major League Baseball, why would they do this? However, what might be going on, and I'll get to that as we cover this in more detail, what might be going on is kind of a semi-cover-up. So let's go back to the original claim, and this is from Ohtani's people, that Ohtani gave Ippei $4.5 million, or I guess he sent it directly to the bookie on Ippei's behalf to pay off a gambling debt, and this was with the agreement that Ippei would stop gambling and eventually pay him back. That was the original story that was very quickly retracted. Now let's say that story was true. Now how could that fit in with the FBI very quickly investigating and charging him with felony theft? Well, what if Ippei stole more money? So what if the original $4.5 million wasn't stolen? But what if the remaining $11.5 million was stolen? So let's say this story broke, and at first Ohtani's like, oh yeah, I did give this guy $4.5 million back in January to cover his gambling debts, and he promised his gambling was over. Then Ohtani's people start looking at his accounts, and they call him up and say, Shohei, just letting you know, there's another $11.5 million missing that got wired out to the same people. And then Ohtani's like, oh shit, I didn't know about this, so I got betrayed by him. I gave him $4.5 million to get out of debt to his bookie, and then he stole 11.5 more? So at that point, Ohtani's like, well, fuck him then. Let's just put it out that there was a massive theft, which there was, if this were the case, and let's just throw him under the bus at this point. Screw this guy. He stole over $10 million from me after I did this for him. So it could very well be true that Ippei stole the majority of the money, but that the first money was knowingly paid by Ohtani. Now, why would the FBI be willing to go along with this and say that there was no knowledge on the part of Ohtani about this whole thing? Why would Ippei go along with it? This is where influence can be important. It is very important to Major League Baseball that Ohtani escapes from this unscathed. And the FBI does have reason to want to keep Major League Baseball happy to a point. Like, they don't need baseball to be able to do their jobs, but at the same time, there will be times that they need baseball's cooperation with investigations, and that baseball can give a range of cooperation. They can't just refuse to cooperate completely, but they can give minimal cooperation that would be acceptable by law, and then they could also give a ton of cooperation, and a lot in between. So if the FBI does a favor right now for Major League Baseball without really telling a major lie in this situation to help them and Ohtani get out of this, and if Ippei agrees to go along with it so he is not as harshly sentenced, then pretty much everybody wins here. So if there really was, say, an $11.5 million theft and $4.5 million that was voluntarily sent, and if this can be framed as a $16 million theft, well, that's pretty much the same thing as far as the legal consequences of it. You're really not going to get in much more trouble for stealing $16 million versus $11.5 million. Legally, that's pretty much all the same. You'll owe it back, but of course he's never going to be able to pay money like that, Ippei. So the matter at that point is what kind of sentence is he going to get. And it'd probably be very, very similar or identical given those two amounts of money. There just isn't an order of magnitude difference. So as far as that's concerned, they treat it the same way. So really all they would have to do is omit the part that Ohtain first sent the money voluntarily, and then after that he was stolen from. And really, if you think about it, it really doesn't change very much. Because Ippei still stole, Ippei will be punished for stealing, Ippei will confess to stealing, which he really did. They're just going to change one detail, that the first $4.5 million wasn't actually stolen, to it was stolen. So you see, they could, and very believably could, do this. And that would pretty much extricate Ohtain from the entire situation. And Ippei would go along with it, as I said, if they promised him a favorable sentence for keeping his mouth shut, and that'll be done. So I think that is very possibly what happened. Because I still don't believe that Ohtain's people would come forth and say that Ohtain gave this to Ippei to stop his gambling problem without consulting with Ohtain. Why wouldn't they? This is a huge thing for his people to have to understand before disseminating to the press what's going on. So how would they not speak to the man himself? How? It just makes no sense. Why would they only listen to the assistant who's accused of being involved with this? And that was never explained well. We never have come to understand why they would make a statement on Ohtain's behalf, not talking to him first. And the company that was involved with this is not some crappy company that has no experience in this. This is a very experienced PR company that there's no way that they would make this boneheaded mistake to not talk to Ohtain himself. I mean, come on. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any freaking sense. So that is why I just simply don't believe the story that we're being told. I just don't. But we'll get into more detail here, and you can make up your mind as to what you think really happened. The company that handled this whole thing is called CAA, and they're a crisis PR firm, and they have represented Alec Baldwin, Harvey Weinstein, Hillary Clinton, among other high-profile clients, even Danny Masterson of That 70s Show, who was recently convicted of rape. CAA has a lot of experience in dealing with these things, and it just does not make any sense that they would come out with a statement that was without consulting Ohtain first. It just does not make any sense. That's just one of many things that's a huge hole in this whole thing. So let me read you from the criminal charges, because the document was actually released. So the criminal complaint is 37 pages long, and it's entitled Criminal Complaint by Telephone or Other Reliable Electronic Means. It was filed on April 11th, 2024 against Ippei Mizuhara, defendant. And it says, on or about June 20th, 23, in the county of Los Angeles, the defendant violated Code Section 18 U.S.C. 1344-2, bank fraud, and then it goes on to explain. So it says, between November 2021 and January 2024, more than $16 million was transferred via wire from a checking account belonging to Victim A, meaning Ohtain, a professional baseball player, with an account number ending in 5848. These funds were transferred to bank accounts of associates of an operator of an illegal sportsbook. In an interview with law enforcement, Ohtain stated that he did not authorize these transfers from the 5848 account. Now, by the way, it says in the complaint Victim A. I'm just going to say Ohtain so you don't get confused, because he was Victim A. It's very clear. So this is very important, that in an interview with law enforcement, Ohtain stated that he did not authorize these transfers from the 5848 account. But remember, I do believe that statement, at least partially, that he didn't authorize all of the transfers. Just a question of, did he authorize any of them? The transfers from the 5848 account were made from devices and IP addresses associated with Ippei Mizuhara, an individual who was, until recently, employed as Ohtani's translator and de facto manager. Text messages on Mizuhara's mobile phone show that in September 2021, Mizuhara began gambling with Bookmaker One's illegal sportsbook and began losing substantial sums of money in late 2021. Bank A records show that during the same time period, the contact information on the 5848 account was changed to link the 5848 account to Mizuhara's phone number and to an anonymous email account which is connected to Mizuhara based on data found on Mizuhara's phone. So let me stop right here. Basically, they're alleging here that Ippei changed the info on Ohtani's account to where it was now his phone number instead of Ohtani's phone number, and his email, like a burner email, instead of Ohtani's email. Recorded phone calls produced by Bank A related to the 5848 account show Mizuhara falsely identifying himself as Ohtani and attempting to trick and deceive bank employees into authorizing wire transfers from the 5848 account to associates of Bookmaker One. I believe that. Again, I believe he stole some. Bank records show that Mizuhara accessed the 5848 account pretending to be Ohtani and transferred funds to associates of Bookmaker One. In particular, on June 20th, 2023, Mizuhara accessed the 5848 account from the Central District of California, pretending to be victim A, and wire transferred $500,000 to an associate of Bookmaker One. Finally, on March 20th, 2024, Mizuhara sent Bookmaker One an encrypted text message admitting that he, Mizuhara, had stolen funds from Ohtani, which I'll read you eventually. So basically, they're giving you the very beginning and the very end of this whole thing. March 20th, 2024, by the way, was the day the whole scandal broke. Bookmaker One's phone, which was seized, included numerous communications indicative of the operation of a large illegal sports bookmaking business, including URL addresses for two websites that Bookmaker One used to facilitate the operation of an illegal gambling business. Okay, so let's get to the part about Mizuhara with this bookmaker. It says, based on a review of a forensic image of a mobile phone belonging to Mizuhara, I am aware that Mizuhara's phone contained hundreds of pages of text messages with a phone number I know to be associated with Bookmaker One, as well as messages with a phone number I know to be associated with Bookmaker One's agent, or a partner, which we will call Bookmaker 2. These communications between Mizuhara, Bookmaker 1, and Bookmaker 2 indicate the following. On or about September 8th, 2021, Bookmaker 2 messaged Mizuhara and provided Mizuhara with an account number, password, and URL for the website. On or about September 24th, 2021, Mizuhara messaged Bookmaker 2, I've just been messing around with soccer. There's games on 24/7, LOL. I took UCLA, but they lost outright. Now, that's interesting, because remember on the last show, I told you that a forum member who had some connections to people in the Southern California bookmaking world, this guy's not a bookie himself, but he knew people who were, said that it was known that Ohtani was a big soccer whale, meaning someone who bet big on soccer, which again isn't against Major League Baseball policy, but it has to be with a legal bookmaker, and of course this guy was not. So it is interesting, it's soccer that Ippei was betting on. And either there was some confusion that Ippei's bets were thought to be Ohtani's bets, or they really were both of their bets, that maybe they were both betting. On or about September 24th, 2021, Mizuhara messaged Bookmaker 2, how does the withdrawing and paying work? Bookmaker responded later that day, he pays and collects as the week ends on Sunday night, which, by the way, is very common with these bookmaking operations these days. If you have an illegal bookie, typically they'll give you a website that you don't really deposit through the website. It's not like a poker site. It just manages the bets and the money owed. And every Sunday night, usually, sometimes on Monday, sometimes on Sunday, you do what's called settling, where either you pay the bookie or they pay you. On or about October 27th, 2021, Bookmaker 2 messaged Mizuhara and said that Bookmaker 1 asked me to reach out to you. He sees you playing and wants to settle this by tomorrow. I can meet you or one of his runners can. Mizuhara responded, I'm back in Anaheim now. Remember, he was playing for the Angels at this point, Ohtani. So he was in Anaheim, not Los Angeles, but they're kind of close by. Is there any way to pay Bookmaker 1 via credit or debit card? I can wire the amount to his bank account. Do you know what bank he uses? Bookmaker 2 messaged Mizuhara. Bookmaker 1 asked me if you wired. I told him I wasn't sure. Let me know if I can tell him. On October 31st, 2021, Mizuhara messaged Bookmaker 2. I had an email from my bank saying I need more information on the recipient. They said I need the recipient's full address, including city, state, and zip. As soon as I give them that, they will wire and it'll go through. They told me the money will be available on November 1st for sure. Please tell Bookmaker 1 I apologize for the delay. I've never done a wire transfer. On November 2nd, 2021, Bookmaker 2 said, hey, Bookmaker 1 asked if this was sent. Mizuhara responded, I tried sending it 2 days in a row and it keeps getting canceled. I might need to send a lesser amount at a time. Can you ask him if I can send a smaller amount, like maybe 15,000 at a time? I will send it back-to-back days. Sorry for being a pain in the ass. So this is typical where a gambler owes somebody, whether it's a bookmaker or another gambler, whatever it is, where you get the whole story about bank errors. I mean, how often have you heard on this show where someone owes someone else and they claim the wire didn't go through, or there was something wrong with the bank account, or it got temporarily suspended? There's always all these stories why they can't pay. So that's what was going on here. This is in late 2021. On November 4th, 2021, Mizuhara messaged Bookmaker 2, remember, who is an agent of Bookmaker 1. The bank wire keeps getting canceled. I'm going to use PayPal to send the money. Yeah, that's a bad decision. Can I please get, and this is some other guy's phone number, some other associate, I need to put it in the system, whatever phone number he has for the checking account. The following day, Mizuhara stated, PayPal's not working. They said, I can't send that much money since I'm in Japan right now. I can't see how they let him send that much money, period. On or about November 6th, Mizuhara said to Bookmaker 2 in text, the wire did not work. Do you have a bank account at this bank by any chance? I think it's easier if it's the same bank. And then they did give him the account at that bank. And on November 9th, he said he tried almost every option possible, none of it's working. So he's just stalling here, just claiming everything's failing. Saying, well, can you give me an account at this bank where I have money? It was very easy within the same bank, and then it still doesn't work. So he's just stalling. Then finally, on November 10th, he said that he was able to send $40K to this other associate who was going to accept the money for the Bookmaker 1, but he said, looks like this method works, but I can only send $40K at a time. Then he said that he was going to send $50K 5 days later, but it might take 5 to 7 business days. On December 8th, which is now a few weeks later, this is again 2021, Mizuhara told Bookmaker 2, I put in a request to wire $50K through the Zoom service, XOOM, via PayPal. I'll let you know once they accept it. On January 2nd, 2022, Mizuhara asked if Bookmaker 1 could reload his account. He lost it all, and the Bookmaker 1 did bump it $50K higher. So basically, what was happening was he couldn't just bet unlimited amounts. He was given like a credit amount on there, and once he chunked it off, then he'd owe the money and couldn't continue gambling there until they updated the figure to where he had money to bet with again, which they would do once he paid. So he was asking if it could be bumped another $50K, even though he hasn't paid, just basically extending him more credit, and that it was done. On January 15th, 2022, Mizuhara texted Bookmaker 2, fuck, I lost it all. Can you ask Bookmaker 1 if he can bump me $50K? That's another $50K. That'll be my last one for a while if I lose it. On February 1st, 2022, Mizuhara texted, the wire should be there by the end of tomorrow. On February 4th, he said the last transaction got canceled as well. A lot of cancellations, huh? I went to the teller and everything should be sorted out. I made another transfer for $300K today since I lost the other $100K already. And then he said wire went through. So I guess he finally did pay $300K on February 4th, 2022. February 28th, 2022, we hear from Bookmaker 1, who messaged Mizuhara, and that's the main bookie here who got busted. So he messaged Ippei Mizuhara and said, hi, Ippei. I hope you had a great weekend. Other wire still hasn't been received. So the $300K he claimed he sent didn't get there. Can you just wire the $200? And then he gave information to wire the money. He said, I will give you the free play that I was going to give to Bookmaker 2 since you had such a rough stretch. Please let me know or send a screenshot when the wire is sent. So basically, the main bookie here was saying to Ippei, hey, you know that $300K you swore went through? Well, I didn't get it. So how about you just forget about that, send me $200 right now, and then provided I see proof that the $200 has been sent to my satisfaction, I will actually give you some free play. I don't know what he means it was going to go to Bookmaker 2. Maybe he was going to like use that Bookmaker 2 as the middleman. He's like, forget Bookmaker 2. I will directly give you some free play, just free bets to make here on me, provided I see you've really gave me 200K here that you've been owing me. You owe me 300, but just send 200 and prove you sent 200, and I'll even give you some free play right now. So that was sent to him on February 28th. Less than a week later, on March 6th, Ippei asked Bookmaker 1, whose name is Matt Bowyer, can you bump me a little bit, meaning give me some additional credit? And it's not clear whether that wire was received by that point or not. But he said, can you bump me a little bit? I will wire you my losses on Wednesday if that's okay. I need to wait a week to send another big wire. And then on March 10th, after getting bumped 300K, so maybe he did receive the money that Ippei had sent, Ippei said, thank you, can you put in 100K instead of 300? So Bowyer, Bookmaker 1, was a little confused. He's like, what, you mean lower your credit to 100? And Ippei said back, yeah, I'll get too reckless with 300. So he actually was noticing he was like just going nuts and chunking off at a very high rate. And he was actually asking the bookie to lower his credit from 300K to 100K, being afraid he's going to lose too fast otherwise, which is very interesting. That would really indicate that this was Ippei with a big gambling problem and not Ohtain, because Ohtain wouldn't be asking him to lower his credit. Ohtain could easily afford it. This guy couldn't. On May 16, 2023, Ippei messaged Bowyer stating, I sent out 500 just now. I tried 1,000, but it won't let me for some reason. I'll send another 500 tomorrow or the day after. And then on June 20th, 2023, he said, it looks like I can only send 500 per week. I put in a wire for 500 earlier today, so it should be in your account by tomorrow. Does 500 per week work for you? Now, what does 500 mean? Is he really accepting $500 per week? I mean, that would take an eternity to pay off amounts like this. No. He means 500K. So by this point, things had really advanced. Remember, we've jumped a year by this point. This is in the criminal complaint. I'm not skipping anything. They just skip by a year, basically. So they're showing how this jumped to become 500K per week, that he was asking if it works for him. He was millions of dollars behind, but he was saying that he'll send 500K per week. It says in the complaint, based on my review of bank records and messages extracted from Bookmaker 1's phone, I am aware that Ippei Mizuhara had his gambling winnings from Bookmaker 1 deposited into Ippei's personal bank account. For example, in May 2022, Bowyer communicated with an associate saved in Bowyer's phone as, quote, Indian book. Based on my training, experience, and the context of the saved contact information, I believe the individual to be involved in bookmaking. We'll be calling Bookmaker 3. On or about May 18th, 2022, Bookmaker 3 asked Bookmaker 1, send me wire info, please. Later that day, Bookmaker 1 responded with a screenshot of wire information for an account ending in 9877, and a message stating name of account is Ippei Mizuhara. Bank A subsequently provided records that confirmed that account ending in 9877 is in fact registered in the name of Mizuhara. Based upon the review of messages extracted from the Mizuhara phone, I'm aware that on May 19, 2022, Bookmaker 1, Bowyer, messaged Mizuhara stating, I hope you're having a great day. I was just confirming that you received the ACH for 47,260. ACH is, of course, a transfer similar to a wire. Also confirming that you still want to wire me more before I do. I see you're down now, so let me know. Thank you, bud. So basically what they're confirming here is that this amount that was sent from the bookie to Ippei of $47,000 was the exact amount at the exact time that this showed up in Ippei's personal account. Now, that doesn't totally prove Ohtain wasn't involved, but it does show that when Ippei would win, would have a winning week, and would have the money settled to him on Sunday, that one of the few weeks he won, it was sent to his own personal account and not to Ohtain's account, where the money had come from to pay off these debts. After May 2022, the text messages from the Mizuhara phone show that Mizuhara had a, quote, bad run. Despite owing bookmaker over $1 million in losses. Bookmaker 1 continually increased Mizuhara's betting limits. For example, based on my review of messages extracted from the Mizuhara phone, I'm aware that on November 14th, 2022, Mizuhara messaged Bookmaker 1 saying, "I'm terrible at the sports betting thing, huh? LOL. Any chance you can bump me again? As you know, you don't have to worry about me not paying." On December 9th, 2022, Mizuhara messaged the Bookmaker 1 stating, "Can you bump me the last 200? I swear on my mom this will be the last I ask before I pay it off once I get back to the States. Sorry for keep on asking." Bookmaker 1 responded the same day saying, "No problem, done, bud. Merry Christmas." Now we jump again back to 2023 in May. On May 20th, 2023, Bookmaker 1 messaged Mizuhara stating, "I know you've been on a bad run. I don't mind bumping you. I just want to verify that you can send at least $2 million on June 1st. So, again, once we get to mid-2023, the debt's just really, really big. It's $2 million that has to be sent by June 1st. Not necessarily that he owed. He owed more than that. But it's just like, hey, before I bump you up to be able to keep gambling with me, I want to make sure you're not free-rolling me to where you just can't pay and you're just trying to get out of the hole. In that case, no more betting. So if you verify right now and promise me that by June 1st you can send me at least $2 million. Remember, at least $2 million. Not you're down $2 million. You're down more than that, but I want to see at least $2 million in my account, or you promising me that you can send me $2 million by June 1st, this is 2023, or I'm not bumping you any further. On or about June 22nd, 2023, Ippei messaged Bookmaker 1 stating, "I got my ass kicked again, LOL. Any chance I can get one last bump? This will be my last one for a while if I lose it." What happened to swearing on his mom? Bookmaker 1 responded the same day, "Okay, bud, I just want to be able to communicate with my partner so he knows expectations. If I can assure him that minimum 500, meaning 500K, will be sent every week, I can do the bump to whatever you want. It's just imperative that the 500 is sent every week. As you can imagine, the figures are very high, and I just don't want to not be able to deliver what I tell him. FYI, I've already paid out of my pocket to him half the balance that is on the account, so whatever is lost every week, I have to give him half of the balance. That's why I'm asking these direct, important questions." So this is kind of like playing good cop, bad cop. There's this partner that Bowyer Bookmaker 1 is discussing, and he did have partners in this, so I don't know if that's a complete lie, but he's basically blaming this on the partner, saying, "I've had to cover half of what you owe to the partner and just trust you're going to pay me. So if you don't pay me, I'm going to be on the hook for half of this. So I can't bump you up any further unless I really start seeing 500K a week coming from you." So I think this is probably bullshit. I think there was probably a decision made between Bowyer and his partner, may have been Wayne Nix, who was also busted. There must have been some kind of decision made that Ippei is such a sports betting fish that they're just going to let him keep getting in the hole, and they figure that he'll get Shohei Ohtain to bail him out. I think that's probably the decision that was made, and he was just being bullshitted that, you know, this Bowyer guy is on the hook for half, and that he really needs to see the proof. Because the reason he doesn't just say, "No, I'm not doing it," is because they don't want to lose him. They want to keep the fish on the hook. So he's got to make the story sound believable. Like, well, okay, I would give it to you, but, you know, my partner there, he's making me pay half up front, and I can't really afford this anymore, so you got to start sending your part in. So he's kind of blaming it on the partner. On June 23rd, 2023, Ippei messaged Bookmaker 1 stating, "I'm the worst, LOL, can't catch a break. Can I get one last bump? I swear this is going to be my last until I get the balance down significantly. I promise this will be the last bump for a while." And Bowyer, Bookmaker 1, responded, "Okay, no problem, done." Next day, June 24th, 2023, Ippei messaged him saying, "I have a problem, LOL." That's the problem, meaning he's a problem gambler. "Can I get one last bump? This one is for real. Last one for real." Bookmaker 1, Bowyer, responded the same day, stating, "Done. I have the same problem. To be honest with you, Ippei, as long as you can guarantee the 500 every Monday, I'll give you as much as you want because I know you're good for it. Again, we just have to clean it up with my partner, and that's one reason I was asking before." On or about November 17th, 2023, we're getting closer to the present, Bowyer messaged Ippei stating, "Hey, Ippei, it's 2 o'clock on Friday. I don't know why you're not returning my calls. I'm here in Newport Beach, which is in Orange County of California, and I see Ohtani walking his dog. I'm just going to go up and talk to him and ask how I can get in touch with you since you're not responding. Please call me back immediately." Now, this is a very interesting message. So, on November 17th, Ippei owed him a bunch of money, and he was ghosting Bowyer. And Bowyer was getting tired of this shit. He was starting to think he's not going to get paid. So he had to make a veiled threat. He's saying, hey, look, I'm here in Newport, and guess who I saw walking his dog? Guess who I saw? I saw Ohtain. Now, how about I just go up to Ohtain and ask how I get a hold of you? How do you think he'll like that? So this is meant to scare Ippei into taking action because he didn't want Ohtain being brought into it and this whole thing falling apart. Now, it's not clear if the bookmaker Bowyer knew that this money was being stolen or what, but whatever it was, this threat was supposed to scare him. On November 19th, 2023, Ippei messaged Bowyer saying, I'm going to be honest, I ended up losing a lot of money on crypto the last couple of years, and I took a huge hit, obviously, with the sports too. Just wanted to ask, is there any way we can settle on an amount? I've lost way too much on the site already. Of course, I know it's my fault. So basically what he's saying here is, I owe you a shitload of money. Can we come up with an amount that I can pay you and we're just done, like a discount? On December 15th, 2023, I guess we didn't get to see the response to the request for the discount. On December 15th, 2023, Bowyer messaged Ippei stating, I know you're busy, but you need to show some respect. I put my neck out here. Call me by tonight. I don't care what time it is or how late it is. Ippei responded the same day saying, I'm so sorry, bro. I really don't mean to disrespect you at all, I promise. It's just been super busy. And I've got other issues on the side going on too. Everything's just been really, really tough recently. I don't think you ever gave me the new bank account info. Could I please get that? I'm going to try to send something tomorrow. Then Bowyer messaged Ippei account information. And on January 6th, 2024, Bowyer messaged Ippei saying, you're putting me in a position where this is all going to get out of control. If I don't hear from you by the end of the day today, it's going to be out of my hands. Ippei responded same day saying, my bad, man. I just got it back from Japan 2 days ago. I'm leaving tomorrow again. I'll be back in mid-January. To be honest with you, I'm really struggling right now. I need some time before I start to make payments. So this gets to be tough here. Bowyer is trying to get paid, and Ippei is unable to pay him, basically. So they're kind of in like a stalemate here. So then they're talking about a spreadsheet. This is on page 17 of the criminal complaint. It says, I've reviewed an Excel spreadsheet with the betting history for account 35996, which is Ippei's account with the bookmaker, for the period from December 2021 through January 2024. Based on this review, I am aware of the following. The records reflect approximately 19,000 wagers between December 2021 and January 2024, and nearly 25 bets per day on average. The wagers reflected in the records range in value from roughly $10 to $160,000 per bet, with an average amount to be roughly $12,800. During this period, the records reflect total winning bets of $142 million and total losing bets of $182 million, leaving a total net balance negative $40.678 million. Wow. So that's showing of all the bets he made. Now forget these 100 whatever million. That's just all the winning bets versus all the losing bets. Those numbers are always going to look huge. But the bottom line is the total net balance, which is one figure subtracting from the other. And basically it's saying that Ippei lost $40.67 million in that time. That's really interesting. Let's go back to the bank accounts. The 5848 account was held in the name of Ohtain. It was opened in or about March of 2018. The 5848 account was exclusively funded by deposits identified as payroll in the name of a Major League Baseball club located in Southern California, meaning the Anaheim Angels, for which the victim, Ohtain, played baseball during this time period. On November 15, 2021, the 5848 account posted a debit transaction for $40,000 to Zoom.com, a PayPal service. Based on my training, experience, and knowledge of the investigation, I believe this is the first unauthorized wire transfer from the 5848 account by Ippei Mizuhara. Based on the timing and amount of this transfer, I believe it reflects the transaction discussed in the text message from Mizuhara to Bookmaker 2 discussed above. Now, is this possible? Remember I said that I thought the first $4.5 million was sent by Ohtain and the rest was stolen. I think this is possible. Just because Ohtain sent $4.5 million at some point voluntarily doesn't mean that money wasn't also stolen from him before that. So this first $40,000, this may have been something that Ippei knew Ohtain would never notice was missing because he's so rich. Between February 2022 and October 2023, the 5848 account wired at least $15 million. Certain of these wires coincided with communications between Ippei Mizuhara and Matt Bowyer, Bookmaker 1, where Mizuhara stated that he had recently wire transferred funds to the 1911 bank account. That's the account of Bookmaker 1, Matt Bowyer. On November 15, 2021, $40,000 was wire transferred between the 5848 account to Zoom.com, that's XOOM.com. As noted above, on or about this date, Mizuhara told Bowyer that he had initiated a wire for $40,000. On or about May 16, 2023, $500,000 was wired from the 5848 account, Ohtain's account, to the 1911 account, Bowyer's account. As noted above, on or about this date, Mizuhara told Bowyer that he had initiated a wire for the same amount. So basically, they go through a bunch of these, showing that every time there was one of these wires, that Ippei told him, hey, the money's coming. So the bank records matched what he really sent. Now, yeah, he bullshitted about sending things he didn't really send, but that every time a real wire was actually sent, or real ACH was actually sent, it did match what Ippei was claiming he sent. Then it says that the signature card for the 5848 account identifies Ohtain as the only signatory on the account, meaning that Ippei was not an authorized rep on that account. Mizuhara also had an account at that same bank in his own name. Between October 2021 and February 18, 2024, the bank call logs identified multiple calls received from a telephone number ending in 0373 regarding both the 5848 account and the Mizuhara account. Based on the review of Mizuhara's phone, that's the same telephone number that's assigned to the Mizuhara phone. Basically, they're saying that the same phone was used to call about both Ippei's account at that bank and Ohtain's account at that bank. And yet, when the calls came in about Ohtain's account, it was supposedly Ohtain calling. Now, that's not 100% certain it wasn't Ohtain himself, because it could have been Ohtain using Ippei's phone, but it's very unlikely. So it really does look like that Ippei would call up impersonating Ohtain. The bank maintains login information for which devices access the accounts of the internet. Between 2018 and October 27, 2021, there was no online access activity for the 5848 account. However, 1 month after Ippei was granted access to Bookmaker 1's gambling website, the 5848 account was accessed through the internet for the first time since 2018. Approximately 2 weeks later, the 5848 account was repeatedly accessed through the internet, and then it mentions that it was Ippei's IP address that accessed it, and also the same device ID. The device ID, let me explain that. When you connect to a website, let's say you just turn on your computer and connect to a bank website, there is no device ID. It cannot read anything about your device. But if you're using an app, then it can. So basically, it sounds like, it doesn't really say anything about an app, but to me it sounds like that Ippei was accessing Ohtain's bank account through an app installed on his phone, and that they know it was Ippei because it matched Ippei's IP address at the time and the device ID of his phone that the bank saves every time you access it through that app. It says between April 27th, 2022 and June 27th, 2022, that same device, probably through that app, transferred $1.2 million from the 5848 account. And that was the same IP address that was used to access Ippei's personal account during that time span. It says on or about February 2nd, 2022, Ippei called Bank A using the phone number associated with his phone and attempted to access the 5848 account, Ohtain's account, to wire funds. During this call, Ippei falsely identified himself as Ohtain and falsely stated that he's attempting to wire funds to Bookmaker 2, which is the associate of Bowyer's, for a car loan. this request was unsuccessful, and Bank A froze online transactions for Ohtani's account. On another call the same day, a different bank employee spoke with Ippei Mizuhara with the same phone number regarding the suspension of the online banking of that account. During this call, Ippei Mizuhara again falsely identified himself as Ohtani and responded to the security challenge questions by giving the bank employee biographical information for victim A, meaning Ohtani. As a result of this call, Ippei Mizuhara was able to successfully lift the online banking suspension of Ohtani's 5848 account. That's very interesting. So basically, they figured out something was going on there. They froze the account, at least the online transactions of the account, because they didn't really trust that wire to this bookmaker's associate, the one known as Bookmaker 2, was really for a car loan. They thought the story sounds like bullshit, so they froze it. And then when you call up and say, hey, why is my account frozen? They think, okay, well, let's ask you some questions here. So let's go to your security questions. What was the name of your first pet? And then Ippei knew this information. I don't know if it really was his first pet, but something like that. And then he answers that. Okay. And what was the name of the street you lived on growing up? And then he gave that. And they're like, okay, well, you're obviously Shohei Ohtain, so we'll unlock it. Now, let me tell you why this is so ridiculous. Security questions are more of a small deterrent against scammers and thieves. These are not meant as the end-all, be-all of a security process. And I actually have a big problem when I use sites that ask me security questions. And these are sites where I really wouldn't want someone getting in if they weren't authorized, like banks or whatever else. And the questions are way too easy, things people could easily look up online or could easily guess. Like, what was the color of your first car? Well, how many colors are there? So people could just try a number of times and get it. Or, again, like, what was the street you lived on growing up? Well, that info can be found through public record searches. Or what's your mother's maiden name? Again, that can be found through public record searches. So I always have a hard time finding security questions I can choose that they'll allow me to choose. I like when I can type my own security question, then I can do something hard that no one will ever get. But if I have to choose one of their questions, then there's only limited options I have as far as what I can answer that wouldn't be easy for someone to guess impersonating me. So what I tend to do is I either give a knowingly false answer, though it's something that I have to remember or else I'll screw myself, or I'll give an answer that is like semi-correct, and I have to remember I did it, but it would be hard to guess. Just stuff like that. But it's such a pain in the ass with these security questions when they don't give you very many choices. I would just prefer they let you type in your own security question, and then it can be something that you put in. Like, for example, what was the name of your imaginary friend when you were a kid? Now, I didn't have an imaginary friend, but let's say I did. Well, that would be something that would be very good because you probably haven't told people the name of your imaginary friend. If you told a lot of people, I guess, then it's not good. But if something like you just never told anyone, you just kind of have an imaginary friend, and then you never told anyone about it, but you know his name real well or her name real well, then that would be a great question to put in there. So something like that would be good, but not like, what's the name of the street you grew up on, or what's the name of your elementary school, or what was the first car you had, what was the make, what was the color. I mean, these are too easy. So apparently, whatever these questions were, Ippei knew the answers. I've even seen funny bits on TV, like on detective shows, where it'll show some scammer who will trick people into answering these questions, either pretending to be a psychic or someone who's like working as a psychologist who asks these questions and then uses the info to steal from their bank account. So, yeah, people can easily be tricked into these things. People even do this on Facebook. They'll say things like, well, type in the name of the street you grew up on and the color of your first car and your mother's maiden name, and that's your porn name. And then idiots respond with like the real info. Like, I've seen this before. And then others are laughing at them because it's obvious what's going on there. So I'm not saying these security questions shouldn't exist, but they should not be trusted as super reliable. And what's especially stupid here is that Shohei Ohtain clearly had a very high dollar value bank account. So it's one thing for a bank employee to trust that the guy knows the security answers when the account has $1,000 in it. Because what's the worst case scenario? Well, the $1,000 gets stolen and the bank reimburses it, and that's that. And the bank just takes the chance and they eat it in the worst case. But it's still not a big expense for them if that happens. But someone like Ohtain, who has a very, very high balance, obviously, because he makes a ton of money, because it's not just his baseball salary. He has tons of endorsements. I mean, this guy's really, really rich. So for a high dollar amount account, the bank should go through a lot of extra steps to make sure that there's no scamming or stealing going on. So just taking the answers to security questions and reopening the account after first being suspicious of it is very, very careless on the bank's part. So someone really dropped the ball there and didn't separate the fact that this is a high dollar account versus a low dollar account. And this is not to look down on people who don't have much money. I'm talking about the risk for the bank, because the truth is, if the bank does not keep your money secure, then the bank owes the money back, not you. That's why it is safe to keep your money in banks. Like when BetMGM stole the $10,000 from me, or I guess they were used to steal $10,000 from me. They didn't steal, but someone used them and they had crappy security back in 2022. When that happened to me, I never thought I'm never going to get that money back, because I knew the bank would reimburse me if worse came to worse. It was just going to be a big pain in the ass, and it was disturbing that happened. Very disturbing that happened. But I was never sitting there worried that I'm going to lose $10,000 out of this. I just thought I was going to be temporarily losing $10,000 out of this and was going to have a big hassle, which is what ended up happening. The bank didn't reimburse me because BetMGM did, but if they didn't, I could have gotten the bank to reimburse me because they allowed the transaction without verifying it was really mine. So there's always a balance that the banks go through of burden to themselves and the customer versus the risk they're taking. So, extreme examples, a $5 transfer is not going to get a lot of scrutiny because at worst, the bank has to refund the person $5. A $1 million transfer is going to get a lot of scrutiny, or at least it should, because if the bank drops the ball there, then they have to reimburse $1 million, which is much, 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 much worse. They don't want to do that. So when you have an account with a lot of money, you got to be real careful with it if you're the bank. And they were not. They just asked them a few stupid security questions, and Mizuhara knew them, and that was that. So anyway, let's go on. On February 4th, 2022, a different bank employee spoke with Ippei Mizuhara in order to verify a new attempted wire transfer of $300,000 from Ohtani's account to Bookmaker 2. During the call, Ippei Mizuhara again falsely identified himself as Ohtain. Bank records show that the registered phone and email address for that account were the 0373 phone number registered to Mizuhara, and an anonymous Gmail email used that Mizuhara operated as well. They also mentioned the cookies on Mizuhara's phone that linked him to these transactions. So basically, they have the goods on him, that he was repeatedly stealing money out of Ohtani's account, and in fact, it changed Ohtani's info to his own info. On April 2nd and 3rd, 2024, wow, that's pretty recent, right? A few weeks ago, April 2nd and 3rd, 2024, I and the other members of the investigative team interviewed Ohtain, who is assisted by a court-certified Japanese language interpreter. Based on Ohtani's statements during that interview, as well as my knowledge of the investigation, I'm aware of the following. Ohtain first met Ippei Mizuhara in approximately 2013 while Ohtain was playing professional baseball in Japan. Towards the end of 2017, Ohtain came to the U.S. from Japan to play baseball for a Major League Baseball club in Southern California. Ohtain did not speak English at that time and speaks only limited English at present. When Ohtani's intent to transfer to Major League Baseball became public, Ippei contacted Ohtain and offered to be his interpreter and translator in the United States. After arriving in the United States, Ippei Mizuhara was employed by Ohtani's Major League Baseball club, the Angels, as a translator for Ohtani. In this capacity, Mizuhara's responsibilities were to translate for Ohtani. In addition, Ohtani separately employed Ippei Mizuhara to act as a de facto manager and assistant for him. In this capacity, Ippei Mizuhara would drive Ohtani, handle daily tasks for him, and translate and manage certain of Ohtani's business and personal matters outside of Major League Baseball. By the way, this is a big mistake. You don't just designate one guy to do all these things unless you're going to check up on him. You can't just say, hey, I like this dude, handle all my millions and millions and millions of dollars, and I'll just trust you're doing it right. You don't do that. You don't do that. Now, if it's someone you've known a really, really, really long time and trust tremendously, like a childhood best friend who's never lied to you and just you could tell as a salt of the earth great character, okay, fine. But not just some dude you met in 2013 and got to like for the last 4 years. But that's what he did. In or about 2018, Ippei Mizuhara accompanied Ohtani to the bank branch in Arizona to assist Ohtani in opening the account and translated for Ohtani when setting up the account details. Ohtani's salary from playing professional baseball was then deposited into that account. Ohtani received additional income from numerous sources, including endorsements and investments. However, those funds are not deposited into that account. So it looks like the account that was stolen from was not receiving any funds from activities outside of baseball. It was only his baseball salary from the Angels. Remember, none of this occurred while he was with the Dodgers because he did not play his first Dodgers game until March 20th, 2023, when this whole thing fell apart. Ohtani's domestic endorsements and related income were managed by Ohtani's sports agent, a professional bookkeeper retained by Agent 1, a financial manager, and a professional tax preparer accountant. So basically, it's saying that Ippei didn't have access to that stuff, that professional organizations and bookkeepers who were not doing anything wrong were managing all that stuff. Ippei always accompanied Ohtani to meetings with this agent. Ippei also accompanied Ohtani to meetings with Ohtani's accountants and financial advisors, but Ohtani recalled that there were only one or two such meetings. None of Ohtani's agents, accountants, or financial advisors spoke Japanese, and Ohtani relied on Ippei Mizuhara to translate the conversations. Interesting. Ohtani stated that he believed that Agent 1, his accountants, and financial advisors were monitoring all of his accounts, including the 5848 account. So Ohtani was claiming the reason this happened is he thought these professionals, aside from Ippei, were monitoring everything. Because Ohtani received income from a range of both foreign and domestic sources, Ohtani generally would not ask Ippei to inquire about specific accounts and instead would ask Ippei to inquire with the above identified financial professionals for an overall picture of his income and his investment profile. Ohtani never authorized any wires to the 1911 account, which is by the bookies, or to bookmakers 1, 2, or 3, or the name account holder on the 1530 account. Ohtani never gave Ippei Mizuhara control over any of Ohtani's financial accounts, including the 5848 account. Ohtani stated he did not recognize the email address that was listed on the primary email for his 5848 account. The first time Ohtani learned that Mizuhara had gained access to the 5848 account was on or about March 20th, 2024, after a Major League Baseball game in Seoul, South Korea. Now, by the way, there was video, as I mentioned in the last episode, of Ippei and Ohtani joking around, having a great time during that game. So clearly Ohtani didn't know anything had happened during that game. It was shortly after that game when the shit hit the fan. Following the game, Ohtani's team was assembled by team management in the locker room, and members of team management addressed the players, followed by Ippei Mizuhara addressing the entire team in English. No one translated what was said at this meeting to Ohtani, and he did not understand most of what was said in English, but Ohtani was able to understand there was an issue involving Ippei. Following the team meeting, Ohtani asked Ippei what the issue was, and Ippei told Ohtani they needed to speak privately. Ohtani and Mizuhara then spoke at the team's hotel later that evening. During the conversation at the hotel, Ippei disclosed to Ohtani for the first time that he had substantial debts from illegal gambling and that he'd been paying his bookmaker with funds from the 5848 account. Ippei Mizuhara told Ohtani during that meeting that Ippei had falsely told Agent 1 and others that Ohtani had agreed to loan Ippei money to pay his gambling debts. Okay, so that's the excuse for why the press was at first told that Ohtain had covered this. But it still doesn't make sense to me. With all this, that part still doesn't make sense to me. Why would they take Ippei's word at that point? Why would they ever go to the press without verifying with Ohtain that this was true? Even if they have to get a different translator. Ippei is not the only one in the world who speaks Japanese and English. So it's ridiculous that they would not consult Ohtain and make a statement to the press. On or about March 25th, 2024, I and other members of the investigative team spoke with Agent 1, and based on this interview, I'm aware of the following. Agent 1 is a professional sports agent and does not speak Japanese. Agent 1 works for a talent and sports agency based in Los Angeles. Agent 1 has represented Ohtain since 2018. In addition to negotiating sports contracts for Ohtain, Agent 1 also negotiates domestic endorsements and other business deals for Ohtain. Agent 1's agency does not employ any individuals who speak Japanese, but Agent 1 will occasionally hire Japanese language interpreters to communicate with his clients. Well, there you go. So they have other interpreters. They don't need Ippei to be the only translator. By the way, in case you're wondering who that agent is, his name is Nez Bolello. And again, he's from CAA, Creative Artists Agency. And as I said, I can't see how they would have screwed this up. Agent 1, meaning Nez Bolello, did not hire an interpreter to communicate with Ohtain because Mizuhara always accompanied him. So he's basically saying, hey, he had his own interpreter, so I didn't need to hire a separate one. I believe that part. Bolello did not speak directly to Ohtain or regularly exchange text messages with Ohtain. Instead, he relayed messages through Ippei. Interesting. Bolello retained and oversaw financial professionals to manage Ohtain's domestic income, both from playing baseball and from endorsements. Bolello was aware of the 5848 account and asked Ippei on multiple occasions about the account. Ippei told Bolello that the 5848 account was, quote, private, and that Ohtain did not want anyone else to monitor the account. Bolello stated that he did not confirm these representations directly with Ohtain, but stated he had no reason to believe, or had no reason not to believe, Ippei Mizuhara. On or about March 29, 2024, we interviewed witness J.C., it's a bookkeeper, and he was employed by Bolello, Agent 1, to keep track of Ohtain's business accounts. J.C. monitors a range of Ohtain's business accounts, executes transactions as directed by Agent 1, Bolello, and collects and distributes materials and documents needed to prepare Ohtain's taxes. J.C. was familiar with a number of Ohtain's business accounts and expressed familiarity with the balances, operations, and transactions of the accounts. J.C. was generally aware of the 5848 account, but stated he had never been given access to this account and did not know its balance or have any insight into the activity in this account. J.C. was concerned that the lack of access to this account created a possible tax liability, yeah, it definitely did, for Ohtain if the account accrued unreported interest or was used to make gifts in amounts necessary to be reported to the IRS. When J.C. inquired with Bolello about gaining oversight to the account for tax prep purposes, Bolello informed J.C. that Ippei had stated that Ohtain wanted the account kept private and that he understood the account did not accrue interest or make gifts. So basically, he was just told, don't worry about it. On or about April 1st, 2024, they interviewed witness BL, who is a financial advisor and was retained by Bolello, the agent, to manage Ohtain's domestic investments and assets. And again, it was the same thing where they were kept in the dark regarding that 5848 account. Nobody else was allowed to take a look at it, which I believe, by the way. I believe all this stuff, that Ippei was making excuses as to why nobody else could take a look at that account, or otherwise all his thefts would have been seen. Here's an interesting part. They interviewed an employee of the Dodgers, and they said that this employee works in the clubhouse and sometimes handles mail sent to the team and to the players, that Ippei spoke to this club employee in or about January 2024 and asked that the Dodgers employee receive and set aside packages which are going to be mailed to the clubhouse for Ippei under an alias, and that he was accessing an email account and websites under the name Jaymin, MIN, and that there were packages that were received by the Dodgers, by this club employee, addressed to J space Min, and inside these packages were baseball cards, which were in protective cases for collecting. So it looks like a lot of baseball cards were bought. It says approximately 1,000 baseball cards in the briefcases and boxes, and that there were $325,000 in transactions at eBay and a site called Whatnot between January and March 2024, and that Ippei used the 5848 account belonging to Ohtain to buy all these baseball cards and then sending them to a fake name, J Min, for some reason at the Dodgers rather than his own home. Here's the part about the press and the false claim at the beginning. This is by the investigator. I am aware of press reports that Ippei told an ESPN reporter that Ohtain had agreed to pay Ippei's gambling debts. I do not find Ippei's statements to be credible for the following reasons. A, as noted above, I and or members of the investigative team that I've spoken to have reviewed an extraction of Ippei's phone, which contained voluminous messages between Ohtain and Ippei in Japanese. An HSI special agent who's fluent in both languages reviewed approximately 9,700 pages of text messages between Ohtain and Ippei between 2020 and 2024. Based on his review, I'm aware of the following. There was no discussion of sports betting between Ippei and Ohtain in the phone. There's no discussion between Mizuhara and Ohtain that mentioned any of the bookmakers. There was no discussion between Ippei and Ohtain of odds, wagering, or any reference which might indicate Ohtani's knowledge of Mizuhara's gambling. There's no discussion of keeping the account private or any direction by Ohtain that information about the account should not be disclosed to Agent Bolello or any of the above identified financial advisors for Ohtain. As detailed above, I've also reviewed recorded phone calls where Ippei falsely represented himself as Ohtain to the bank employee on multiple occasions in order to execute wire transfers from the account. I do not find it credible that Ippei would have made repeated false statements to the bank employee pretending to be Ohtain if Ohtain was aware of and authorized these wires. If that were the case, Ohtain and Ippei could have executed the transfers from a bank branch or added Mizuhara as an authorized signer in the account. I have also obtained gambling records from legal gambling casinos such as MGM, DraftKings, and FanDuel. All three companies found records and history of gambling for Ippei Mizuhara, but none for Ohtain. As detailed above, the contact email on the 5848 account was changed to Ippei's email address, which Ohtain did not recognize and which was linked to Ippei's phone. Okay, let me stop right here. This all sounds great, but let's just stop and think about this for a second. Okay. If Ohtain has signed a massive contract with the Dodgers, and if he signed, if he was already playing for the Angels and making decent money there, just not the huge free agent money yet, but he knew huge free agent money was coming. He was a great player. He knew that he was going to make bank in 2024. He knew it, okay? So even though most of this occurred before the Dodgers and that contract, he knew big money was coming with whomever he was signing with. He also was making good money beforehand, with the Angels, with all the endorsements, with all that. So you think he wants to throw all that away to gamble illegally? You think Ohtain would ever do that? No. If he were to be gambling through a beard, there wouldn't be a paper trail. This would be something they would mention in person. So this way there would be no connection back. There'd be no evidence. So this doesn't mean anything. You can't find any texts on their phone about it. Doesn't matter how many text messages they sent. They could have just said, we're not going to discuss this at all. Second, there's a very good chance that Ohtain wasn't gambling at all. And this really was all of Ippei's gambling. But that doesn't mean that at some point that Ohtain didn't authorize some of these. Just because Ippei stole a lot of times from Ohtain doesn't mean that Ohtain didn't also authorize some money at some point. Maybe Ippei ran into a little trouble sending money out of that account and needed to send $4.5 million, and Ippei got him to do it. Maybe stealing at that point was getting harder. Supposedly this happened in January 2024. So remember, he was trying to get out of the whole thing and say, hey, how about you just take this much money at a discount? So apparently he was down $40.6 million lifetime with this bookmaker over those years, over those like 4 years, or less than 4 years. 16 million was stolen from Ohtain, either stolen from or voluntarily sent, but 16 million went from Ohtain to this bookmaker. The other 24 plus million presumably is still owed to the bookie, never going to be collected, of course. So maybe that 4.5 million was somewhere towards the end when the figure had gotten so high, and that Ippei thought his only way out of this is to have very, very high limits, and the only way he can get these very, very high limits is if he could demonstrate a nice payment being made. So a nice payment was made. So just because they have proof that Ippei impersonated Ohtain, and they have proof that Ippei was not letting anyone else see the account, and that Ippei had changed the info on the account to his phone and his email instead of Ohtaini's phone and Ohtaini's email, all that means is that Ippei stole. It didn't mean that he always stole. Big difference. On March 25th, 2024, Ohtain provided consent to law enforcement to search his phone. An HSI special agent who's fluent in both Japanese and English reviewed a forensic image that Ohtaini's phone, or I guess a forensic image of Ohtaini's phone. It doesn't state it clearly in this document, that's what it means, and did not find any evidence to suggest that Ohtain was aware of or involved with Ippei's illegal gambling activity or payment of those debts. Specifically, he found the following. There was no evidence that Ohtaini's phone had accessed the 5848 account online. Ohtaini's browser history did not contain any evidence that he'd ever accessed the gambling websites. Ohtaini's text messages did not contain any messages that discussed sports betting or Ippei's gambling debts. Ohtaini's text messages did not contain any messages with any of the bookmakers. I also found no messages that referenced the bookmakers. Okay, but still, that just means Ohtain probably wasn't gambling. Or if he was, it was being done by Ippei through his direction without a paper trail, without an electronic trail. That's all that means. Then it said that they reviewed encrypted messages transferred via the Signal messaging app. And on or about March 17th, 2024, Ippei messaged Bookmaker 1, Matt Bowyer, stating, "Thank you for the call earlier. Do you think there's any way to find out the details of the article that's coming out in the LA Times?" On March 17th, 2024, Ippei messaged Bookmaker 1, "Thank you for the call earlier. Do you think there's any way to find out the details of the article that's coming out in the LA Times?" Bookmaker 1 responded to Mizuhara the same day, stating, "Hey, bud, of course, thank you for calling me. I have no idea what this idiot is printing or trying to say. I've never spoke to him and wasn't willing to talk to him, although he tried. All my attorney did was give him those facts I told you and told him the rest she won't talk about and can't confirm or deny anything. He did say his source was the FBI, but I don't even know if that's true." So I guess there was going to be some article in the LA Times about this bookie. I don't know what it was, but this is before all the shit hit the fan, 3 days beforehand. And Ippei saying, "Hey, do you know the details of this article?" And the bookie was like, "Well, I have no idea what they're going to print or try to say, but I wouldn't talk to him." On or about March 20th, 2024, Ippei messaged Bookmaker 1 saying, "Have you seen the reports?" This is about this whole scandal starting to come out, that is. Bookmaker 1 responded, "Yeah, but it's all bullshit. Obviously, you didn't steal from him. I understand it's a cover job. I totally get it." So it seems here that Bookmaker 1, Matt Bowyer, really believed that these were bets for Ohtain and said, "I understand it's a cover job. I totally get it." And then Ippei responded back, "Technically, I did steal from him. It's all over for me." That's a very interesting line. By the way, that's the end of this document. Technically, I did steal from him. It's all over for me. Now, hold on. Technically, I did steal from him. Not just, I did steal from him. Not, you're wrong, I actually stole from him the whole way. No. Technically, I did steal from him. It's all over for me. So technically can mean a lot of things. It means that he stole, but there's more to the story. Not just, I stole. Very big difference. What he exactly meant by technically, we could take a guess, but, technically, that means there's something here besides just direct stealing. So I think technically I stole from him means, yes, sometimes he sent you the money, but sometimes, in fact, most of the time, it was really me. So, yeah, technically I did steal from him. He did pay you once himself, or a few times himself, but, technically it was stealing because I stole the money most of the time. That's what I would think. I think that there's some kind of plea bargain, because there's a plea bargain going on. That's not just a guess on my part. That's been reported. And that they're just going to wave away that money that Ohtain sent, because that wasn't the majority of it, and there really was theft, and Ippei really committed crimes. Ippei probably stole more than $10 million. It was clearly premeditated, and it occurred over a long period of time. So they're just going to focus on that. Ippei will do whatever they say, and everybody will wipe their hands of it. Ippei will serve some time in prison, and that'll be that. That's what I think. Some skeptics on Poker Fraud Alert pointed out that nobody would let him get this much in debt, which really may have been like as much as 30 plus million. Remember, he lost 40.6 million total. So he may have been in debt 30 million at some point. Nobody would let him get that far in debt just being a translator. And this bookie probably did think it was Ohtain who was placing the bets through Ippei. But at the same time, Ippei just kept saying, LOL, I'm bad at this. Now, the bookmaker may have just thought that this is what Ippei has to say, and that's kind of code for Ohtani's bad at this. So it did kind of seem like the bookie thought that these were really Ohtani's bets. But the fact that there was so much trouble paying, and the fact that they had to be threatened at one point, they're going to go approach Ohtain while he's walking his dog, it really does show that they knew there was some reason there was difficulty paying. And if it was Ohtain, there wouldn't be difficulty paying. So they had to know, at least somewhat, that something was wrong here, and that this money might be stolen. Or maybe it was happening without Ohtain knowing it was happening. Or maybe, again, Ohtain was betting with them too, and this was kind of like a combined account they were both using. Whatever it was, there was some reason he was given such a staggering amount of credit without them ever independently verifying with Ohtain. And you can say, well, it's because they eventually were getting large sums of money sent to them, and Ippei was a huge gambling fish, which he was. But I'm telling you, I think that Ohtain was aware at some point that he was bailing out a gambling debt. But since a real crime was committed, they'll just sweep that under the rug and prosecute the thief, keep Ohtain's name clean, and then MLB will owe one to the FBI in the future. It's a favor they would love to have in their pocket. And that's, I think, all we're going to hear about this, because that's all they want us to hear. And I don't think we're ever going to know more. Let's move on to another sports scandal. This has to do with the NBA. There has been a belief in recent years that the expansion of sports betting will not ruin the integrity of professional sports, because the players are now making so much money that they basically can't be bribed. So the assumption was that any player who can have a meaningful contribution to the game is never going to throw a game. Athletes are being paid so much they would never do it. So could you see LeBron James throwing a game because a bookie wants him to? Obviously not, because whatever money there would be in that pales in comparison to what he makes, and also what he will continue to make through endorsements and everything else. But forget LeBron James, who's the richest athlete out there. Even take other major athletes who don't have the money like LeBron, they still wouldn't do it. They simply have too little to gain and too much to lose. So it's not like the old days when athletes were not making that much money, and it was tempting to them to take these bribes to throw games. And if you take the players who are the more minor players, they just don't have enough of an impact that they would make to where the bookmakers would likely approach them to throw games. And also, these athletes can be hopeful that they'll be able to stretch out a long career anyway. You don't have to be a great player to make a ton of money in the major sports nowadays. You don't have to be a superstar. You don't have to be Shohei Ohtain or LeBron James to make 8 figures a year. So, again, for that reason, anyone who has made it to the highest level is probably not going to accept any bribes. And the bookmakers know that, and they don't even try. So it's been assumed that this just is not going to happen. It's not going to be a problem like it was in the past. Just different times, different incentives, and the incentives are just not there. And I kind of believe that too. Unfortunately, there was something that was overlooked, and that is props. So, prop bets, for those of you that don't know, are bets on a specific element within a game. They can be on a certain player. They can be on just certain aspects of the game. So you could have a prop bet of a certain number of rebounds total in the first quarter. Or you can have player props of how many points the player is going to score, how many rebounds they're going to get, stuff like that. Player props could be an area where certain players might change their performance if they can place big enough bets on themselves, especially minor players whose performances may not be scrutinized that much. So I'm not saying that the superstars of the NBA are going to modify the way they play based upon prop bets that they'll have secretly placed on themselves through a friend. But the more minor players might think they can get away with it. And that's exactly what happened with Jontay Porter of the Toronto Raptors. And this is for certain. This definitely happened. And it's a pretty interesting story. So Jontay Porter, on March 20th, had a friend place an $80,000 prop bet to win $1.1 million, basically wagering that Jontay Porter would underperform on the March 20th, 2024 game. It's interesting how March 20th is part of both of these stories we've done so far. So basically there were certain numbers of what they were expecting Porter to get, and they must have, it was a parlay proposition bet. And I don't know if it's parlays on everything about Porter, and I'm not sure how it paid so much, $80,000 to win $1.1 million. The reason that's kind of weird to me is, first of all, it's hard to get down that much money, $80,000, on any prop bet. But even if you can, usually you can't parlay things that are too similar to one another, where if one happens, the other is likely to happen. That's known as a correlated parlay, and those are typically not allowed. But somehow this was done. I'm not sure exactly what the bets were, but they were on Porter, and they had to do with how he would perform in that March 20th game. So what ended up happening was that he only played 3 minutes that game, claiming he was sick. So rather than just kicking out that $1.1 million, because the way these prop bets work is once the player enters the game, it's a valid bet. It doesn't matter if he plays for 30 seconds, it's a valid bet. So if you have an under on what a player is going to do in a particular game, no matter what the sport, your dream scenario is that they enter the game and then just have to leave very quickly, because then all the unders hit. They don't score as many points, they don't get as many rebounds. Whatever you're betting on, they're not going to get up that high if they barely play. If they don't enter at all, then it becomes a no bet and you just get your money back. So he entered for 3 minutes and claimed that he was sick, and he left the game. However, the book was not so stupid, and they did not pay out this $1.1 million. They investigated. So it was found through an investigation that between January and March 20th, 2024, that Porter placed at least 13 bets using this friend's betting account. These bets were, some of them are small, $15, but some as large as $22,000. And that he ended up winning $21,965 total. However, none of these bets involved any game where Porter played. But 3 of these bets were parlay bets. And one of these included a Raptors game. And Porter bet that the Raptors would lose, but these all lost. But they found that this March 20th game, that it was that same account that was making these bets. By the way, Porter is making $2 million this year. Or shall I say, was making $2 million this year. He's not a major player. It was also found on January 26th, there was a lot of bets on unders for Porter props. The props for him were 5.5 points, 4.5 rebounds, and 1.5 assists. That's what you're just betting over or under that. The 0.5 means that it has to go either way. If it's 2, then it would beat the 1.5. If it's 1, it wouldn't beat the 1.5. And then also for 3-pointers, which is 0.5, basically meaning if he makes 1 or more 3-pointers, then it goes over. If he makes no 3-pointers, it goes under. So that evening, January 26th, he played just 4 minutes, and he claimed that an eye injury that he really did have 4 days earlier against Memphis was aggravated during this game. So the under hit on all the props. So he had 0 points, 3 rebounds, 1 assist, and he didn't attempt a 3-pointer. So probably worrying that the rebounds was coming close, that he was already a point and a half away from that, from going over. All of a sudden he's like, oh, my eye hurts again. Oh, ow, 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 ow. And he went out of the game. From all the NBA player props on January 26th, DraftKings said that the under on Porter's 3-pointers was the biggest winner of any NBA props that evening. 2 days later, Porter was suddenly back, played 19 minutes, scored 12 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists. So there was no bets on him that day, apparently. And then I mentioned the March 20th game where he left, again with all the unders hitting, saying that he was sick. So then it was looked at, and it turned out that Jontay Porter had a Twitter account in his own name called @Jontay Porter. It was a real account, really him. On May 3rd, 2022, he tweeted, "Everyone please report this fake trading account. If he DMs you, just block and ignore. My real trading account is TayTrades11. So apparently somebody made a fake Jontay Porter account 2 years ago called TayTrades11. And he was trying to tell everybody, don't ever interact with TayTrades11. You should only talk to TayTrades11 because TayTrades11 is his account where he discusses gambling lines and cryptocurrency. So it was like a separate account that he ran. So someone was impersonating it, and he's telling everyone, no, here's my real second account. So this is before the scandal. This is in May 2022. Clearly, Porter was into all this gambling stuff. So that was already looking bad. Combined with the fact that it was an associate of his that was placing these bets on his unders, and he gets supposed eye aggravation in one game and gets sick another game. It's pretty clear what was really going on. So anyway, they completely banned him from the NBA. Here's a statement from the NBA over this. The NBA announced today that Jontay Porter, a two-way player recently under contract with the Toronto Raptors, has been banned from the NBA. A league investigation found that Porter violated league rules by disclosing confidential information to sports bettors, limiting his own participation in one or more games for betting purposes, and betting on NBA games. The league's investigation found that prior to the Raptors' March 20th game, Porter disclosed confidential information about his own health status to an individual he knew to be an NBA bettor. Another individual with whom Porter associated with and knew to be an NBA bettor subsequently placed an $80,000 parlay prop bet with an online sportsbook to win $1.1 million, wagering that Porter would underperform in the March 20th game. And then it goes on to explain what happened. It said the suspicious bets involving Porter's performance in the Raptors' March 20th game were brought to the NBA's attention by a licensed sports betting operator and organization that monitors legal sports betting markets. These findings are based on the information available to league investigators at the time. The league's investigation remains open and may result in further findings. The NBA has shared and will continue to share information with federal prosecutors about this matter. NBA Commissioner Adam Silver said, "There's nothing more important than protecting the integrity of NBA competition for our fans, our teams, and everyone associated with our sport, which is why Jontay Porter's blatant violations of our gaming rules are being met with the most severe punishment. While legal sports betting creates transparency that helps identify suspicious or abnormal activity, this matter also raises important issues about the sufficiency of regulatory framework currently in place, including types of bets offered on our games and players. Working closely with all relevant stakeholders across the industry, we will continue to work diligently to safeguard our league and the game." I think one solution here would simply be to limit the betting on these type of props to something fairly low. Limit it to $500, $600, something like that, like he's not going to do that. He's not going to throw games to make thousands. He's going to throw games to make 1.1 million. So that's what they need to do, is limit the upside of this. And then these players won't do this. Because this really is a big vulnerability that players can take advantage of. Now, Jontay Porter wasn't that smart with how he did it, in that twice he blatantly left the game with unverified injuries and illnesses within a few minutes. And these happened to be the games where a lot was bet on his props, where it's just unnatural high betting on his props, and he happens to be out both times within a few minutes. That's not very smart. But a smarter cheater can make it much more convincing. He can just not be as aggressive to get rebounds. He can purposely make bad shots that are not going to go in. Whatever he has to do, he can make sure that he does not go over with these bets. He doesn't have to fake illnesses or injury. He could just not play well. And hey, everybody has bad games, and as long as you don't make it too obvious, then you can get away with it. It's much like the cheating that goes on in poker with these super users, how they just can't ever moderate their play. They have to play like absolute superstars who know everything and never make a wrong decision, which is not possible to do in poker when you don't know the hole cards. I wouldn't cheat in poker, but if I was willing to do it and did have access to seeing the hole cards, I could do it very convincingly, because I would purposely lose sometimes. I would never do it in a blatant spot where I would never make that call or that raise or that fold if I didn't have the information. I would do it in marginal spots where a good player may actually fold or may actually raise or may actually just call instead of re-raise. Whatever it might be, something where it's close what to do, and you have the correct information of what the right move is, and then you make the right move when it's a close decision. Not when it's a crazy decision no one would make unless they knew. That's the mistake all the cheaters make. And there probably are cheaters out there who don't make those mistakes and never get caught. That's the scary thing. So Jontay Porter was kind of like one of the stupid super users in poker. Instead of having a performance that's believable, but yet keeps all his totals under, the idiot checks out of the game within 3 or 4 minutes, claiming to be either ill or his eye hurting. Very dumb. There is another player in the NBA related to Jontay Porter. That's Michael Porter Jr. And he's not in any trouble. He has nothing to do with this. He's had issues with his siblings. Jontay Porter was banned from the NBA, and his brother Coben Porter, who's not in the NBA, was sentenced to 6 years in prison for killing a woman in a drunk driving crash. So this wasn't an intentional murder or anything, but he was drunk and hit someone and killed them. So talk about having messed up brothers. So Michael Porter Jr. plays for the Denver Nuggets, and he's seen a lot of trouble with his two brothers there. He said, "We're human, so we carry our emotions and the things that go on and off the court onto the court. But I'm mentally tough. I've been through a lot my whole career. This is just another one of those things I had to try to play through." Right now, the Denver Nuggets are playing the Lakers. Pretty good shape, too, because now they're up 2-0 in the series because the Lakers blew a 20-point lead in the second game, in addition to a 12-point lead in the first game. But it's one thing to say I've been through a lot, but to have one brother be convicted for a drunk driving killing and being 6 years in prison, the other brother being banned from the NBA for cheating with prop bets. I mean, that's pretty bad. Do you think we'll see more of this? Probably not, because the lightning just struck here. So I think anyone else who's considering cheating this way is not going to do it anytime soon. But it does show that if these books are willing to take action on these player props, it can happen. Again, it won't happen with major players, but ones like Jontay Porter, it could. But yeah, the solution is just to not take that much. And I'm just floored that they would take this much action on a prop. Daly, who listens to this show and posts on the forum, and I've met him a lot of times, Daly is a prop betting expert, and he will sometimes post his props up on the Poker Fraud Alert forum. And he's always said the hard part about winning props is not about picking winning props that will be positive expectation for you. The hard part is getting enough action down on the props you want to bet, because you'll come up with a good prop and either the books that you have just won't carry that prop, or the odds they're going to give you are terrible. Because the thing is, once you discover a good prop, you have to make sure that others have not gotten ahead of you, because once others bet it, then the odds go down. And it's very easy to move the line on these props. In fact, I'll give you an example. This wasn't a sports bet, but I did a prop bet on politics in late 2019, I think like October. I bet on who the Democratic nominee for president was going to be. Not who was going to win the presidency, but who's just going to be the nominee for the Democrats. And I bet on Joe Biden at like 6-1. And I actually moved the odds worldwide. The odds on Joe Biden being the candidate changed just from my bet alone. Isn't that amazing? And I didn't place a bet that big to where it would have changed. It was a 4-figure bet, but it wasn't that big to where it should have changed the worldwide odds, or you'd think it wouldn't. But it did, because props move that quickly, because books are really, really scared that when a decent-sized prop bet comes in, that it means something. So I thought that was kind of cool that I moved the line for the president of the United States, at least the Democratic nominee. But I really did single-handedly move the worldwide line that night. It moved within seconds of when I placed the bet. And it was like at 3 a.m, so it wasn't like tons of people were placing. And nothing interesting had happened that day or anything. I just happened to choose that night to place the bet. So yeah, these prop lines move very fast. And usually your limits are not very high. In fact, I was surprised I could get that much down on Biden that night. But I couldn't have placed 80,000 or anywhere near that. And usually you can't place more than like 500 or 1,000 on a prop, and often less than that. So how this guy got 80,000 down, I don't know. But that's the key. You lower the upside and this problem goes away. I think some of these books get too greedy, and they see somebody who has a history of being a loser, and they want to take action from that person because they assume this is not a sharp bettor, and they're just going to print money because this person is just a routine loser, kind of like the Ippei Mizuhara of prop betting. But they should just not offer these high limits on these type of props, and that'll be the end of that. They can just have an agreement with these sports leagues. They're not going to do it. And by the way, when you do have these fish, it does open up the possibility that they'll eventually be beards. That's exactly what led to the whole thing with Tom Bwin and Haralabub Vulgaris. Was Tom Bwin either was already a losing sports bettor or was assumed to be one because he was known to be a degenerate, and then people like Haralabub, who are very sharp, used him to place bets. And that's legal, by the way. All right, let's move on. John Mehaffey is a gambling journalist and has been around for a number of years. And he's very sharp. He's very good as far as getting the facts right and really writing how it actually is. He's never been a shill for casinos. He's never been someone who is on anyone else's payroll. He's always been independent. And he will go around to like every casino in Vegas and survey the way the games are and just anything else that you might want to know as a gambler. Not even necessarily as a professional gambler, just as someone who likes to gamble. So his information tends to be very useful. It tends to be reliable. I like him. He's a mild-mannered guy, but he will stand up for himself, and he will state things that he believes are wrong. He has gone to Nevada regulators many times over issues he's found, including in online poker. So he'll speak out. But as far as his personality, he's an honest guy, and he's somebody who's reliable. And he's someone who doesn't create drama for drama's sake. Anyway, he noticed something that he's been tweeting about recently, and I thought this was something that we should discuss here on this show, because he did come up with something that is concerning. It's not a gigantic scandal, but I think it's concerning because it has to do with the regulated gambling market. So what he's found, by taking a look at some sites that are major affiliates of legalized U.S. gambling sites, which are all regulated, so they all have to answer to regulators, they can't just do what they want, that these sites have up false information, either intentionally or just stupidly because they're hiring idiots. It's hard to tell because you can't see the motivation. But that this information can be very bad and dangerous for gamblers, because if they follow it, and it seems like it would be reliable because it's on a major affiliate site of these licensed and regulated gambling sites, if people follow this advice, they will lose more money. So let me read you some examples. On April 22nd, John tweeted, "Christina, who's his wife, and I recently reviewed major licensed online casino affiliate websites. 7 of them push wildly inaccurate game strategies and rules that cause players to lose faster. 4 operators do too." Operators meaning the sites themselves, not even just their affiliates. "Google is so flooded with this misinformation that its AI thinks it's accurate." Wow. So that means there's so many different articles with this wrong info that Google's AI actually believes this is correct info. So he showed one example. It says, "In blackjack, you should double down when you have a hard 9 and the dealer's face-up card is 2 to 6 inclusive," meaning that if the dealer has a 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6, that you should double down if you have a 9, like 5-4, 6-3, 7-2, something like that. You should also double down when you have a hard 10 or 11 and the dealer's face-up is lower, soft 16, 17, or 18, and the dealer's face-up card is 2 through 6 inclusive. You should not double down when the dealer has an ace. If you have ace 8, a soft 9, it's best to stand regardless of the dealer shows. This is what Google's AI is saying. This is not in one of the articles. But they're saying that there are so many different websites that are either affiliates of these casinos or the casinos themselves that have this information up there, that Google's AI is actually giving this incorrect strategy information. Now, where are the mistakes? Well, for example, if you have a 9, you should not be doubling down against a 2. So if you have like 5 and 4, 6 and 3, 7 and 2, whatever, a hard 9, you should not double if you just see the dealer showing a 2. That's incorrect. But it says that. Then Google's AI got this from all these articles from what they think is a reliable site. Then it says a soft 16, 17, or 18. That means ace 5, ace 6, ace 7. And the dealer's card is 2 through 6 inclusive. Again, that's not true. So if you have ace 5 or ace 6, you definitely should not be doubling with a 2 out there. In fact, with ace 5, you shouldn't even be doubling with a 3 out there. He also showed from OregonLive.com, which is not even an affiliate site. This is Catena Media, which is a big company. Catena Media says, we deliver high-quality leads to partners through our global network of content-rich websites that are expertly calibrated to users' needs. So basically, they're promoters of legal gambling sites, and they wrote this content on OregonLive.com. Oregon Live is not a gambling site, but it is a media site in Oregon. And so this is what they wrote that John Mehaffey found regarding soft 18 in blackjack. It says, mistake number 6, standing on a soft 18. Get an ace and a 7, and you've got soft 18. Since dealers don't take another card on 17, so they're talking about games where the dealer stands on soft 17, presumably. 18 is a number you would normally stand on, but it's not a guaranteed winner. Not taking another card is a mistake because hitting on soft 18 offers you a no-risk opportunity to improve your hand. What to do instead? Hit because you can't bust. And if the next card is a 3 or lower, you'll improve your chances of beating the dealer. So to review, this article on OregonLive.com that was found by John Mehaffey, that was written by someone at Catena Media, it says that you are supposed to hit ace 7, soft 18, if the dealer's showing a 7. Now that is horrible advice. That is really bad advice. Let me tell you why you don't ever do that. If you have 18, soft or hard, you are crushing a 7. Because if there's a 10 with that 7, you instantly win. Nothing further to do. So there's 4 cards in the deck out of the 13 that can be under there that you're going to instantly win. So 4 out of 13 times you're going to instantly win if you just stand on A7 and the dealer's showing a 7. And if the dealer has a 5 through 9, then they have over 11, and if they draw a 10 from that point, they bust and you win. So really the only cards that are really going to leave you in bad shape would be if the dealer has a 2, 3, or 4. And by the way, if the dealer has an ace under, you tie. So it's really only a 2, 3, or 4 with that 7 that leave you in trouble, because then a 10 will beat you. But anything else, you're in decent shape. And if it's a 10, you're in great shape because you automatically win. So you always stand on A7 against a 7. And A7 against an 8, you even stand. Because, again, there's a lot of times you're going to get a guaranteed tie. And then there will be a number of times where the dealer is going to draw and bust. So that's not anywhere near as good as against a 7. But still, it's good enough to where you don't want to ruin the fact that you have a pat 18. Because a lot of times, at least, you've earned yourself a tie. Where otherwise getting back there is going to be difficult. Because you can easily worsen your hand. That's horrible advice. I mean, to say that you should hit A7 against a 7 is insanely bad advice. Insanely bad. But that's right there on OregonLive.com. According to John Mehaffey, it was written by Catena Media. Interestingly, somebody responded to John Mehaffey's tweet and said, I can't tell you how much flack I've received over the years from players when hitting soft 18 and eventually busting versus the dealer's 10. And John Mehaffey said it's the most misplayed hand. It sometimes seems that some don't want to learn the right play. However, telling people to always hit it isn't even close to right beyond the 7 and 8 error. It's like the author never heard of a double down. And yeah, A7 is also good enough to where you should double on it against a dealer hold card that is under 7. So 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6, you should actually double with it. Because a lot of times you'll just draw a 10 and stay pat, and your bet will be double at that point. So just being told to hit it is a big mistake. But I agree with that guy who was responding to John Mehaffey that, yeah, when I've hit A7 or double on it, people are like, what? Wait, what? You're taking a card on it? But this mistake through the article is too much the other way. Just saying to always hit it, which is moronic. So John is very concerned about this because these are either regulated sites or their affiliates that are putting out bad information that are leading people to play wrong and lose money on these legalized casinos. He also told me that the search engines are being flooded with so much content like this that is what's confusing the AI. He told me this privately. He also says that he's been trying to get regulators' attention on this, but they're just not responding to him. The problem is here, it's very difficult to get regulators to understand things like this. First of all, if the affiliate is doing it and not the operator itself, then the operator can just shrug their shoulders and say, hey, we didn't know. Or, oh yeah, we were going to get to that, we just haven't yet. So for an affiliate to do that, it creates enough separation to where I don't think the regulated sites are going to get in trouble. Now, the regulated sites themselves publishing this information could get them in trouble, but at the same time, you have to have regulators that understand and appreciate why this is a problem. So they may say, okay, well, did you lose money from it? And of course, John would say no. Well, okay, who lost money from it? He'll say, well, I don't know. Someone probably did. And the regulator will say, okay, well, when you find someone, have them complain. But the problem is whoever loses money following that advice is likely not to even realize it or ever complain. Nor would someone like John ever find them. So that's the problem with these regulators and these regulations, is that either these regulations against such content just don't exist because no one thought to write them, or even if they do exist, they're often not enforced unless they can find an actual victim who's willing to come forward and knows they were victimized. And as far as major media that would cover this, you probably won't find any, either because they don't understand or they just don't think it's a big enough story. Again, they'll say how much money was lost over this total. Can you find victims? Did this happen to you? So they just don't get it. That's the problem. They don't get it. This just isn't a big enough of a scandal. But it is a problem, and I don't even think that this is being done on purpose. I think this is just ignorance. I think they hire idiot writers to write content for these sites for SEO purposes, and then just bad advice gets out there, and then what happens is they copy from each other. Because a lot of times these writers don't really understand what they're writing about. I see this all the time in the gambling world, where people write things that are just stupid, that they have no knowledge of what they're writing about. And then they just will try to quickly look something up and then just write what they see. And if they see something wrong, or if they misread it, then they put it out there. And they don't even realize that they're putting out something wrong. And it gets repeated over and over. In fact, a lot of times content is generated on the web, not just about gambling, by copying other content and just changing around the way it's written so it doesn't look like the same thing. Because search engines will penalize you if they see you're just repeating articles elsewhere. But if you are basically saying the same thing but in a different way, the search engines will believe it's a different article. So the whole point of these articles is to attract people over to the articles, and then they can click on the affiliate links and make the site money. So they really don't care that much the quality of what people are reading. And they tend to hire people to do this writing who purport to have abilities to create these articles quickly and in a quality fashion, and they don't ever really check on them. So that's the problem here. You're having people write this stuff who don't know what they're doing, and John even showed signs of this because he was showing the pictures they'll put up. So they'll write about poker, and they'll put a picture of blackjack. They will write about baccarat, and they'll put a picture of roulette. Just dumb shit like that, where you could tell the person writing has no familiarity with the actual subject matter. And then it's like a virus. It spreads. It's not an actual virus, but it spreads in that they're all copying each other's content. And this puts misinformation out there, and it ends up helping the casino because people are playing the wrong way. Now, I'll be fair. I don't think that many people are learning blackjack strategy from OregonLive.com or any of these other sites. I think the number of people learning the strategy that way and then misplaying and costing themselves money is probably pretty low. But it's just morally wrong to have that out there, and there should be regulations against this. This should be part of regulation of these sites. It should be required that any strategy advice they give has to be accurate and has to always be optimal for the player. And if they don't, there should be penalties for this. As far as affiliates, that's harder to police. But there should be some kind of requirement about that too. That if affiliates are seen doing this or other things that are against regulations, that they have to be dropped after a certain number of violations. Something like that. They can't just have the wild, wild west of content where sites that are directly connected to these legalized gambling sites can just write what they want. This isn't a matter of free speech. This is a matter of putting out strategy advice that the players believe are real. Sa24 says in chat, government regulation is worthless. Example number infinity, LOL. Yeah, well, I'm not going to argue with you there. There definitely have not been a lot of good stories so far regarding government regulation of these online gambling sites. Talking about the legalized online gambling sites in the U.S., both in poker and otherwise. We've seen a lot of stupid things coming from the regulation. Poker, sports betting, casino gambling, all of this. And the problem is the regulators a lot of times don't really understand what they're regulating. They understand the brick and mortar pretty well. They just don't understand the online well. And if you don't have someone understanding online well writing the regulations, you have both regulations that are too restrictive and too burdensome and don't really do a lot for the players, and regulations that are way too lax and don't protect the players. I responded to something that John Mehaffey had tweeted along these lines, and I said, you know what? If John and I were hired to write these regulations, a lot of these problems would be solved right there. Because we both understand the industry. We could write good regulations because we know the industry so well. We know the concerns. We know what's important to regulate and what's important to not worry about. But those writing these regulations often have very little actual real-life familiarity with online gambling, with online poker, with online sports betting. And thus what they think is important often isn't, and what they think doesn't really matter often does, and then they just miss a lot of things. They just kind of overlook stuff like this. And most importantly, in any kind of regulated gambling environment, there has to be the willingness to listen and to change and to write new regulations when the ones you have fall short. So while it's understandable why they wouldn't think about regulating articles about strategy, I have to admit if I was asked to write regulations, I probably would overlook that too. You have to have regulators willing to respond to such concerns and pass new regulations that govern this, and not just ignore people writing in about it. Another problem is that a lot of times people who contact regulators are crackpots. So it sometimes can be hard for them to determine the difference between a crackpot and someone like John who really has a good point. So you have to have people who are intelligent enough about the situation, who understand the industry well enough to read something and go, oh, this is bullshit written by a crazy person, or, oh yeah, this is a good point, we should address this. But it looks like they don't do that. That's not to say we should have no regulation, because if there's no regulation, then you get things like UB and Full Tilt and Lock Poker and all those others that have cheated people big time for many millions of dollars. And that's what happens if there's no regulation. But you need good regulation. You can't just have regulation and just assume it's going to be good because it's regulation. It has to be good regulation. And from what I've seen, it usually has not been. So really, the only thing you can count on when it comes to regulation of these online gambling sites is that you'll get paid. That's the only thing you can count on. They're not going to run off and you're going to lose your money. Or they're not going to close your account and steal your money. Everything else, they don't tend to do right. 775-FRAUD-55, 775-372-8355 is the number to call or text. From the 702, referring to the Jontay Porter situation, Jontay Porter banned for life. The third brother sentenced same week, 6 years in prison for a DUI that killed a person. We already talked about that. Michael Porter is the brother that plays for the Nuggets, all that, and he made a huge three-point shot that tied game number 2 to allow the next possession to win at the buzzer. Yeah, I watched that game. Forgot to mention that. It's a good point. Yeah, he was able to put this out of his head and make a very, very key three-point shot that allowed the Nuggets to win in that huge comeback against the Lakers. From the 504, got two texts. Speaking of Oregon, that reminds me of a scandal a few years back when video poker machines in bars run by the Oregon Lottery were suggesting wildly incorrect holds on hands. The lottery then tried to cover it up, but that was covered rather extensively, including by you, I believe. Yes, I did cover that. That was a very disturbing story. Where, yes, they had these video poker machines that were in bars, and yes, they were run by the Oregon Lottery, and they would suggest to you the correct play to make, which does take some of the fun out of the video poker, by the way. But that's not the point I'm making here. What this guy said here is correct, that it would advise you to do really stupid things. So it would actually give you incorrect advice that would make you lose more money than you're supposed to lose. That made the hold of the machines be higher because it was giving incorrect advice. In fact, it would auto-hold the cards for you incorrectly. So, like, if you were dealt 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, the correct thing to do would be hold 4, 5, 6, 7. So you had an open-ended straight draw. Instead, it would hold 2, 4, 5, 6. I'm not even kidding. That's what it would do. And when this was complained about, they tried to cover it up. That's exactly correct. And he said, as I recall, I believe the suggested holds in those games increased the house edge by as much as 10 to 12% worse than optimal. Yeah, it was awful, and that they never faced any consequences for that. That's another example of not only regulatory fail, but actually legalized scamming by the state. Terrible. These were state-owned machines. Awful, awful, awful. We're going to move on to the next topic, and that is about the train. About the train to Las Vegas. So, we have discussed in previous shows, though not all that recently, I guess semi-recently, I forgot the last time I brought this up, but we have discussed this train before, and I was very skeptical of this train. But now the train is getting some press because the ground has broken. It's actually going to happen for a bullet train between Rancho Cucamonga and Las Vegas. Rancho Cucamonga is in Southern California, but not where you might think it would be. If you're from Southern California, you probably know approximately where it is, but if you're not from the area, you may kind of think like that's a part of LA. It is not, and that's some of the issue here. That's why I've been skeptical the whole way. So anyway, it's a $12 billion project. It's a passenger bullet train that is supposed to be the first high-speed rail in the United States. And they claim it will be ready in 2028. Now, this is something that the U.S. lags way behind some other countries. Some other countries have extensive bullet train systems where you can get on a very, very fast train to take you around the country, around areas of the country, and people use those all the time. The U.S. doesn't really have a high-speed rail system, and there's been talk about building it, but it just kind of never happens. In the U.S., there are good arguments against a bullet train system, mainly because the U.S. is very big. And the bigger a country is, the less utilization you're going to get from a bullet train, because the bullet train is not going to go anywhere near the speed of an airplane. So while it will go faster than a car, there's only so much usefulness you get out of it because you're not going to be able to travel between cities that are far from one another. So you're not going to want to go 1,500 miles on a bullet train. You won't even want to go 1,000 miles on a bullet train. So for those things, air travel is better, and it's just not worth building these very expensive, lengthy bullet trains when air travel already exists for those locations. There's also the matter of making room for it. So it's not just simple, you can't just snap your fingers and bullet trains appear. Brightline West claims that they're going to lay 218 miles of new track, so they're not going to be using existing track. They're going to be laying new track, and almost all of it is going to be in the median of I-15 between Rancho Cucamonga, California, and Las Vegas. And then from Rancho Cucamonga, there would be a commuter rail connection to downtown LA and also a connection to Victorville, which is also kind of in that same area of Rancho Cucamonga, but a little bit northeast, so closer to Las Vegas. But the truth is, Rancho Cucamonga and Victorville are not super far from each other. Just be another thing you can connect to instead of just downtown LA. So it's basically saying Victorville people can use it too. But they'd be going the wrong direction at first. They'd be traveling first to Rancho Cucamonga the wrong way, and then they get on the bullet train and it would take them there. So they say the train will go about 186 miles per hour, and it's comparable to the bullet trains in Japan. And they claim the summer of 2028 is the goal. They have broken ground for this, and they claim it's really going to happen. The founder of Brightline Holdings, Wes Edens, said, "I believe we'll all look back at today and say this was the birth of an industry of a high-speed rail. And after this is a success, or they hope it is, they will then attempt to link other U.S. cities that are too close for air travel to make sense and too far for people to drive." I don't know which cities they're thinking of, but that's what they are aiming at. Probably things like LA and Phoenix, which is like 400 miles, LA and San Francisco. I don't know what others, but there's probably a lot of examples around the U.S. that they can claim kind of like 400, 500 miles away, maybe 300, that you could get there within 2 hours or sometimes less on a bullet train, and where driving would take a lot of the day. They claim they have finally acquired all the right-of-way and environmental approvals and labor agreements. They also received a $3 billion grant from federal infrastructure funds, and also a recent approval to sell another $2.5 billion in tax-exempt bonds. And they also got another billion in similar bonds 4 years ago. They say that the trip between Rancho Cucamonga and Vegas will take a little more than 2 hours. They think they're going to get 11 million one-way passengers per year, and they think the cost is going to be, quote, comparable to airline ticket costs. The trains will have bathrooms, Wi-Fi, food and beverage sales, and you can even check luggage. So it's supposed to be a comfortable experience. So, okay, let's stop here. There's more to say about this, but let's stop here and discuss some of this. Putting aside the cost and the federal grants, the bonds and all that, let's just put that aside and discuss how practical this is and whether people would want to use it. And if so, who would want to use it? Now, I have done the drive from Southern California to Vegas many, 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 many times. I can't stress how many times I've done that drive. I also was a passenger on that drive a lot as a kid, because my parents went to Vegas a lot, not like all the time, but 2 to 3 times a year in the 1970s and in the 1980s as just people who enjoyed visiting Vegas as tourists. They were not professional gamblers. They were never sharp gamblers. They just were like basic strategy blackjack players who liked the shows and the meals and all that type of stuff in Vegas, and they went a lot in the 70s and 80s. So I went at first a lot as a passenger, and then as an adult, I've driven there a ton of times since the mid-1990s. And I still do. I still make that trek between LA and Vegas a whole lot, as you guys probably know. In fact, I've become such an expert with that drive that I know all of these little detours if I-15 backs up. There's some areas where you have no other choice than just stay on I-15, kind of in the middle of nowhere. There's no other roads. But I do have a lot of ways around traffic that people don't know. And even these apps like Waze haven't figured out yet. And I just have a lot of familiarity with that whole drive. So I can always give people advice with what to expect with it, and the best ways to do it, and the best times to do it, and best times not to do it, and what to do if there is traffic. I can tell you everything. So let me tell you something. Rancho Cucamonga to Las Vegas, if there is not traffic, is not that bad of a drive. So this, by car, is about 230 miles. That sounds like a lot, 230 miles. They say it'll be 218 miles by the train. So I guess wherever it's going to stop is going to be a little bit less than that. Maybe it'll leave in a part of Rancho Cucamonga that's closer and stop in Vegas in a place that's not quite at the Strip. But whatever. Let's just go by 230 here. I can cover that 230 very fast and without like excessive speeding because it's all highway. You're on I-15. You stay on I-15. You don't get off I-15 unless you need to go to the bathroom or get food or whatever. So you can just drive it straight. No traffic lights, really no BS. You're just going to make it straight. So if it's like late at night and there's no traffic at all, I can do this drive in less than 3 hours. It would be surprising for that drive to take 3 hours late at night. Now, that's not the end of the drive for me because I don't live in Rancho Cucamonga. I don't live anywhere near Rancho Cucamonga. But if I did, if that's where my starting point was, I could get this done in far less than 3 hours. I shouldn't say far less, but somewhat less than 3 hours. And even with kind of more moderate traffic, so I'm not talking about driving at 2 in the morning, but even driving, say, at 8:30 at night, unless something unusual happened with traffic, like an accident or something, or construction, I could still make it in less than 3 hours. And again, that's without speeding excessively. I'm not saying driving 100 miles per hour. So the question becomes, what are you really saving here? If you have a car, and you're in Rancho Cucamonga anyway meaning you got to get yourself there to get on that train, right? So you've got to get to Rancho Cucamonga to board it. And it's going to be less than a 3-hour drive if there's not traffic, which usually there's not. So you can't say, oh, yeah, of course, if there's not traffic, there's always traffic in L.A. Well, this isn't L.A., though. You're out of L.A. Rancho Cucamonga is usually where the traffic kind of stops, to where it, by stops, I mean in a good way, to where it's not congested. So the congestion is in the L.A. area. Rancho Cucamonga is in the very northeast of the Southern California, L.A. area, and it's nowhere near L.A. So you're just about to break out into the outlying areas like Victorville and Hesperia, and then you just are in open desert. So unless it's a time where a ton of people are driving to Vegas, maybe like on Friday night, you're just not going to have traffic. And on the way back, any day except for Sunday, same thing. So most of the time you're going to be able to complete this drive in 3 hours or less. So they're saying, okay, well here you complete it in a little more than 2 hours. So what are you saving? You're saving, 45 minutes? And yeah, you can say it's easier to just sit on a train and use the Wi-Fi, and you can use the bathroom on the train. You don't have to pull off anywhere, and you can order food. You can just sit and relax. You can sleep. I can't sleep. I've got to drive. But putting that aside, it's really not saving you that much time. And it's not so much time to where you'll really value that extra time you're getting. It's not like a 7-hour drive versus something that becomes a 5-hour train ride. And it's a 5-hour train ride where you can sleep or just sit on the internet or watch movies rather than having to watch the road. I can understand the appeal there, but really for 3 hours, you can't stand just making an easy drive? And there's no mountain driving. There's nothing tough. Yeah, you go over some mountains, but it's not like where you're winding through roads that are dangerous. It's an easy drive, the 15, trust me. And if you've done it, you know what I'm talking about. So why is there a need for this? I guess on the way back on Sunday, that's where you'll get the most benefit from this, because leaving Vegas on Sunday is awful. Unless you leave super early in the morning, or unless you leave after like 7:30 at night, or sometimes even 8, you're going to hit a big backup by the state line, by Prim. And it can add like an extra hour plus to your drive, and a very unpleasant hour plus, where you're just sitting, and barely moving. it is so bothersome to me that I will not go back on Sunday during those hours. If I need to go back on a Sunday from Las Vegas to LA, I will either wait till late at night or I will go back on Monday. So I can see where there's some appeal there. So if you are a weekend Vegas visitor who has to work on Monday and can't get back late, then this can be useful, because then you can ride this on Friday, ride it back on Sunday, not have to hassle with the airport. It'll take a little over 2 hours and traffic won't matter. But you can already do that with flights. And there's an airport not that far from Rancho Cucamonga in Ontario, California. So why not just take a flight if that's the goal? You still have to be on a schedule. It's probably not as rigid as a plane. You might be able to just go up there and buy a ticket and ride it back. So I guess that's one advantage, that airplanes, you have to buy a ticket in advance, whereas here you can just go to the station and buy a ticket and get on the thing whenever it arrives. I have to imagine, though, that this thing is not going to have a lot of trains. I don't know if it's going to have 2 tracks where they can pass one another, or if it's only 1 track where it's the same train going back and forth every 4 hours. So like leaves at Rancho Cucamonga at 12, gets to Vegas at 2:10, gets back to Rancho Cucamonga at 4:20, something like that. That wouldn't be all that useful. Maybe it will have 2 tracks, so there's 2 constantly running. But you won't be able to get on this like every hour. And it's not going to be cheap. They're saying it's going to be about the same as air travel. So what is the point here? It's got a few advantages, but is this really much to get excited about? And then there's the problem that it doesn't take you to LA. It takes you to Rancho Cucamonga, which is not convenient to most people. So if you're in Southern California, you're probably not close to Rancho Cucamonga. You have to get there either by driving there and parking, and then at that point, why not just keep going instead of stopping and getting on a train? And if you're not taking a car there, you're just riding a bus over there or a commuter train from downtown LA. Well, you still got to get to downtown LA. LA's a geographically big place. Most people aren't by downtown either. So you got to get to downtown LA, get on a commuter train. What a pain in the ass. Now, I know somebody that would definitely be able to use this, though the cost would be prohibitive. That's the one problem. But if you ignore the cost, Master Scaler, he would be one who would benefit from this, because Master Scaler does not drive. Master Scaler is good with using public transportation. He likes to call himself the king of the bus. So he could take a bus down to downtown LA from where he lives in the San Fernando Valley. And he could then take the LA commuter train to Rancho Cucamonga, switch over to the bullet train to Vegas, and he can get to Vegas. And then I could pick him up there and stick him in a room somewhere. He's not going to stay with me, but this would be a way to get him there. There have been times I'd like to get him there for reasons I won't go into, but there have been times that I would have liked to have Master Scaler around, not just because he's my friend and he's entertaining to have around, but just there's times I would have liked to have him there for other reasons, and it's just too much of a pain in the ass to get him there and to have him deal with the airport and all this stuff. This would be much easier for him. So for people like him who otherwise don't drive, this is something useful, especially if they're good at public transportation like he is. This also could be good for elderly people who just don't feel comfortable making that drive through the desert and, again, don't want to hassle with the airport. This could be good for them. Now, they still have to deal with getting to Rancho Cucamonga and with their luggage and everything else, which is a whole different problem. Like, there's a commuter train from downtown LA. Okay, well, you got to get to downtown LA with your luggage, get on a commuter train, get the luggage off, then take the luggage and put it on this bullet train in Rancho Cucamonga. What a freaking pain in the ass. Just the whole thing seems like a pain in the ass. I can just about guarantee I'm never going to use this. I know I'm not everybody. I know everybody's not like me. But I can guarantee you that it's pretty unlikely I'm going to use this unless I get old enough to where I am not able to physically drive anymore. But you know what? Guess what's becoming more and more common these days? Self-driving cars. And that's going to make this also less appealing to people. Because remember, it's not opening till at least 2028. And every year, there are more self-driving cars on the road, and they're getting better and better, and more people are going to rely on them as time passes. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if in, say, 20 years, most of the people on the road are not paying attention to what's going on, and it's just their car driving them. Because the self-driving cars will be better, they'll be more reliable, people will be used to it. In fact, I don't know if you guys have heard about this, but there's a weird trend that's been going on. There's a lot of weird trend going on involving kids these days, kids and teenagers. Just it's so foreign to me from the time I grew up. I know I'm getting a bit of a tangent, but I'll connect it to this in a second. But kids and teenagers today are different in a lot of ways than when most of us grew up. So the teenagers today, one of the things that's very different is they do not feel like they want to drive. You probably remember when you turned 16 or whatever age it was in your state where it was legal to start driving, that you couldn't wait to get to the DMV to get your license. That was my story. That was probably your story. It's probably the story of most of your friends and your siblings, that everybody wanted to drive as soon as they could. In fact, I was mad at my mom for getting me to the DMV appointment too late, and I had to wait another week. I was so mad about this. And she was usually pretty good at getting me places on time, but that day she screwed up, and I got there late, and I had to wait another week for my license, and I'd already planned to go somewhere on the weekend, and I was so angry about this, and that was just a week. So I still got my license very close to my 16th birthday. I already couldn't get an appointment there until 3 days after my birthday, and then it became 10 days after my birthday because I lost a week because of my mom getting there too late. I was so pissed about this, I can't even tell you. But the kids today, they'll blow right by that and not care. They won't want to drive at 16, at 17, at 18, and 19. They just don't care. Not all of them, but a surprising number of kids have no desire to learn to drive these days. I'm not exactly sure why. I think it's kind of like a not wanting responsibility thing, and they feel like they have all they need at home, and they'll just have their parents drive them when they need something. It's very strange, because to me, that was like the one of the first things that made me a little bit independent. I got tired of being a kid always counting on my parents for everything. I wanted to have that independence. I wanted that ability to go places myself. I also liked being able to go places when I felt like it and not having to worry about my mom's schedule. So I was very, very eager to drive. So was everybody else I knew. And that's probably your experience too. So the reason I'm bringing this up is because self-driving cars may somewhat solve that problem, in that kids may start being more willing to drive if the car is going to do most of the driving for them. If we have more and more cars on the road doing the driving for people, if it becomes more of the norm where you can just relax, you can sleep, you can watch movies, whatever, and your car drives you to Vegas and does a good job and does it reliably, then who's going to need this train unless there's like horrendous traffic? Because the whole thing you're going to gain from the train of being able to relax and not have to concentrate on the road, if your car can do it anyway, you're not gaining that. And what you are gaining by your own car is, number one, you'll have a car when you get to Vegas, which is nice. And number two, flexibility. You can leave when you want. You can stop when you want. You can go back when you want. You don't have to count on anyone else's schedule or anything else's schedule. I actually like driving. I don't own a self-driving car. I don't really have the desire to get one, because the only time I would ever use it would be if I were very tired or sick. And that really just doesn't happen very often. There have been a few times where I've been sick enough to where I wished that my car could drive me. And I don't start driving when I'm sick. I've just had it a few times, like on the road, something happens, where I happen to come down with something while on the road. Or where I get unusually tired, where I didn't think I'd be as tired as I am, and I wish the drive could be finished by the car. And what I do in those cases, I just pull over somewhere and take a nap. So yeah, it'd be nice to have a self-driving car in those cases, but otherwise I would want to do the driving myself. But I know everybody's not me, and I know a lot of people will be using self-driving cars, especially by 2028, we'll have a lot more of those on the road as well. I don't think they're going to get 11 million people on this thing. I think it's a pipe dream. I think if this thing extended all the way to LA, they would have a shot at this. But the Rancho Cucamonga thing is just a pain in the ass. And the reason it does not extend is because they just do not have room to build this new track. There's just too much stuff already there that they can't get rid of. Officials who have approved this did it mainly because they felt that this would bring down some of the traffic on I-15, especially on Sundays from Las Vegas. So they're hoping that this is going to relieve some of the congestion, but I'm skeptical. I don't think that's going to relieve much congestion. You really need a big difference in the number of drivers. I just don't think that difference is going to be made here. Does Brightline Holdings have any other trains in the U.S.? Well, yes, they actually do have one in Miami. And there actually is one between Orlando International Airport and Miami. And that opened in 2018. However, it only goes up to 125 miles per hour. The tickets are not all that expensive. They're $80 for a one-way ticket, and it's 235 miles. Presumably the one to Vegas will be much more expensive than that. The fastest train is Amtrak's Acela, which can go 150 miles per hour between Boston and Washington, D.C., but this will be the first true bullet train that will rival the ones in Japan. So it's not the first high-speed train, but the first bullet train that goes over 180 miles per hour. In 2008, you may remember if you're in California, that there was a rail line that was approved by voters linking LA and San Francisco, and it was going to be a 500-mile rail line. So that was approved by voters, but it didn't happen. Here we are 16 years later, and it has not been built. They've also noted that the cost, which was projected to be $35 billion, is now believed to be $105 billion if they were to actually attempt to go build it. So that's not likely to happen. Anyway, I think this is not going to be something that is going to be a success, and it's also not certain it's going to be completed. They just broke ground on it, but is this really going to be done? I don't know. The fact that it's groundbreaking is a sign that it's starting to go that way, but I don't know. I don't even know if they'll have enough money to fully build this thing at $12 billion. I don't know if they can afford that at the moment. I know they're raising the money in the various ways I've described, but this sounds dumb to me. I'm sorry. I can't see how a lot of people are going to want to use it. I think they're going to get a certain number of passengers from that area, from around Rancho Cucamonga, San Bernardino, maybe even some Victorville people, Hesperia people who go the wrong way to get to that and then ride it. But yeah, I just don't see big demand for it because it's not by the population center. Just requires too many steps. Let's discuss poker.org and another boneheaded thing they did. I just don't know what's going on with them. I really don't. So, poker.org has attempted to be kind of a combination of a poker news site, kind of a competitor to pokernews.com, and also sort of a gossip site. Not like really salacious gossip, but kind of like they dip their toes in covering controversial issues and doing interviews with controversial people in poker. Now, you might think that I believe that's a good thing, and on its surface, I would say yes. In fact, we do that here, minus the interviews. Though I will do interviews. I'm not against interviews. I just don't really attempt to do them. But I obviously don't have any issue with covering poker gossip and discussing things that other media won't discuss. In fact, I take pride that we will just cover everything here and not worry about how it looks or who it's going to piss off or whether it's serious news that should be covered. Like, I just think if it's interesting, I cover it. And you guys know that. So I don't have an issue with Poker.org doing things like that. But at the same time, they need to do it smartly. And they have been doing some things which have been rather stupid in 2024. And just to let you know, I have no beef with them at all. They never wrote anything bad about me once. They've covered me before, but never in a negative way. And they haven't covered badly people that I like. So it's not like I have an issue because they were mean to one of my friends. And I don't dislike anyone involved with poker.org. So I really don't have a problem with poker.org. I can't emphasize that enough. But they've done some stupid things, and I keep scratching my head going, what are they doing? What are they doing? And I realize everybody makes mistakes. I've made some mistakes over my time running this show and running the forum. So nobody's perfect, but there's now 3 things they've done that were kind of stupid since late February. And that's not a very long span of time. That's 2 months. So first of all, in late February, they did an interview with Maurice Hawkins, and I've talked about this a few times now already. And that part was fine, that they interviewed Maurice Hawkins, but the interviewer was too sympathetic towards him and even helped Maurice push a racism narrative. And this whole thing wasn't about racism, it was about Maurice owing money to somebody. And in fact, a court of law determined that Maurice owes this guy over $100,000. So Maurice owes this guy over $100,000. He legally owes this guy the money and morally owes this guy the money. So there's nothing about race involved here. In fact, the guy he owes it to's last name is Garcia. So he's not even a white guy. There's no race involved here. It's just one guy who owes another money who hasn't been paying, and there was a lawsuit about it, and the one who said he was owed actually was, and he won the lawsuit, and now he's trying to collect, and Maurice is not paying him still. That's what this is about. So why was the interviewer helping him push a racism narrative here? It's one thing to let Maurice speak out and give his side. I'm fine with that. But I thought that was a crappy interview for the interviewer to start spewing nonsense like that. I mean, it was Maurice starting up with that whole narrative about the racism, but the interviewer went along with it and agreed with him. It was crazy. Then in early April, they tweeted out a cover of Rounder Life magazine. That is, they took the cover of Rounder Life and basically tweeted out a picture of it. And the point of the tweet was to show that this Russian poker player named Olga looked really hot on the cover. And this wasn't like a sexist thing because it was actually tweeted out, it turned out, by Tiffany Michelle, who of course is female. So I had no problem with highlighting that a magazine had a sexy girl on the cover who's like an up-and-coming poker player from Russia. That's all fine. Some people had a problem with that, saying that it's showing women in a bad light and that you shouldn't be highlighting women for their looks, only for their accomplishments. I think that's BS. I think if a pretty girl wants to appear on a magazine cover and it's going to get attention and help her career and help her get endorsements, by all means, go ahead and do it. It's not exploiting anybody. So I had no problem with that part of it. The problem was that they were promoting Rounder Life, and that's like a pro-Postle shill magazine that was once either part owned or at least associated with Postle back in the 2000s. Like the guy who owns Rounder Life and basically writes almost everything in it, his name is Everett Caldwell, and he is a good friend of Postle for like over 15 years, maybe even 20 plus years. So they're very close friends. So that's what Rounder Life is known for, as being a Postle shill. I think Rounder Life should have the right to exist and publish, and they should have a right to do articles on Postle in whatever means they want to do. If they want to be on his side, they can be. I think it's fine that exists. But I also just don't feel that they've been very honest about it, where they don't admit their reason for bias here. And there is a tremendous bias. And this should be very clearly disclosed, that the guy who owns Rounder Life, the guy who writes these articles, is a very long time close friend of Postle's. And that changes the reader's opinion, of course, of the neutrality of the article. I don't think you'd want to read an article from me analyzing something controversial about a close friend of mine. I don't think you'd believe I was very impartial. And I don't think you'd believe I should be the one analyzing it. And you'd be right if that were the case. I might still comment and try to say I'm being fair, but it would be very hard for me to do if it's a close friend, having to analyze a controversy they're in, because it's very hard to do when it's a friend and you know that they're in controversy and you know you're kind of afraid to say anything bad about them because they'll be mad at you. So you really want someone completely neutral writing these things, or at least someone who's neutral enough to where they can put any biases aside. But someone who you hate or someone who is a close friend of yours, it really is hard to do something neutral about them, especially if they're a close friend. So I don't think Poker.org did this on purpose. I don't think Tiffany Michelle did this on purpose. She said she didn't realize Rounder Life's history, and I believe her. But that's why they should have some editors at Poker.org who are familiar, because this isn't a secret. I mean, everyone knows what Rounder Life is. I'm pretty shocked that Tiffany Michelle didn't know. But okay, maybe she wasn't paying attention to all the Apostle stuff. But there's enough people who know it. I mean, it's so well known. And people were shocked to see this. People are going, what? Why are you promoting this? Why are you promoting this magazine? All they do is tell everyone they're wrong about Apostle and push conspiracy theories about how there's this big plan to make Apostle look guilty when he isn't, which I've been open to hearing, by the way. I've told Mike directly. I told him directly in DMs not too long ago that if he'd like to bring evidence to me that this whole thing was a frame job by people who wanted to make him look bad in order to increase their clout in poker, show me. Because these people aren't my friends. So show me. But no one's showing me. I mean, I mentioned that on the whole long segment I did about Apostle recently. I'm still open to being shown. I haven't closed my mind to this. But no one's showing me. So if you're not going to show me, I'm going to keep my old beliefs. I'm sorry. So anyway, that was their second mistake, is tweeting that out. At least it was a kind of accidental mistake. So I'll give them that. This wasn't on purpose. Whereas the Maurice Hawkins thing, that was just an interviewer who is saying stupid things he shouldn't have been saying in creating a fake racism narrative about a guy who clearly owes money to Randy Garcia and a number of people. So before I go on to the third thing, I think it's fine that they give platforms to people like Maurice Hawkins, where they got to watch out what they say. They got to watch out what position they take, and they got to be informed. That's the problem. They just haven't been informed. The interviewer wasn't informed enough about Maurice Hawkins, or else he wouldn't have made that statement he did. And the Rounder Life thing, they just didn't realize what the history was there, at least whoever was in charge of vetting this, if there is anybody. Tiffany admitted she didn't know, and whoever else was vetting this account didn't know. So now the third thing. Let's get to the present. On April 12th, they did an interview with Justin Bonomo. Now, he's very controversial himself in a different way. He doesn't owe money, to my knowledge. He's not known as a scammer. But Justin Bonomo has pissed a lot of people off on Twitter. Justin Bonomo is very, very, very opinionated when it comes to politics and social issues. Now, you may say, I am too, which is true, but not as much as Bonomo. And we're on totally different sides, of course. He's very, 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 very liberal. But there's other liberals in poker, a lot of other liberals in poker. In fact, there's more liberals in poker than conservatives. And I can't think of one who is as obnoxious and sanctimonious as Justin Bonomo is. So the way he does it, the way he talks to people, the way he makes his statements, it ranges from intellectually dishonest to sanctimonious to hypocritical to just comically so far extreme left that it's almost like a right-winger's caricature of what a crazy lefty would be. He just never comes off as reasonable. And a lot of people feel this way, including a lot of liberals. It's not just me being conservative saying that he's crazy. Like, there's a lot of liberals who are like, wish they didn't say anything because he makes all liberals look bad. Like, there's liberal poker players out there that tweet liberal political opinions that I don't agree with, but at least they state it well and they're not crazy. I just don't agree with what they have to say. But his opinions are just so far out there, and he just states them like there's no other choice but to agree with him. So over the years, he's irritated people. He also will throw himself into stories with weird narratives, casting others as victims who don't ask for his help, especially women. So, for example, the best known one in recent times was when Daniel Negreanu, who was having a bad World Series, threw his selfie stick against the wall when he took a really bad beat late in an event. And there was a video of it. And this was not against a woman, it was against another dude. No women were involved in the whole thing. And he was just frustrated and broke his own selfie stick. So, okay, whatever. Bonomo put out a tweet that Negreanu is the reason that there's not more women playing poker. There was stuff like this. Basically, the women are going to see him doing this and not play. I doubt there's one woman anywhere in the world that saw him throw his selfie stick on the Twitter coverage and said, I was going to play poker, but since Negreanu broke his selfie stick due to a bad beat, I'm not going to play. I guarantee no woman ever said that or thought that. It was an absurd statement. But he was saying it makes women feel like not safe to play. Now, if he did this to intimidate a woman, or even if this was against a woman, fine. This had nothing to do with women. This is all dudes. Like, what is he talking about? So Negreanu put out a good response to him in a blog and really trashed Bonomo back. But he'll just put out dumb shit like this all the time, where he'll claim to be speaking for women. He'll claim to be speaking for some other group he's not part of. He'll claim to be speaking for black people. Whatever it is. Like he claims to be speaking for these victimized groups, so he says, and yet he's just like a rich white guy. So what does he know? How is he speaking for them? And none of them ever say, oh yeah, Justin, you're right. We agree with you. Like the people he speaks for supposedly don't ever say, oh yeah, Justin's spot on. This is what he's saying. Like, this is totally correct. No, nobody says that. So he really is a caricature of a rich, out-of-touch limousine liberal. So people have just been put off by him over the years. But what really was the turning point to make a lot of people hate him much more than before was the October 7th attacks. And we've talked about this before here, where the Hamas attacks on Israel on October 7th, and Bonomo was putting out really offensive takes about this, saying that he hasn't seen more than one credible report of rape by Hamas. So that really got people pissed off. First of all, that's not true. But second, he was defending Hamas that he hadn't seen more than one credible report of rape. This is a supposed feminist who actually had pink hair supposedly to signify his feminism. And yet here he's saying that they're okay because there's only been one credible rape. So one rape is okay with Justin. One rape is cool. He's a feminist, but one rape is cool. Not more than one, though. Like, what the hell is he saying? And then he was saying that Hamas had no other choice, that he can't think of a better choice than what they did to get their message across. So basically it's saying they were right. Basically he's saying, yeah, I support going over those fences and just murdering 1,200 civilians. And then he tried to walk it back because he had just recently signed with Run It Once as a coach, and Galfond got all kinds of heats. Then Galfond must have pressured him, and he came back and walked back those statements and tried to retrofit them into something that meant something different. But it was such bullshit. He really meant very clearly what he wrote there. But ever since then, people have really hated him. And every time he tweets about something, people will write back only one rape, and they'll mock him. So he really isn't liked. And he knows it. He knows this really harmed his reputation. As much as he was already controversial before that, this was like taking that and putting it on steroids. So anyway, Poker.org decided to interview him, which again is fine. I'm not a deplatformer. I believe that everybody should have a voice. Even controversial people. Even people I don't like. So even though I don't like Bonomo, and he has me blocked, and he thinks very little of me, and I think little of him. I think he's a good poker player, but as far as a person, I don't think very much of him. And he doesn't like me. But I still think he should have the right to speak. If he wants something to say, he should say it. If a place wants to interview him, he should be able to be interviewed, even if he is anti-Semitic, even if he does think that it's fine that Hamas went over the walls and the fence and killed 1,200 Jews. I think these are despicable comments, but I do feel he should have a right to do interviews. I even feel he should have a right to be a poker coach and to make poker videos and work for Phil Galfond. That doesn't mean I'll buy the videos, but I think he should have a right to do it if that person wants to hire him. And then whoever hires him will just have to deal with whatever the fallout might be from that. But I'm not saying that because he has those opinions, he should never be able to make a poker video ever again. I'm not a believer in that, about the left or right. So I'm not complaining that they interviewed Justin Bonomo. Completely fine. It's what happened after they interviewed him, which is the problem. I just want to make this clear here. I don't want people to say, Dan Druff's saying that Poker.org shouldn't interview Justin Bonomo. No, not saying that. If they want to, they can. That's completely fine. It was that Poker.org somehow didn't realize that posting a clip of the interview on Twitter was likely to get hostile responses from people. Not so much aimed at them, but aimed at him. And they just had no foresight on this. So I'm going to play you the little clip they posted, which got people mad. And this is not at all the whole interview, which is clips of the interview, but I'll play you the clips here, and then we'll talk about the comments.
It has very much negatively affected my play. I feel this obligation to kind of not let things slide online, and so I'm on Twitter while I'm playing these tournaments. And yeah, it's destroyed my focus. But
so he's already complaining that he's not as focused in these big tournaments he plays because he just feels so compelled to tweet and to respond to people that it's destroyed his focus. Well, whose fault is that? Like, why not just put the phone down if it's ruining your focus in these really expensive buy-in tournaments? That is very stupid. It's one thing to just sit with your phone and scroll through Twitter and make a few frivolous tweets, but if it's really upsetting you and it's destroying your focus in high buy-in tournaments, put down the fucking phone. What the hell is this problem?
When you're just miserable for whatever reason, you're not going to play your A game. Absolutely, what I did was wrong. My morals have changed, and I would not do it again today.
Now, is he talking about the Hamas thing? No. He is talking about the cheating that he was caught doing in 2006. Now, he was pretty young in 2006. He was early 20s in 2006. I don't know his exact age, but he was early 20s in 2006. He is a good deal younger than me, maybe like a decade. So, in 2006, he was caught multi-accounting in tournaments. That means he was entering freeze-out tournaments, ones where you only get one chance at them. He was entering it under multiple accounts at the same time. Now, as you probably know, if you've ever played a poker tournament, you do not have control of where you sit. They placed you at seats, and you can't say, I don't like this seat change, please. You're stuck wherever they put you, and it's random. So if you are playing multiple accounts at once at a tournament, you can end up being sat with yourself, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's very different than cash games, where even if you are multi-accounting, you could take care to never sit with yourself. And even though it is considered unethical these days to multi-account cash games because your opponents don't know who you are and don't know your playstyle and you know theirs, so that's unfair, it's not nearly as unfair as multi-accounting tournaments where you actually can end up at tables with yourself and you have no choice in the matter. So he did this, and by his own admission, he ended up sometimes at tables with himself because he did this so often that sometimes it was inevitable to occur. And when he was caught doing this and people asked, well, what did you do when you were at tables with yourself? How could you not collude with yourself? How could you not know what your other account's hole cards were? And how could you even prevent situations where both accounts had a good hand and you had to have both accounts in the same hand? What did you do about this? And he said, well, I just opened up a lot of cash tables at the same time so I would distract myself to bring down my edge. Come on. He wasn't distracting himself. No. He was doing this to give himself an edge to win. He put aside whatever possible moral objection he could have had because he wanted to win. That's why. It was cheating. He knew it was cheating. He chose to cheat. Now, he was in his early 20s. He was kind of new to poker. He wasn't brand new, but he was kind of new. So he could just say this was a youthful indiscretion. It was stupid. It was me being immature. And yes, it was cheating. And I've changed. I don't do things like that anymore. That's why you have not heard of any cheating scandals with me in the past 18 years. So I've reformed. I'm really sorry. This was terrible, and I wish I could take it back. It was something dumb I did when I was much younger, and I'll never do it again. And hopefully my record since then can speak for itself. That should be what he says, but it's not what he says. Listen to what he says and has been saying. What he's going to say now is very similar to what he's been saying recently. Listen to what he's saying about this, about the whole multi-accounting thing. It's all part of the same clip.
Absolutely, what I did was wrong. My morals have changed, and I would not do it again today if I had the same opportunity, and I've learned a lot from my mistakes. At the same
Okay, so that's good so far. That it was wrong. He wouldn't do it again today if he had the same opportunity. Blah, blah, blah. So far, so good.
time, I think a lot of people don't understand that it was incredibly commonplace. It wasn't actually against the rules back.
No, what? What? Justin, I was around then. You know I was around then. That was not true. It wasn't close to true. It was against the rules. That's why it was a big scandal when you were caught. It's not like people are looking back and saying, you know, in 2006, Bonomo was multi-accounting. He's like, no, you don't understand. Everybody was doing it. It was okay with the sites. Nobody got in trouble for it. It's just, you're just looking at this from the lens of 2024 about 2006 rules and morals in online poker. That's not the truth. The truth was it was against the rules. He got in trouble for it. He got his account suspended, and it was a big scandal. What the fuck is he talking about here? Listen to this again.
At the same time, I think a lot of people don't understand that it was incredibly commonplace. It wasn't actually against the rules back then. The community standards were very different.
No, they weren't. No. They were different for cash games. Cash multi-accounting then was accepted. Nobody made a big deal about it. The sites didn't make a big deal. The other players didn't make a big deal. It was just something that people did, and it was accepted. The view back then was that as long as you're not at the same table with yourself, then it doesn't matter. It's still a fair game of poker, even if people are sharing accounts or are operating multiple accounts to get action or whatever it might be. It's just in 2006, people thought that was okay. That's true. But tournament multi-accounting was never okay because, number one, it violates the whole concept of a freeze-out, and number two, and more importantly, you can end up at the same table as yourself, and there's nothing you can do to prevent that. Huge difference. That's why it was a big scandal when it happened. Oh my gosh, it's so tilting to listen to that.
I don't think it's at all comparable to multi-accounting today.
How? I don't think it's comparable to multi-accounting today. Of course it is. Of course it is. You were at the same freaking table with yourself, and you admitted this because you have no control if it happens. And you knew that. And you did it anyway. So just own it. Say, yes, I was cheating in 2006. I shouldn't have cheated in 2006. And I was young, and I just didn't think about it from that standpoint enough. And I came to realize how wrong it was. And I have been honest ever since in poker. That's all he has to say. But he's lying. He's just blatantly lying about the way it was back then. If you were playing online poker in 2006, you know I'm right. Now, I had some idiots arguing back with me on Twitter saying, oh, I was around in 2006 also, and I knew this person did it and that person did it. No, I'm not saying nobody was doing it besides him. There were other people doing it, just like there's people doing it today. Let's look at the recent multi-accounting controversies with guys like Ali Imzrovic and Jake Schindler. Are they the only two who are doing this? No. What about Bryn Kenny? Is he the only one who's doing this? No. There's a number of people who are accused of doing this, but that doesn't mean that everybody's okay with it. Once it becomes clear that certain people are doing this, then they are shamed, and rightfully so, on Twitter and other social media, and their reputation goes downhill, as it should. So, just because some people are doing it, that doesn't mean it's okay. And that was the case back then, too. He wasn't the only tournament multi-accounter, but it was never considered acceptable. In fact, at that time, there were two big tournament multi-accounting scandals. The first one was a player who played under the name A Black Car, whose name was Josh Fields, I think. And then the other one was Bonomo. He was the second one. So first a black car happened, and that guy was like 16, so that was really a kid. And then Bonomo, who was much better known than a black car, a.k.a. Josh Field, he was a much bigger scandal because he was a known successful player. Still young, but he wasn't underage or anything. And that was a big deal. Everybody discussed it. People joked about it. People scorned him for it. So what is this shit that the standards were different? They weren't. And when he lies about that, and when he knows it's a lie, because he knows what the standards were, he remembers the big scandal. He remembers it better than anybody because he lived it. He lived the shame of it. He lived having his account banned. He lived people making fun of him about it. He lived being known as a cheater and spending all these years to kind of shed that label as much as he can. So he knows better than me and anyone that this was a big deal at the time. And he's just outright lying about it. And that's why people don't like him. He comes out in such a sanctimonious manner. But, okay, it was wrong. I wouldn't do the same thing. But you got to understand the time. Everybody was doing it. It wasn't against the site's terms. Yes, it was, Justin. The way he downplays it, like, oh, it actually wasn't cheating, though. I wouldn't do it again. It was wrong, but it actually wasn't cheating, guys. It wasn't. Nobody thought it was. You got to understand the time period. Just such bullshit. So, okay, that's not the fault of Poker.org, though. You know, he's going to say what he's going to say in the interview. That's the whole point of an interview. You have people that you interview that are not always good people, and you let them hang themselves, and you let the audience judge what they say. That's what I did here with Mickey Moz. I let him be very condescending and nasty to me, and I just kind of tolerated it and just asked him my questions, and I let the audience judge what they thought of him. And people did not think very highly of him, rightfully so. So, what's Poker.org's mistake in this whole thing? Well, for whatever reason, they interview someone who is so controversial, especially since all of the Hamas stuff, and they don't bother to think, what are we going to do when people bash him? What are we going to do when the response is very negative? Not so much to us interviewing him, but just the response to him is negative. What happens when the response to this tweet thread promoting this interview gets a lot of comments bashing him? Now, what should be the correct response for Poker.org here? The correct response is the easiest response. Nothing. You just do nothing. You let people say what they're going to say. Because if you're going to interview someone controversial that a lot of people hate, then there's going to be negative comments, and you just let those comments be. Now, if you don't want your Twitter account to have full of negative replies to your tweets, then you don't interview someone like Justin Bonomo, or if you do, you don't promote it on Twitter. But if you're going to interview someone like him and promote it on Twitter, you have to expect there's going to be a lot of negative comments about the guy in response. And if either you or he is uncomfortable with that, then don't tweet about it. What you can't do is tweet about this and then flip out when you start seeing the negative comments roll in. So first, they decided the proper response was to hide all of the negative comments. Dude, that's going to work out. So here's a sample of them. Because what you can do on Twitter is you can hide comments. If you're the original tweeter, you can hide the replies that you don't like. Now, hiding them doesn't delete them. It puts them in a special hidden section that if people know to look for them, they can click on it, and then they can see them all. So it doesn't show up in the main tweets, but anyone who knows to click on the little hidden tweets button can then see the hidden tweets. So here's a selection of them. Aaron Burr, 28, who listens to this show, by the way. LOLs, hashtag liberalism is a mental disease. McGruff wrote, mental illness is real, folks. Please seek therapy. Rue Pix wrote, boohoo. Big Ten Super League wrote, God damn, those ears are jarring. They're referring to his ears that stick out, which is kind of funny. Quote, only one rape. I knew I'd get a comment like that in response to this interview. Well, I didn't get the comment, but he got the comment. Jody Knish wrote, piece of shit is full of excuses for himself and condemnation for everyone else. Very accurate. That's exactly what he is condemning everyone else and excusing his mistakes. Someone else just posted a laughing GIF. A person named Ryan wrote, "This guy is a fag." Another person wrote, "It's giving white guilt." Bryn Lee Mack wrote, "Of course it's affected your play. You're softer than baby shit, Bono bitch." Bryn Lee Mack also wrote, "Yeah, playing with one account is definitely harder than multi-accounting." Richie Hero 2.0 wrote, "I appreciate he wants to do the right thing, but what I don't appreciate is his hatred of Jews. And I guarantee he doesn't even know he hates us. Thinking there's only one rape as if he would have any idea and forcibly saying it online is unforgivable." Now, let's stop at this one. You can almost understand why they're hiding comments like, quote, "This guy is a fag." Okay? Like, I still don't think you should hide him, because if you're going to post a controversial interview, you got to let the offensive comments stand. But you can say, okay, comments like, quote, "This guy is a fag," maybe hide those. Okay? But look at Richie Hero 2.0. This guy was very reasonable and very polite. He said, "I appreciate he wants to do the right thing, but what I don't appreciate is his hatred of Jews. And I guarantee he doesn't even know he hates us. Thinking there was only one rape as if he would have any idea and forcibly saying it online is unforgivable." Very eloquently stated. He didn't insult him. He didn't use any profanity. He didn't use any epithets. He didn't make fun of how he looked. Just didn't appreciate Bonomo's comments back in October about the Hamas attacks and put it in a very gentle way. That still got hidden. They couldn't even leave that up. Lorenzo wrote, "F him, Nazi dog." Person going by Jim Morrison, obviously not the real one because he'd be tweeting from the grave. He's a cheater. Willie McFML of Poker Fraud Alert wrote, "Top cuck." Then he also noticed that all the replies were getting hidden, including that one, and wrote, "Why all the hidden replies? Is poker.org against free speech?" And then that reply got hidden. Oh my goodness. Ken Dog wrote, "I will say this as poker players understand. Stick to talking poker. No one gives a shit about anything else you say, especially when you speak nonsense like this fool." Michael Lauer wrote, "Boohoo, grow up. This man's a giant baby." DGen97 wrote, "Won't read the article or watch the video. Bono homo is an embarrassment to the poker community." And then Red Rhino wrote, "He's got the Canadian mind virus." Now, I'm sure there would have been much more. I read you all the hidden comments. You may say, well, okay, that's a lot of them, but it's not like a tremendous number. Well, that's because there couldn't be any more comments to hide, because then they decided they're just going to turn off comments entirely. Great decision, guys. So you can't comment anymore. They did that fairly quickly when they noticed that just about every single comment was negative. So they just shut down all the comments. Isn't that nice? Just no comments. So that is not the way to handle things like this. If you want to interview someone like Bonomo, you have to leave comments open and you can't hide them. And the good thing for them was, notice these comments weren't bashing them for it. They were bashing Bonomo himself. So what are they doing? Protecting him here? Like, what the hell are they doing? Why interview a controversial person if people cannot object to him? And as you notice, like this Richie Hero 2.0, he was polite about it. He still got his comment hidden. So then people were mocking Poker.org for turning off comments after hiding them. So this really made them look bad, and people mocked them again. And people are saying, hey, this is like another L for them. You know, like, how many times are they going to screw up here? This is the third time in less than 2 months. I don't think this is intentional. I just think they're not thinking over there at Poker.org. But yeah, guys, if you're going to interview controversial people, one, don't help them push bullshit narratives. That was with Maurice Hawkins. I haven't watched this full interview, but with Maurice Hawkins, they definitely did. And number two, if you're going to interview someone controversial, you need to let negative comments stand. Otherwise, stick to the milquetoast, mundane stuff. Just stick to interviewing people who win bracelets and who are running training sites or heartwarming stories about people whose lives have been enriched by poker, or people who came from nothing and made a living with poker and were able to support their family with it and help their mom with it. Stick to those stories which are non-controversial, which are sweet and heartwarming. Don't interview controversial people who a lot of people dislike if you cannot allow your audience to comment back on them. It's your choice to interview these people. And I support your interviewing them. But you have to allow reactions. Otherwise, it looks really bad. I don't know how they don't know this. I probably should play the Bonomo interview and comment on it, and it'd probably be fun, but I'm just not in the mood for it. I'm really just not in the mood for it. Because, I already know what he's going to say. It's just more of the same bullshit. Like, if it was something current and interesting, fine, but we've already been through everything with him. So I don't feel like doing it. But yeah, Poker.org, be careful with these controversial interviews. Either do them or don't, but if you do them right. Well, it's gotten pretty late, and I still have some stuff left to do. And looking at the time here, what I see is that... Am I supposed to say something here? I'm just not going to. I'm tired of this. I'm just not going to cooperate this time. This is just not something I'm going to do anymore. I'm going on strike. Just gonna let the music pass by, the lovely music that is from the show Masterpiece Theater that Dandra stole. What happened there? What happened? Colonel Fabrisham is not cooperating. Because I have to use him more on the show. He's been kind of relegated to that one little segment. I guess he doesn't like that. Okay. Well, this is Druffytime Theater, and this is a special one by request. Usually these are just my ideas of what to talk about. This is a segment where I talk about something in my life, either past, present, sometimes way in the past, just to let you guys get to know me better, just to kind of create a little bit of a break, make more of a lighthearted segment of the show that isn't about poker or gambling. And this time, I am doing it by request. I'm doing a topic that somebody asked me to do. Now, what could possibly be the reason why I would do something that I was asked to do? Well, money is the reason. $50 was sent to me by a listener. He didn't specify it would be for the free roll, but I will use it for the free roll anyway, when we have one again. And I was sent $50 to do a topic by request. I didn't formally agree to this, but because I like this person, I will. So the topic that he requested was me discussing what it was like growing up in LA in the 80s and 90s. Now, I think this guy may have forgotten my age, even though he's not far from my age. He's a little younger than me, but not that much. But I think he may have forgotten that I did not grow up in the 90s. By the time 1990 came, I was already 18. So I'm going to talk about what it was like to grow up in the 70s and 80s, because those were the two decades I grew up. In fact, I almost lived throughout both decades in full. I was born in early 72. That's why I'm 52 years old now. And that made me just short of 18, very close to 18, when the 1980s came to an end. And I can remember the 70s from like 76 on. And the 80s, of course, I remember entirely. And I entered almost as an 8-year-old, and I exited almost as an 18-year-old. But he really was looking to hear about the experience growing up in the LA area. Not so much as growing up then, because he's only a few years younger than me, so I'm sure he remembers what it was like to grow up during that time. So I'll try to focus this more on LA itself than just me. Though it's kind of hard not to focus on me, because that's my only experience. Anyway, I should start off by reminding everybody that I was not born in California. I was not born on the West Coast. I was born on the East Coast. I was born in the greater New York City area. And had I not been moved by my parents at the age of 1 in 1973, then my childhood would have been very different. I would have grown up near New York City. New York would have been a big part of who I was. And I've always had kind of a fascination with the New York City area for that reason. Because I kind of see it like in an alternate universe. A different version of me grew up there. And I've always wondered what my life would have been like if I grew up there instead of California. I'm not saying I wish I did. I'm just saying I wonder what it would have been like if I grew up there. I've also wondered how I'd sound different. Would I have like a thick New York accent? I wouldn't sound identical, I'm pretty sure. So anyway, when I was 1, obviously I don't remember this, I was moved to Southern California, to a suburb of LA County, and this suburb was in the southwest of LA County. Kind of an upper middle class area. Not a rich area, but just kind of like upper middle class. So I didn't grow up with a rich lifestyle. I wasn't a spoiled kid. I really had pretty much something similar to what most middle-class LA kids had growing up. So that's sometimes a misconception about me. So there's some people who believe that I grew up in a rich family. So first of all, my parents actually were not from rich families. And I was born when they were in their 20s. So my parents didn't come from money. And they were in their 20s when they had me. So obviously I was not born into money. And I grew up generally in a kind of upper middle class existence. It was a nice neighborhood, and there really wasn't much crime there. But there was crime in areas that were outlying, that were not very far away. And once I was able to drive, then I ended up kind of going to it. Not to go commit crime or be where crime was being committed, but just because I went around the area and I was exposed to everything, which was actually good. It was actually allowing me to see everything and not be sheltered. As I said earlier, I remember starting from 1976 when I was 4 years old. And at the time, California was somewhat different than it is today. Today, California is known as a dark blue state, something that's dominated by Democrats, very much politically left, and the California of those days was quite different. In fact, it was going for the Republicans in political elections, and it was not known as a liberal state, even though there were some liberal areas like San Francisco. And LA, while still a Democratic city as far as the way it would lean politically, it was, again, much less than it is now. And things were less politically polarized in those days, as you guys remember. I'm not just talking about in LA, I'm talking about everywhere. So, really just growing up, I didn't feel like I was growing up in a Democratic state, which it actually wasn't, or a liberal area. Nothing like that. I just felt like I'm growing up in the greater LA area. LA had just recently had a population explosion. For a long time, LA was below Chicago in its population. Over time, people were moving from the eastern U.S., from places where the weather wasn't that good, to LA, where the weather is much more mild. Something that people don't realize about LA is the weather isn't quite what they think unless they've been there a lot or for some period of time. Some people believe LA is like Florida, where it's just never cold. That's false. Some people believe that it hardly rains in LA. That's false. Some people think that it rains year-round in LA. That's also false. So the weather in LA is kind of unique in that it's mild, but it does have seasons. So LA does have a winter. Depending on where you are in the LA area, It can be below freezing some nights in the winter. And even if you're in one of the warmer parts of LA in the winter, it'll still be in the 40s at night. And the daytime usually be like 50s and 60s. So it's not like Miami where you're feeling summer-like the whole year round. So that's something people don't realize. They take a vacation to LA in December and expect they're going to have summer-like weather, and then they're very surprised when it's 53 degrees and raining. And then they're outside at night and it's 38 degrees. They just go, wait a minute, this isn't what I came for. So people get confused by that. So there are seasons in LA, and almost all the rain is confined between October 15th and April 15th. And the vast majority is confined between November 15th and March 15th. So from April 15th through October 15th, there's very little rain. And once you get past like May 1st, there's almost no rain until usually mid-October. So that's what I got used to. I got used to, you have the rainy season and you have the dry season where it's super, super dry, even drier than Las Vegas, which will get its thunderstorms and showers. Even LA doesn't get that in the summer. Once in a while it does, like last year, but not common. In the 70s, there's only so much that I paid attention to because I was just paying attention to being a kid, really. I was paying attention more to what was in front of my face. Something that I liked doing was going to Marineland, which isn't there anymore. It's kind of a lower grade SeaWorld. And it was in Rancho Palos Verdes. It wasn't easy to get to for most people because it's all the way there on the coast, as you would guess. And it was, really on the ocean. They even had a sea animal rescue center where they find injured sea lions and other animals like that and would nurse them back to health. And then they also had the marine park where you could see shows of killer whales and of dolphins, and you could see animals in the tank. There was even a feature there you could go in and swim with them. So it was not as big as SeaWorld at any point, but it was kind of a cool place to visit. And I went there a lot in the 70s and early 80s. Eventually it closed in 1987, simply so the whales could be taken by SeaWorld. The same company that owned SeaWorld bought Marineland because it basically got run in the ground. What happened was the owner of Marineland died, and it went to his son, who then was really cheap and ran the place into the ground. So then people stopped coming, and he sold it to the company that owned SeaWorld. And they basically just bought it to take the whales because they had better whales in Marineland than SeaWorld did. And then they closed the park. So that upset a lot of people in the area. I didn't live far from there, so that's why I went there a lot. It was cool. I was watching an episode of the Rockford Files, and they actually had a very good depiction of Marineland from the air. So the memories came rushing back because they had a little segment at Marineland, and they had an aerial shot and a shot while actually there on location. So it was cool to see that because I only had my memories, and I saw it in Rockford Files. Like, oh yeah, I remember all that. I watched a lot of TV in those days as a kid, as most kids did at that time. There's a host of a TV show that was on in the morning that was basically running a lot of Popeye cartoons. Eventually, another show started right after the same host called the Family Film Festival. Anyway, this host's name was Tom Hatton, and I really liked him. For some reason, I really liked his show. And I really liked Popeye also. So that was the reason I started watching it. But I got to like Tom Hatton himself. And I heard at Marineland that they were going to have Tom Hatton there one day signing autographs. And I was like 5 years old. So I asked my mom to take me, and she did. And we met him, and he was very nice. And he signed an autograph, and he gave me a Popeye decal to iron on to a t-shirt, like a blank t-shirt. So I was very happy to have that. I was all ready to wear my Popeye shirt to school. And then my mom messed it up and ruined it. So she wrote to Tom Hatton, because I was very upset about this, and asked if there's any chance they could send another one to us. And he was very nice. He actually typed back a letter. And he definitely didn't have like a secretary do it because it had typos in it, and it definitely wasn't typed by someone who's used to typing letters to people. But he typed up a letter himself and joked about the situation and included another decal. So I thought that was really nice of him. And he actually lived very long. You know, he lived until I think age 97. He didn't die too long ago. It was maybe 5 years ago he died. Maybe more recently than that. Something I kind of came to realize many years later, just from thinking back to him, I go, you know what? I didn't notice this as a kid, but he kind of had some gay mannerisms. Like, he wasn't a flaming gay guy, but he kind of had some gay mannerisms thinking back to this, which I didn't notice at all at the time. And then I looked it up, and, because he was an older guy, not that old then, but, he was someone who was born a long time ago. Obviously, if he died recently, like age 97. So most guys then, especially ones in the public eye, didn't come out, but I figured it out by reading enough articles that he was gay. But it didn't really matter. I mean, he was a very nice guy, and very nice to respond to my mom with a hand-typed letter and sending me that new decal. So that was cool. Anyway, in the 70s, I kind of just did what other kids did. I ran around the neighborhood playing with my friends, and didn't really pay that much attention to my surroundings. I had already become a fan of the Dodgers by that point, because my dad was bringing me to games starting I was 5 years old. So I was a fan of the Dodgers then. And Dodger Stadium is one of the few stadiums which is still standing from that time. So they've changed a few things there, but a lot of it is still the same as it was back when I was a young kid. In fact, until Vin Scully retired and then eventually passed away, there were a lot of things that were the same. I mean, you had Vin Scully still doing the announcing for the team. You still had Tommy Lasorda that was present, even though he wasn't really in a real position anymore. You still had Dodger Stadium. You have all these other teams that wrecked their stadium and built a new one and moved locations. I mean, you have Dodger Stadium, the exact same place it's always been, same stadium it's always been, just with a few modifications. And that's kind of comforting, to go to Dodger Stadium and be in the same place that I was in when I was a kid. And to take my son there and have him be part of the whole scene there the way I was when my parents took me. Now, my parents didn't have the same appreciation for good seats, nor did they really know how to get them like I do now. Now, to be fair, it's a lot easier to get them now because you can do it online and figure out how to get a good deal and figure out tricks with that, which are much harder to do back in those days. But at the same time, they just didn't find it as valuable to have very good seats there as I do. So Benjamin kind of takes that for granted. I always try to tell him, look, we could be way up there. That was something I always enjoyed. I like going to Dodger games, even as a young kid. And in the 80s, there, of course, I was starting to get older and starting to become more aware of my surroundings and more aware of LA. I didn't leave the immediate area all that much, except when my parents would take me on trips. But I didn't go into the LA area that much. So, yeah, I'd go for Dodger games. Really, once in a while, something else there. But for the most part, I was in my own little suburb and sometimes the cities right next to it. But I didn't really venture out much further, and I really didn't have a way to. I went to public school. I, in fact, never have attended a private school in my life. Even my colleges were public. So I really have never been to any kind of private school unless you count preschool. So I had the public school experience. I was not part of the LA district, thankfully, because the LA district had a lot of problems. It still does have a lot of problems. One issue with the LA district is it's too large and too bureaucratic, and they have school busing. So even if you live in a nice neighborhood, they are going to bus kids in from lesser neighborhoods. And this isn't me being racist or elitist or anything. I'm not talking about race or even income. I'm talking about the type of kids that will get bussed in. So in the 80s, there was a lot of gang problems in LA, as I'm sure you've heard about. In fact, they made movies about that. So the last thing you wanted in your school in the 80s was for gang members to be bussed into your otherwise safe neighborhood. So that didn't happen to me because I was in a district that was only for that suburb and not for LA. and it wasn't part of LA City, so I wasn't in the LA district, and therefore the public school was safe and had no gang members at all. So that was nice. That was nice. I didn't have to worry about that at school. What wasn't as nice was that a lot of the people that were at my school were from a rich neighborhood. And their families had a lot of money. They were very spoiled. And you could tell in their attitudes. So I couldn't relate to those kids really well. I really just don't like arrogant, snooty people. I never have. Not as a kid, not now. So those type of kids I never could relate to. And there were a lot of them in the schools I went to. So while the schools were very safe and the environment for learning was fine, and there weren't any of those type of distractions, some of the kids I didn't care for that much. So I guess in some way it's a trade-off. Still would rather go to where I went than one of these gang-ridden schools. And in fact, there was a big problem in the 80s where if you lived in LA and you were in the LA district, the schools became so crappy and so dangerous that all these private schools popped up that were crappy, but still better than the public schools because they didn't have the gang problem. So there'd be these crappy private schools that would be expensive, and parents would sign up for them, even knowing they're crappy, just to get their kids out of the public school. So I had friends that went to the LA district that were in some really crappy private schools, and their parents were paying a fortune for them, and I said, why are you still at this school if it sucks so much? And your parents know it sucks. And they say, because they don't want me in private school, and the better private schools are filled up. Or some of the private schools had an admissions requirement where you have to pass some tests to show that you're smart, and these kids didn't do well enough. So whatever it was, they were just in the crappy private schools. And in fact, even Kent Scaler was in some of those schools at some point. He was kind of in a mixture of the public and private schools. I didn't know him yet. I'm just mentioning that offhandedly. But I was in public the whole time, just not in the LA district. In 1985, I went to a summer camp, and I met a kid who probably had Asperger's. In fact, I'd be shocked if he didn't have Asperger's, but they didn't have that term then. But thinking back, it seems like almost 100% the guy had Asperger's. And a lot of people picked on him because he was so different. Now, I found him interesting. I didn't pick on him at all. I was very nice to him. And I was very interested in what he had to say. I noticed he was weird, but I didn't mind that. That was fine. I was happy being friends with weirdos. So his weirdness didn't bother me, though I did notice it. But a lot of the other kids who were there at the camp were picking on him all the time, and I was like the only one that was nice to him. So among the things he told me about was that he went online to computer bulletin boards, and it just sounded so cool. I had a computer, but I had no way to connect to anything with my computer. So I thought this would be so cool if I got a modem and got online like this kid did. So I asked my mom for one when I got back from the camp, and she said, well, maybe we'll get it for you for your birthday, which wasn't coming up anytime soon. So I had to wait till my 14th birthday in early 1986 to be bought this modem. And that was the beginning of my time online. I have now been online for 38 years, more than 38 years. And that opened up a whole new world, especially because unlike today's internet, you weren't connecting to people all over the world. You were just dialing into computer bulletin boards, which were local. Otherwise, it would cost you money to make the phone calls. So I was dialing into local bulletin boards, which were a local phone call, but I was getting to know kids from areas other than my own. Of course, it was still the LA area, but it was further outlying areas that I had normally not gone to. So I made friends from those type of areas. And once I was able to drive in 1988 when I was 16, I started to go out there and hang out with these people. And, it was interesting. It was interesting to see neighborhoods that were different than where I lived and to hang out in them and to just see how life was different around LA and see the way things were around LA, the good areas, the bad areas. And I didn't fear it. I just went wherever. I never said, I'm not going over here because this area is bad or it's scary or anything like that. I just went. And there was a lot more crime in those days than there is now. And that's one thing that you might be confused about from news reports you hear today. So you have the right saying that crime is so terrible nowadays, it's the worst it's ever been. You have the left saying, no, that's not true. The right is lying about this, and crime is lower than it was, in the year 2000 or in the late 90s or whatever they compare it to. And then they'll show you some stats, and you go, okay, maybe they're right. Maybe the Republicans are lying. Well, of course, as is the case often in politics, both sides aren't being completely accurate. The peak of crime in the country and LA was in the early 90s, around like 91, 92. That's when it peaked. And then it had a steep decline after that. We're not going to get into the reasons why. That's a whole different discussion. But crime was increasing every year after I was born. I'm talking about violent crime. Through the early 90s, at which point it began to turn around. So every year it was getting more dangerous. And LA had a big gang problem, as I mentioned. And, there were parts of it that were kind of scary, just these drive-bys that would happen. Sometimes they'd shoot the wrong person. The gang members weren't looking to target me, because I wasn't one of their rivals. I was just a white kid. But sometimes there were people who would get shot, either because they would piss off a gang member, or they would be erroneously believed to be one of their rivals when it was just someone innocent, or they just get caught in the crossfire. So I didn't relish going into gang-ridden areas, but at the same time I wasn't afraid of them, especially during the day, and I would just go. And I'd just kind of look around. Just kind of would hang out in whatever area I happened to be, where I was visiting or who I was visiting, and we would just go around the LA area. And I actually think that was good to see and good to experience, rather than just kind of sitting in a sheltered existence in the suburb. And, I was always a kid who had kind of an independent spirit. I was the opposite of the kid who wanted to just live a perpetual childhood or adolescence. In fact, I was too much in a hurry to grow up. I was too much in a hurry to be independent, be on my own, live kind of like an adult life. I wasn't looking so much like, hey, I want to go to work every day. I just kind of like the idea of being independent, making all my own decisions, being just my own guy, and I just kind of rushed all that a little too quickly. It's one of those things, if I were to go back, I would tell myself not to worry about so much, just to enjoy being young, and there'd be plenty of time to be old later, like right now. So anyway, because I had that kind of attitude, I like just going out on my own and seeing things on my own, experiencing things on my own. And I don't just mean like by myself. I mean like me and my friends or whatever. LA had a lot of different terrain. So of course, still does. If you're not from the area, you may not know this. But in addition to beaches, you also have mountains and desert nearby. You probably realize the desert. The mountains you may not. So there are mountains surrounding LA. And I learned how to ski when I was 9 years old. And then I would go every year and ski. And I really looked forward to that. In fact, I'd be so excited about going on these ski trips I couldn't sleep the night before. And we went to Big Bear for many years. I shouldn't say many years, probably like 4 years, until my dad discovered Tahoe, which is much further away. Tahoe is nowhere near LA. So it was a long drive there, like 480 miles or something, very far. But we would drive to Tahoe, and the skiing was way, way better there. And we actually stayed at Harrah's usually, which of course is still there. But I first learned to ski in Big Bear, which is in Southern California. It's not in LA, but it's in the greater LA area. And there are still ski resorts there. I got my first broken bone of my life at Big Bear when I was almost 17 years old. And I was probably skiing the best I'd ever skied on that day, even though the conditions weren't very good. And that probably is what caused me to break my arm, because I was kind of just being a little too reckless, and I went over a mogul and fell awkwardly and just slammed down on my wrist. And that broke the wrist, and that put me in a cast for some time. Little aside, I may have told you guys this before. I probably have. But, I was on these computer bulletin boards then, and by this point, in early '89, I was on some computer bulletin boards that spanned like the entire greater LA area because they were bigger and they had a lot of phone numbers around the LA area people could call locally from all over the place. And there were girls on there. It kind of had like a semi-dating theme to it, though it was kind of more of a place just people to talk, mostly young people. But like it also kind of had a dating theme, and a number of people did date from there. So I had never dated anyone by this point, and I was on there with the broken arm, typing with one hand, and it was very difficult, and I hated it. So I ended up chatting with a girl there, and normally I would talk for a while and see if we hit it off, and then kind of slowly directed towards getting her on the phone to call her up. And I hadn't actually met any of these girls. Like, I hadn't done it that often, but that was kind of like the few times I did, that was the way I would go about it. I wouldn't just like chat with a girl and say, hey, give me your number. But I talked to this girl like 5 minutes, and then just 5 minutes into the conversation, I said, look, you're probably going to say no to this, but I can't stand this anymore. I just broke my arm. I can't stand typing anymore. So I'd really like to keep talking to you, but I can't do it on here. So if you'd like to keep talking to me, give me your phone number. If you don't, I understand. So she's like, okay, here, give me your number. So I guess that was a quick way to get a number. So then I called her up and we started talking, and we ended up talking like every day for quite some time. I made the mistake of telling her that like I'd never dated a girl before. I never kissed anyone before. Of course, I was still a virgin. I shouldn't have said all this stuff because it just made her imagine that I was really ugly, which I wasn't, but like she thought I was. So she wasn't like really keen on meeting me. She didn't say that, but that was her thought, which I found out later, that she wasn't really dying to meet me because she figured I was like an ugly virgin who was now 17 years old and had never dated anyone in any way. So anyway, when I finally did meet her, which was because one of my friends got to know her too and went and got her like within like a day or two of knowing her, and then she asked him to bring her over to meet me too. Once she actually was brought to me, she actually really liked me. In fact, was surprised she was attracted to me. She was sure she was not going to be. So that kind of started up everything. And I'm not going to tell the whole story. I think I may have told it before, but that ended up being the girl I lost my virginity to, which none of this would have happened if I didn't have the broken arm. The only reason I got her number so fast was because of the broken arm. And I have a feeling if my arm wasn't broken, like, I just never would have gotten there. Because she wasn't all that interesting to chat with, was the truth. I think I wouldn't have even asked for her number. Like, she was better on the phone than in chat. So I think I just wouldn't have been interested in... She was also kind of far away. I think I would have never asked for the number if it wasn't for my arm being broken. That's kind of a weird side effect of my arm being broken. But as we got through the late 80s, like, I wanted to explore the area since I had a car. And I like going to new cities. I like going to all the different suburbs of LA. I made friends online from places like the San Fernando Valley. And I would go out there where I'd never really spent any time before. And I got to know that very well. And eventually I met some girls online from that area too and dated them. So I got to know the Valley very well, which is technically part of LA. In fact, it's LA City. It's just not really thought of as LA by locals. But I liked going to new areas of LA and Southern California and just getting to see it and getting to experience it. When it came time to go to college, this is in 1990, I graduated high school in 1990, I got accepted to everywhere I applied, but I kind of settled on something that was not really close but not really far. Like, I didn't want to go all the way to Northern California. I didn't want to go out of state. I wanted something that was reasonably drivable to get back to my parents' house, like on weekends if I wanted to. So that's why I ended up going to University of California, Santa Barbara, which is not part of LA, but 2+ hour drive back, and I was at my parents' house if I wanted to be. So sometimes I'd go back there and would see my friends from that area. I appeared in the LA Times. I know I've told this story before, but since it's an LA story, I got to tell you guys. I appeared in the LA Times in 1990 as an 18-year-old, I got fascinated with a column that was in the LA Times called Only in LA. And Only in LA was a column that highlighted a lot of humorous things about LA, sometimes of crazy or incorrect or dueling street signs, or just other weird things that were found around town. It was a very good column, and it was funny. It was very clever, and I really looked forward to it every day in the LA Times. Of course, I'm sure you guys remember back in those days when like getting a newspaper was something that was part of your day, and you'd read the newspaper, and if you were a sports fan, you'd open up a sports section and read all the stats and read all the stories. I know I did that. And whatever else was interesting to you in the paper. The entertainment section, the section about the stuff in the city. So anyway, I found Only in LA, and I was reading it every day. And then, back then, LA only had one area code. That's not really true. There were two area codes at that point. It started off as one area code, as 213. Then in 1984, it split to 213 and 818. But that was it. The entire LA was 213 or 818. Like the entire LA County, except for some very outlying parts of the county. So 818 was like the valley, and 213 was the rest of it. So I was in 213. And I started getting all these calls about Fidelity investments one day. Just over and over and over and over, my phone ringing about Fidelity. I go, what the fuck happened here? Like, why is everybody calling up thinking my number is Fidelity Investments? I had the number for a while. Like, how'd this happen? So what I figured out, I think from someone who finally told me, where I asked, like, where'd you get this number? The rest were hanging up on me when I said that it wasn't Fidelity, or when I asked them questions. But someone told me, and I went and looked up what they told me, and they were right, that in the back of the LA Times was Fidelity's investment hotline that they just started, where you could call up, and using your touch-tone phone, you could get information about your account without having to speak to a human being. So they had a full-page ad in the back of the LA Times, very expensive to buy. And it was the same phone number as mine, because the phone number is actually 800 and those 7 digits, the 800 toll-free area code, but they printed the 800 too small, so it looked like it was just those 7 digits. So people would pick up their phone, dial those 7 digits, and they got me. Anyone in 213 got me. So I got just inundated with calls. So I finally got tired of this. I'm like, I have no way out of this. What am I going to do? I didn't even know who to call at Fidelity to complain about this. And if I did, how long was it going to take for them to change it? Or would they change it? They probably weren't going to change it. So I was very upset about this. And I had like a custom phone number that was a cool number. In fact, that's why theirs was similar to it, because they had the same cool number. It was just an 800 area code. So I decided to play a prank. I took my answering machine and I recorded an outgoing message saying something like, "Hello, you've reached Fidelity Investments. We're sorry to inform you that we have moved our headquarters to South America. Your accounts are not accessible, and we're not sure if it will be accessible anytime soon. Please be patient. At the moment, we cannot give you any further information about your funds. Thank you." Something like that. Pretty short message. So some people believed it. Some people were just so pissed and yelling, "Fuck you!" And they were really pissed. They were really believing it, that they thought their money was stolen. Other people laughed and said this is a funny prank. Other people left kind of joke messages back to me. Others just were confused and said, "What? Hello? What? You got what? Did I call the right number?" And then they'd hang up and call back. You'd hear someone yelling back to his wife, "Hey, what's going on? You listen to this." So I got all these weird messages. I just didn't answer the phone. I just let people get this all day for several days. Anyway, very soon after that, they printed a new full-page ad saying they've changed their phone number. And they posted the changed phone number, and this time the 800 was printed really big. And that changed phone number is still their number to this day. So they would actually have a different number today if it were not for me, from something 34 years ago. Anyway, I thought this might be interesting to Only in LA. And I called up and I told them, and they agreed, and they printed it. And I'm pretty sure I've told you guys this before, but there was a person who was a guest columnist who was a woman in her late 30s. She wasn't the main columnist, but she did it whenever the main guy was out. So I happened to get her when I told the story. And she thought it was very interesting and printed the story about me. But she didn't realize I was 18 years old, and I sounded very similar to how I do now. So she thought I was probably around her age. And she was really, really, really friendly to me. She didn't say anything like inappropriate or sexual or anything, but boy, she was talking to me for a very long time and laughing and just really, really enjoying talking to me, I could tell. And I wasn't someone with a big head who thought everybody liked talking to me, but she definitely did. She was definitely enjoying the conversation. She was definitely really liking our phone call about this whole thing, even though it was just a business matter to her, because I was just telling her this story that she was going to write up there. But she thought the whole prank I pulled was so funny, and she thought I was so funny and I was so interesting, and she was just really enjoying talking to me and took a lot longer on the phone with me than she had to, and just wasn't getting off anytime soon from the phone, even after I had finished telling her the story. Then she started making small talk with me. So at one point she said on the phone call, "So what are you going to do with the phone number?" And this wasn't like part of the interview. We were done with the interview by then, but she was just talking back and forth. She said, "So what are you going to do with your phone number?" And I said, "Oh, I'm probably going to be disconnecting it next month because I'm going to college." And she said, What? College? Why are you going to college? How old are you?" And I said, "I'm 18. And she's like, 18? 18? How could you be 18? I go, "Well, I am 18. She says, "You don't sound 18. I said, "I am 18. That's why I'm going to college." And she said, But you sound like you're 35 or so. I was so sure that you... I just can't see how you could... I just thought that... Well, okay, thank you for your time, sir, and then we'll print the article soon." And she got right off the phone. So she was embarrassed. She had been flirting with an 18-year-old. So I was actually flattered by that, though, that this sophisticated woman, which she was, like she was a smart, sophisticated woman who was like wrote a lot of different columns for the Times. She was actually kind of known around LA too. That she found my personality appealing and thought I was like some dude her age that she would have liked, and that she found I was 18. I wasn't into women that age. I just was liking the phone call that she was impressed with me. I didn't realize she thought I was older. I just thought she was enjoying the phone call. And I was kind of thinking, like, why did she want to talk so much to an 18-year-old? And then I learned that she didn't think I was 18. And she was so shocked when I said what my real age was, which I wasn't trying to hide. But yeah, it was cool that I was in the newspaper. I didn't tell anybody. I just told my parents the next day to open up the newspaper, and there I was. They were impressed by it. I'm not even sure if I had told them about the prank I pulled. I know I've told this story before too, but I might as well include it and then we'll be done with the segment. I went to the Forum, which is where the Lakers used to play, in 1988, late 1988 for the 88-89 NBA season. And I saw the Lakers play, I believe it was the Supersonics. I believe the Lakers won the game. And I went with a new friend I had made from the computer bulletin board. In fact, he had free tickets to it somehow. I forgot where he got them. I think he may have won it in a radio contest or something. But he and I had met for the first time that day in person. And we went to the game, and we enjoyed it. And he seemed cool, and like I was happy I met him. He seemed like a good guy. I wanted to stay friends with him. And on the way home, I was driving through Inglewood, which was a bad area. A lot of gangs there. I accidentally cut off some gang members when a third lane on the right side of the road became a parking lane. So all of a sudden there's parked cars there, and this car full of the gang members, they're trying to get over, and I didn't realize they were trying to get over, and I almost caused them to hit a parked car. So that wasn't good. They were very, very angry at me. And they pulled up alongside of me, which was very scary in those days. And they rolled down the window, very scary, and they started yelling all kinds of obscenities at me. And I was trying to calm them down. This time I was scared. This time I was worried. My new friend, he was especially worried. He was actually ducking down. He was on the floor, expecting shots to ring out. I could not get on the ground because I was driving. So I was trying to yell back, "I'm sorry, I didn't see you. I didn't see what that lane did." I tried to say things, but they're just shouting over me. all kinds of obscenities. There's 4 of them in the car. So then they started following me. Wherever I went, they followed. I tried to turn, they would turn. No matter what I did, if I changed lanes, they changed lanes. The good news is they were no longer getting right beside me, like what happens at drive-bys, but they were following me. So I think, how's this going to end? Do I have to outrun them? If I try to outrun them, what's going to happen? What if I try to outrun them and they catch me? Are they just following me until we get somewhere more private and then they can shoot me when there's no witnesses? I didn't know what it was. I was only 16 and I was a fairly new driver. I'd been driving for less than a year, obviously. I was in an area I didn't really know. Of course, there's no GPS back then as far as navigation. But I didn't really care about getting lost. I just wanted to get away from them. Of course, I had no cell phone to call police, nothing like that. So my friend was panicking. What do we do? What do we do? I thought there's only one solution to this. So I told them, I have an idea how we can get out of this one. So I signaled to go to the left turn lane. They signaled to go to the left turn lane. And they got right behind me. And he said, what are you doing? That's a small street we're going to turn into. They're going to execute us there. Why would you turn onto that street? At least we're on a major street here. And I said, just trust me. So I waited. The traffic from behind was starting to come. And I noticed there's a big line of cars that was coming, including some trucks, some big trucks. So I waited until that line of traffic got very close, and the light was green, but the left turn light was red. The arrow was red. So we're stopped, but the traffic's moving through the light. So I waited until that group of cars came up closer and closer and closer. And at the very last moment, I floored it and got back into the lane and went through the green light. And these gang members could not pull in because there was that whole line of traffic blocking them. All the trucks, all the cars. And I looked back as I did it, and their mouths were wide open. All 4 of their mouths went wide open that I pulled that move. And then I sped off, and I made a few random turns so it would be hard to track where I went. And they never found me. Probably still looking for me to this day. Probably a bunch of 50-something-year-old guys driving around saying, where'd that guy go? So I escaped whatever was going to happen. That was a very LA story. Not a good one, though. At least the Lakers game was good, though. Anyway, I stayed friends with that guy, though. Still friends with him to this day. In fact, I just talked to him the other day. He doesn't live in LA anymore. I guess the last thing I will tell you that I guess has an LA connection, I think I've also mentioned this. I guess this is kind of like a revisiting of old stories I've told. The location where I had my first kiss of my life happened to be the same room that Whitney Houston would eventually die in. So if you look up where Whitney Houston died, the exact room, I was standing right in front of that exact door where I had my first kiss. It's a complete coincidence, and I was shocked when I realized it. When I heard Whitney Houston died, and they said what hotel it was, they first said the wrong hotel, and then when they corrected it to the right hotel, I said, oh, wow. I wonder if it was anywhere near that room. I doubted it, but I thought, what if it was? So then they said it was on the 4th floor. And I said, wait a minute, that's the floor I was on. I go, wow, it couldn't be that same room, could it? And then they showed the room it was. It was the exact same room. It's crazy. I wasn't in the room. I was right in front of the door. But that's where it all happened. We stood right in front of that door. And it's very memorable because you kind of like go around a corner and there's only one door there. That's exactly where it was. So really weird. I had my first kiss ever exactly where Whitney Houston died years later. So I guess I'll conclude with, how do I feel about having grown up in LA? How would it have been different if I grew up in a different place? Well, I guess it depends where I grew up compared to LA. I think, I don't know. It's hard to tell. I've thought about this before. Like, how different would I be? How different would my experience have been? How different would I be today if I had grown up in a different area? What if I stayed in the New York City area? What if I grew up in just some random place like St. Louis? Like how different would my life have been? And it's kind of hard to tell because I never got to have the experience of being a kid in other places. So it's just different even if you're an adult in other places. It's hard to picture like what the life would have been growing up in the 70s and 80s in a place like that. It was fortunate for me. My parents were together the entire time. They still are. So I didn't have to deal with any kind of divorce, which was going on commonly in the 80s. And so like things like that, I didn't have to deal with the trauma of any of that stuff going on that I know a lot of other people had to deal with. And some kids handled well, some did not. I know that's not specific to LA, that's everywhere. But, like had I had the same life with like the family, but just in a different place, I do wonder how this would have shaped me. I definitely would have known different people. Like pretty much all the people I know today from those days, I would not know. It also may have shaped whether I got involved with poker and gambling. I probably would have heard of poker, of course, and maybe tried it, but maybe things would have been very different. So I'm sure things would be a lot different if I grew up elsewhere. What would I be doing? Who would I be with? What kids would I have? Everything would be different. This weird alternative life. I wouldn't have this show. It'd be like this version of me that looks the same and sounds the same, but isn't the same. But I can't really tell you what it would be, or exactly how it would have affected me. I've thought about it. I just can't picture it. I don't regret having grown up there. I wasn't saying, oh, damn, I finally grew up in such and such other place. I didn't really think that. Just wonder how it would be different. So I hope you enjoyed this kind of broken up story of a bunch of little things from growing up in LA. Crandell Addington, an old-timer from the poker community, goes way back, passed away at age 85. He is a Poker Hall of Famer. He cashed 4 times in the WSOP main event in its early days, 3 times in the 1970s, one of which was in 1989, which is his last one. He finished second to Johnny Moss in 1974, Doyle Brunson in 1976, and Bobby Baldwin in 1978. Of course, this is when the fields were much, much smaller, whereas finishing second 3 times in the main event these days with 10,000 entrants would be quite an accomplishment. But still, that made him notable. He did play in the first ever World Series of Poker in 1970. He had opponents like Doyle Brunson, Johnny Moss, Amarillo Slim, Puggy Pearson, Sailor Roberts, Carl Cannon, people like that. And at that point, the World Series of Poker winner was determined by a vote, which is a format that was changed the following year in 1971. He still holds a World Series of Poker record, despite not having cashed in the World Series since 1989. Now, what is that record? Well, he is the only player in World Series of Poker history to finish first and then third in his first 2 events. No player has ever done that in World Series of Poker history except for him. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's me. But that is true. I do hold that record. You can look it up. You won't find anybody who finished first and then third or better in their first 2 World Series events. His record is that he had the most WSOP main event final table appearances with 7. I have had 0 of those, unfortunately. Now, again, his were in much, much, much smaller fields, but the bottom line is he has been at the WSOP main event 7 times, including some times when that wasn't even a cash, but it was still a final table. So it was still 7 World Series of Poker main event final table appearances. He does only have 162,000 worth of cashes in his lifetime playing poker tournaments. Of course, this is mostly because he quit in 1990. He played a Hall of Fame Poker Classic, whatever that is, in 1990, and finished second for $56K. The rest of his cashes were all at the main event, except for his first cash, which was the Deuce to 7 event, the 5K event in 1974, where he finished third. But his main event finishes that were cashes were 4th, 2nd, 7th, 10th, and 36th. So I guess what I said earlier about 3 second-place finishes isn't true. I read that in an article. It just was wrong, apparently, unless the Hendon Mob is wrong, saying he only had 1 second-place finish. What's interesting is it doesn't show his prize money on the Hendon Mob in 76, 79, or 83, but I have to assume he got prize money, especially in 83. I don't know. Who knows what I'm reading here? But bottom line is I know he does not have a bracelet, and I know he did appear at 7 main event final tables, and he is in the Poker Hall of Fame. He quit poker after that last cash in 1990. That's why you didn't see anything further from him. He ended up doing other things in Texas, where he went back to after he was done in Las Vegas. He had degrees in economics and accounting. So he's not one of these old school gamblers who was just one of these street smart guys who didn't have an education. This guy did have an education, and then he ended up actually as entrepreneur and CEO and chairman of Phoenix Biotechnology, which was a cancer treatment research organization. So he just basically left poker behind after 1990 and went and did other things. He was inducted alongside Jack Binion to the Hall of Fame in 2005. So he was considered a tough player for his time and one of the originals in the early stages of the game. I don't mean the super early stages, but the game that started to resemble today's game, which is an early form of it. You know, the type of games that people like Doyle would play in. As I said before, he was originally from Texas. He was playing in the 60s and 70s a lot, back when he was on the road to play whatever poker games he could find. And really, there are not many of those left anymore. Now that we've lost Doyle, now that we've lost him, I don't know how many others are even left for those Texas road days. And if he's not the last one, I can't even think who would be that's still alive. But they're all going to be gone very soon if he wasn't the last one. So it's really fully leaving an era behind. In the 70s, you may have recognized him in pictures. He would wear a cowboy hat and had a dark beard. And even in more recent pictures of him, there's a picture of him with Jack Binion and Doyle and Crandell, and he still has the beard, except it's white. So, not much more to say, just kind of notable that an old school player that you probably heard his name and didn't know much about him, especially because he never won the main, he never won a bracelet, so you don't see him in winners lists, but he was ever present in the old school days of poker. Here's a weird story about the Vegas monorail that's really very indicative about how stupid social media can be. So listen to this one. The monorail is nothing new. It's been around for a long time in Vegas. It's a way to get around provided it's open. It's not always open, but when it is open, it's a alternative form of transportation around the Strip. And you probably don't think about it that much because it's not new. It's just kind of always been there. A lot of people don't use it. But if you were following Vegas-related Twitter or other social media, you probably heard during the first week of April that the monorail was closing very soon. And you probably heard the reason that they couldn't find parts to fix it. So they're going to be shutting it down. And people were discussing this all over social media, that that's the end of the monorail. The monorail is going to be gone. Except the monorail is not going to be gone. At least not right away. This rumor got going because people on social media couldn't read. So here's what happened. A writer named Corey Levitan, who works for both the Las Vegas Review-Journal and Casino.org, wrote a good article describing the monorail's upcoming fate. because it is going to be closing. It's just not really soon. Corey Levitan is actually someone I read a long time ago in the Torrance Daily Breeze, connecting back to the other topic I just did about growing up in L.A. It wasn't when I was growing up, but in the mid-'90s when I worked a regular job, I was reading Corey Levitan's columns in a local newspaper called the Torrance Daily Breeze, and I really liked his columns. They're kind of like humor columns about local things going on. So of all things, in the last few years, I started noticing that there was a new columnist at the Review Journal and Casino.org, Corey Levitan, the same guy. So he writes good columns. I recommend them, and pretty interesting stuff he writes. Anyway, he wrote a good article describing what's going to happen to the monorail. So if you read something from him, you can usually trust it. You can usually trust that he's bringing you the right info. Then Las Vegas Locally, which is a Twitter account. I don't know who runs it. It's similar to Vital Vegas. They typically do a good job, but they messed this one up. They attempted to falsely correct Levitan. When I say falsely, I mean they thought they were correcting him, but there was nothing to correct because he wrote an article that seemed to be accurate and they just misread it. So Las Vegas Locally wrote, "There are no plans to get rid of the Las Vegas monorail despite rumors to the contrary." So what they were trying to say was that you shouldn't listen to Corey Levitan. The monorail's going to stay. So Vital Vegas, who is friends with Corey Levitan, corrected Las Vegas Locally, who he usually gets along with, but he just corrected them because I think he's closer with Corey. And, of course, Corey was right here. He wrote back, "Despite rumors to the contrary, the LVCVA plans to dismantle the Las Vegas monorail. It was announced in 2020 and $11 million has been set aside for taking it down." So then the monorail's Twitter account tried to deny they're going to shut down within the next 4 to 6 years, which is a flat-out lie. They actually are going to be shutting down, and they are just oversimplifying the matter because they don't want to say, well, we are shutting down, but it's not going to be that soon. So they wrote, "The report that the Las Vegas monorail is winding down operations is 100% inaccurate. The monorail is operating very successfully, and the LVCVA has no plans to cease operations." Well, that's not true. There are plans to cease operations, just not right now. Then Las Vegas station KTNV published an article about the situation, also with the monorail people denying that it's closing. So, what's the real story here? Why are they now denying it's going to close at all? They have quotes like, "We certainly have no plans to close the monorail at this point. I actually don't know what caused these rumors to pop up," said Steve Hill, who's president and CEO of the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority, which is the LVCVA. So basically, these articles are just denying it's happening at all, but that's also not true. It is happening. So here's what's really going on. And it all goes back to Corey Levitan's article, which described it correctly, and for some reason everybody misread it and can't get it. The Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority has set aside $11 million to dismantle the monorail. And for sure, it's going to shut down in 2030, but it also may shut down 2 years early in 2028 or maybe in 2029. So they're very, very likely to shut this down in those years unless something changes, and it's not likely to change. The reason for this is what I said earlier, that the company that makes the parts for it has gone out of business. So they just can't get the parts. So they must have some reserve of parts to replace it, but eventually it's going to run out of parts and there's no way to get them. So they just are not going to attempt to fix it at that point. They're not going to try to spend a lot more money to throw good money after bad. They're just going to give up on it. According to Levitan, the Las Vegas monorail has never made a profit, and it was never designed to. It was supposed to be considered a public service. No public money was used to construct it, which was $650 million when it was constructed, which is now worth $1.12 billion since the inflation. But Nevada did give the project state-issued bonds for funding. it actually did have bankruptcy, which I think has happened twice. But anyway, they were going to continue with it despite all of this because it was not designed to make money. It was considered like public transportation. And even though it does have a cost for the riders, they weren't that worried about making a profit. They were just looking to have it operate. The monorail originally had plans to stop at Allegiant Stadium. When I say original, I mean these were approved in 2018. So I don't mean originally, but I mean not super recently. You're supposed to stop at Allegiant Stadium and at the Sphere. And these stops are supposed to open in 2021, and neither did. So that already was a sign that things weren't quite right. And basically, they're going to keep running it. They think they have enough parts for it through 2028 for sure. And then after that, whenever it breaks down, they're just not going to fix it. So if they can extend it through 2030 with whatever parts they have, and I guess they can guess this by its history with when it needs these parts. So they're pretty sure for the next 4 years they have enough parts. And then sometime in the next 2 years, if they just run out of parts, it's going to abruptly shut down. And if it's still operational in 2030, they're going to shut it down anyway. So they are just afraid to come forth with the actual truth because people are getting so confused. So instead of just saying, yeah, it's going to keep operating for 4 years, but within 6 years it'll be gone, instead of saying that, they're just like, no, we're not going to shut down. But it's so funny because if you just read the article, you can understand all of this. And yet, there's all this weird denial over it. Just because Las Vegas locally misinterpreted this and said it's not shutting down at all. Okay, we'll do a bonus topic here. Just because Blissy69 has listened for so long, we're going to do a bonus topic that he suggested while listening to radio. And that is about a poker tour, which is called the Top Joy Poker Tour. And some controversy they have. So here's the announcement that was posted on April 20th at 9:35 p.m. about a poker tour that was, I believe, supposed to start on April 28th, just 8 days later. I've never heard of the Top Joy Poker Tour before, but a lot of Aussies are pissed off about this. So listen to this. Official announcement. Rescheduling of the 2024 TJPA Sydney Poker Championships to our valued players, partners, and the broader poker community. After much deliberation and a heavy heart, we have decided to postpone the 2024 TJPA Sydney Poker Championships. Making this decision has been profoundly difficult for us, and we wish to offer you a clear explanation of the challenging circumstances that have compelled us to take this step. Entering the Australian market for the first time has presented unique challenges, particularly in building a brand new team from the ground up to execute our vision under the tight timelines required for such a high-caliber event. This has been a learning curve for us and underscores our commitment to not compromise on quality. This was our oversight, and we're taking full responsibility by strengthening our team setup to ensure that we can provide the exceptional experience deserved by the Australian poker community. We fully recognize the disruption caused by this decision. Our dedicated Australian teams feel the impact deeply and shares in the disappointment of this tough announcement. Many of you have made significant adjustments to your schedules and plans in anticipation of this event. We do not underestimate the impact of this news and are truly sorry for the inconvenience caused. To show our appreciation for your support and commitment, we will provide compensation to all employees, including dealers who are scheduled to work during this series. Yeah, what about the players, though? We are grateful for the supportive messages from many of you have shared us with over the past weeks. It is your encouragement that sustains us through a challenging times such as these. We are committed to returning with an event that lives up to the high standards we've set in the past, and that reflects the resilience and spirit of our community. Thank you for your understanding and continued support. The Top Joy Poker team is determined to show the Australian poker community our prestigious brand by hosting a world-class TJBT event in the future. Please look out for further updates as we work towards setting a new date for the championships. So, this is a problem because a lot of people booked flights to get over to Sydney, and then 8 days beforehand they pull the rug. Now, I still don't know why they did this. For example, a guy named Sidikorn Boonmak wrote, I just booked a plane ticket and a hotel while I get my money back. This is their response. Hi there, thank you for reaching out. We understand the inconvenience caused by the postponement of our event, especially for those who already made travel and accommodation arrangements. To assist with reimbursement, please send evidence of your booking to info@topjoypokertour.com. Our team will review your submission and get in touch with you promptly to process the reimbursement. We appreciate your understanding and patience during this time. Now, I don't know if I believe they're really going to reimburse everybody who booked hotels and flights. In fact, people could scam them. I'm not suggesting you do it. I'm just saying people could. People could send them either fake receipts or even send real receipts where the stuff's actually refundable. I don't know if that's good for them to offer this. I'm still not understanding why they got rid of it. Like, why was it postponed? It's not just canceled. It's just postponed. But why would they do this 8 days beforehand? It's so weird. So I understand why people are pissed off. They're not even getting a clear answer. I'm going to go to their website. It's topjoypokertour.com. Let's see what that says. This is just in general, not the website about this particular event. So apparently they've had other events. This is not their first event by any means. Apparently they had one in Malaysia. They had one in Seoul. These are already completed events. Funny enough, their news page does not mention this. You'd think that'd be something that they'd want to let everyone know. So I don't know what's going on. Blissy6969 in chat said, I don't really know them, but they canceled 8 days out from launching in Australia. It'd be their first time they would be in Australia. They've been advertising heavily. So I guess they may not even be Aussie-based. This is just their first time showing up in Australia, which now makes me feel foolish for having read the whole thing in an Australian accent. Yeah. Why not give a reason? Why not say, we had a problem with the venue, or we're having a problem with licensing, or we had legal issues? Like, why not give something? Or say we didn't get enough dealers. Just say something. Don't just say, oh, well, we're so sorry we can't hold this, and we just didn't meet the high standards you have for us, and we'll do our best to be diligent in the future to meet them. I mean, that doesn't mean anything. Even if it's not really in an Australian accent, it doesn't mean anything. Very strange. When you don't get the whole story, there's usually some bullshit going on. Usually something they don't want you to know. Like, what could it really be that they can't tell us? I don't care if it's a bit embarrassing. Just admit it, whatever it is, you know? Like, what could it be? I think that's what's getting people so angry. If it's something they can relate to, then I guess they can be frustrated but say, all right, I understand. It's just that they won't really explain what's going on. This whole statement, it's long, but it doesn't really explain anything. They just keep responding with the same contact us thing every time people are complaining about the reimbursement. They're just spamming that on their own page. A person named Alf Beta wrote, don't quite get all the hate for these guys. Yeah, they screwed up this time, but from what I can tell, they run pretty good series overseas, and judging by the responses in this thread, they seem to be looking to help out players that are out of pocket for flights and accommodation. We'll have to see what comes out of that, of course, but they don't necessarily seem shonky at this point. A bit disorganized, maybe. Shonky. That's S-H-O-N-K-Y. What is shonky? They don't necessarily seem shonky at this point. I've never heard of that before. It will be interesting to see if they reimburse these people and how much. If anyone gets info on that, please let me know. Blissy6969 not impressed with the Australian accent. He said, was that an Australian accent? He says it's an Asian-based company. That's kind of what I was guessing from reading all this. Damn it, I shouldn't have read it in an Australian accent. Oh well. It was about Australia, so it kind of works. I have told you once before about the Acres software that casinos were going to be able to buy sometime soon. Well, this has become reality. So it was previously announced that there was going to be some software that could be bought by casinos, again, not by players, that was called the Video Poker Analyzer by Acres Manufacturing. and Acres Manufacturing is based out of Las Vegas. The Video Poker Analyzer is meant to analyze players' abilities at video poker and then give useful information to casinos. The whole point of this was to identify advantaged players and also to identify the opposite of advantaged players, the really bad video poker players that don't know what they're doing. Noah Akers, who is presumably the owner of Acres Manufacturing, said, "Our Video Poker Analyzer case study reveals the true threat advantage players impose on casino profitability and their impact on the efficacy of player reinvestment through the casino's loyalty program. By clearly identifying advantage players, Acres enables casinos to restrict their marketing offers and redeploy them to earn incremental play for more profitable, lower-skilled players." So they determined through this analysis that advantage players comprise about 1% of the casino's player population. I'm guessing it's probably less than that, but that's what they say. And that these players were collectively responsible for a loss to the casino equivalent to 25.64% of its carded win on video poker during the period of the study. I think what they're trying to say by that is that these advantage players end up winning a lot more than they lose. Also, it said over two-thirds of the advantage players profit from their play in this study, and that this group accounted for 26% of video poker coin-in. So the ones that were running a lot of play on these video poker machines, rather than just ones who come there and play for a short time or playing at very low stakes, that the amount of coin-in, which is basically the accumulation of all the bets combined, that almost a quarter of it was by advantage players who comprised only 1% of all the players. And yet, a lot of times, the players who put in all the coin in are the ones who get the big offers. So basically what Akers is trying to say is that casinos should not be offering these advantage players anything. What they should be doing is only offering things to the low-skill players, the ones who are not going to win. Now, to be clear, they're not claiming that these players won in two-thirds of the cases in video poker, because for the most part they are just playing negative expectation machines. But that when everything is combined with the offers sent to these players, like the free play, that when it's all said and done, these players walk away with a profit over the casino rather than the other way around. As I said, two-thirds of the time, these players walk away with a profit, and they account for 26% of the coin-in, only being 1% of the players. So the goal here is to only offer these comps, these free play offers, to players who they really want to have there, the ones who have low skill, the ones who are going to keep losing at a fairly high rate, and the ones who are not going to just use up the free play offers and bounce. Akers claimed that their analysis shows that a casino operator deploying their software may see more than a 45% upside to their video poker profits through a combination of excluding and reducing the advantage players and through marketing more to the bad players. These are, of course, are unverified claims by Akers, and it doesn't necessarily mean that these things are true. So how would this work? Well, first of all, I'm not sure if this is something that would work with all machines. So basically what this software is doing is it's watching each person's play at a video poker machine, provided they have a card in there. And then the software figures out if that player is making any mistakes. And if the player is not making any mistakes, then they're assumed they're probably an advantage player. And I'm guessing this, though I'm not seeing this as part of the description, that it probably also takes into account if the player is playing at the best pay table video poker that's available in the casino, which advantage players typically will do. So it probably analyzes this stuff. I know for sure it analyzes the playability and then gives a report to the casino of, hey, here's the players you really want to market to because they're making all kinds of mistakes. And here's the players you don't want to market to because they're putting in a lot of coin in and yet making no mistakes. So these are the last ones you want to send lucrative free play to because they're just going to run the free play and bounce. And they're going to end up winning overall. So don't be impressed by the fact that they're running a lot of money through these machines because they're just doing this to get offers. Then they're just going to run the free play and never come back. So this Acres software, this video poker analyzer, says it will do this, but there's one flaw right off the top of my head, and they don't explain this, of how this could not be a flaw, and that is there's a lot of video poker machines that are probably too old to be able to interface with this. I don't believe this software can extract every hand of every player if it's an older system. I don't know that for sure, but I think that's probably the truth. I think it probably has to be a newer system that this can interface with. That's the first problem. Another thing that was pointed out on my Vegas Casino Talk site, where this is being discussed, is that figuring out who's a winning video poker player and who's not is not really where casinos should be focusing if they're going to be analyzing this stuff. A person named Don Perignon, who's on Vegas Casino Talk, wrote, "It's complicated. If the goal is to reward the most pathetic losers, video poker skill analysis is far down the list of potential improvements. I think the more important measure is the theo, meaning theoretical loss, of the specific game being played. Some current systems reward 99% video poker, meaning video poker that would return 99% on perfect play, the same as 88% slots if both games are on the same machine." Now that's true, that multi-game machines where you can pick the game you want to play, a lot of times the odds of winning in those games are vastly different, and at least older systems had no way to differentiate which game the player was playing. But I know newer systems do. In fact, I know Fontainebleau does that. So they don't even need the software for that. But he said, but if the system's too opaque, it causes player backlash. Venetian modified its Players Club for that reason. Another consideration is how individual players respond to incentives. Some bad players are loyal without any encouragement, meaning without any kind of free play or offers. This is the idea behind teaser offers to newly established players. Hook them initially, then dial down the rewards, but this is vulnerable to multi-accounters who discover the algorithms. So basically he's saying here that if they want to analyze people's play patterns, they need to really focus more on who's playing slots and has no shot to win, and just shooting off their bankroll every time, and not so much worry about who's beating video poker and who's not. Now, I partially agree with that, but I also don't. I think that casinos, if they do want to spend their marketing dollars properly, it is true that the goal is, number one, don't market to advantage players, and number two, and more importantly, you really need to identify who are the people who have no chance, who are going to chunk it off just about every time, and invite them. That's who you need to bring in. That's who you should roll out the red carpet for, because there are gamblers who will just keep going till they lose every single time. And they have no chance. They have no idea what they're playing. They have no idea what they're doing. They have no ideas about the odds about things. Or if they do, they don't care. And some of these players are not even ones who play high upside but low-value machines, where once in a while they could get super lucky and win a big jackpot. There's ones that will play machines where the upside is never that high, where they're never going to hit much of a jackpot, but the return of the machine is low. And that's a perfect machine for the casino because they have a low risk and they have a pretty consistent reward. So those are the players you want there. You want the players who are just going to spin on slots and lose just about every time. Once in a while hit a decent jackpot, but nothing that big to where it will erase what you've won off them. So those are the players you should just bring out, because the truth is they'll come, they'll take your free play, they'll lose it, and then they'll put real money in and lose a lot more of that, and rinse and repeat. So those are the players you want. And he's right that identifying who's a good and bad video poker player is not really as important. But I will say that if they're going to offer video poker, it is useful to see who is going to be a big loser at that and who's not, and who's probably an advantage player. Because the truth is, there are comp grinders who just go and run the best video poker they can find there, and they play perfectly or almost perfectly, and then they leave. They wait for the offers to roll in. They come back, they run the free play, and after they've used up the free play and they stop getting it, they never come back. And barring a bad session to establish all this, like they run unusually badly, then they're going to beat the casino. And that's why in this study, 2/3 of them won. And I have a feeling that if you take out the ones that just tilted, and while attempting to do this, just kind of lost their heads and just started playing poorly or playing way too big or whatever, if you take out the tilty ones, then it's probably even more than 2/3. So if they really want to eliminate that, yeah, this is software that will help with that. And you could also make the case that even someone who is a good non-advantage player is not all that valuable. So even someone that does not have the plan to wait for the free play to generate, run it, and leave, even someone who's going to keep coming back anyway, but just play the highest pay tables and play pretty close to perfect strategy, even those players are not going to make you a ton of money. So losing them is not a tragedy. Now, you still want them because they're going to be consistent losers over time, but you don't really need them that badly because it's going to be kind of a slow grind to make the money off of them. So there is some value in identifying someone's skill in video poker. I'll give you an example of someone who was erroneously thought to be a low-skill video poker player just based upon unusually bad results. So my girlfriend, now almost 10 years ago, got a card at Caesars, and with that new card, attempted to run some video poker to try to get some offers. And she ran incredibly badly, like as bad as you can run, and on a 99% return machine, actually got a 67% return. Unbelievably bad. And lost about $1,600 and then quit. And it was believed at the time by me that this was not going to generate any significant offers because there was only like $4,800 in coin-in run through, which is not very much. Just $4,800 in coin-in ran horribly, worst I've ever seen. And that was that on a new card. Instead, within 2 months, she was getting a lot of pretty good offers. Not spectacular, but ones that very much were going to obliterate the $1,600 that was lost several times over. So we went back and she ran the free play until the free play stopped. And yeah, they stopped offering her, but she got a lot out of that $1,600 that was lost. Way more than $1,600 back. The reason she got that on that only $4,800 of coin-in run, which normally wouldn't get anything, was that the system erroneously thought that she was just awful. To return 67% on video poker just really makes it look like she was a video poker fish. It was just running really badly, and the system had no way to tell that. The system could only see her results. So that's why it offered that type of stuff to her, despite low coin-in. So that was what the system used to have to do, which was take a guess on bad results and assume that the player doesn't know what they're doing. Now, not all systems did that, but some casino systems did, and apparently Caesars did this, 9-10 years ago. I don't know if they still do. I'm talking about new cards, by the way, so don't run down there and purposely lose or anything, because it's not going to work out for you. But anyway, the point is, it would have been very beneficial for them to have this software in her case, because they would have seen that this is someone making all the correct decisions and just getting very bad luck. And that's the player you don't roll out the red carpet for. So yeah, there is value in that. And as it mentioned, with 26% in their study of the coin-in being generated by advantage players, they can just pretty much dismiss that if they see that a quarter of the coin-in is coming from people who know what they're doing, just don't offer those people. And yeah, you'll get some false positives, people who aren't really advantage players but just know what they're doing, but they're not a tragedy to lose either. Now, with that said, this is not the best approach. First of all, I think that this Acres company is overstating a lot of the stuff that they're claiming about how much money they're going to save for the casino and all that. I think they're fudging some of this stuff. That'd be my guess. But there is something that can be said for, number one, identifying the players that they make the most money from, the most consistent losers, the one who are very likely to lose every single time. And then number two, separating the mid-value customers from the low-value customers, like the advantage players or the ones who are just consistently playing the highest return games. Like there is some value in all of that. But the more important thing is to just identify who are the consistent losers and get them back there. And it's not that hard to do. If you gave me a team of just a few advantage players who are keeping up on everything, and you put me to work for a casino, and I'm not asking anyone to give me this job. In fact, I wouldn't want it because I don't want to work against advantage players. I wouldn't do anything to harm that community. So I'm not asking for this job, nor will I take it if it's offered to me. But just hypothetically, if I were to have a job to try to make the max for the casino, there would be various ways that I could implement things to where it would fit with existing technology, and we could identify who are the big fish and also who are the advantage players. Just by having a few advantage players advise me on things I don't know or haven't kept up on, and by just what I already do know about advantage players and their patterns, and also what I know about the fish and their patterns. And I could really put those marketing dollars to much better use. I'm not going to throw out those suggestions out here because I don't want the casinos hearing them and trying them. But I can just tell you it's not super hard to figure out. I'm surprised they haven't yet. There seems to be a paranoia on the part of casinos, at least most casinos, that they're going to accidentally exclude someone who appears to be an advantage player but is just a compulsive gambler. It seems very hard for casinos to see a new player come through, run a lot of coin in, and then not offer them something. They're just so paranoid, like, oh no, what if this is like a new whale and we're driving them away? But there's ways that you could identify who is a new whale and who is just an advantage player. It's just pretty amazing to me that in 2024 they're still failing at this. And the funny thing is the ones that aren't failing at this are then shooting themselves in the foot by not offering enough to legitimate ploppies, legitimate players they do want there. They're just too stingy, and then just nobody comes back. I'm just surprised they're not better at targeting this, because it isn't that hard. I think they're just not hiring the right people for it. But again, I'm not offering that I'll do this job. I won't accept this job if offered to me. There's certain things in principle I just don't want to do. And I think advantage players are interesting. I think that they are doing what they should have a right to do. That is to legally beat the casinos. The casinos exist to basically trick people into losing their money. And the advantage players are using the casino's greed against them. They're not stealing. They're just using their brains to figure out how to beat the system. So I wouldn't want to do anything to harm that. And the advantage player community has been very gracious towards me and always treated me well personally, so I wouldn't do anything to hurt them. And I cover advantage play topics on this show, but I'm careful what I say and don't say so I don't ruin anything for anyone or give away anything that the public's not supposed to know. And I wouldn't put suggestions out there that would be able to be implemented to help casinos against advantage players. I'm very careful what I say about this. And we have a lot of advantage players who listen to the show, and I appreciate that. So I want to stress I would never do anything. I'm just surprised they haven't been able to do more than they have. The fact that the very simple method of people showing up, running some play, leaving, and then coming back when the free play shows up and running that and never coming back, which I'm not giving away any secrets here. Casinos are very aware this is what advantage players do. The fact that this still works in this day and age, even if it's not super lucrative, but the fact that it still works at all in this day and age is pretty amazing to me. This software is attempting to stop that, but the thing is, it's only in video poker. It's just, I don't know how much money they're going to really save, and I don't know how much money the software costs. So I think that this is something that not that many casinos will be interested in, but I know it is running in some places. Not sure exactly where, but I know it is running in some places. I do see at Fontainebleau that they can tell which variant you're playing on a machine that has multiple games. So that is not good for advantage players. That means they are analyzing this stuff and really trying to figure out what your theoretical loss is. But that doesn't mean they're necessarily running any kind of software like this. A weird court case occurred in the Netherlands, which resulted in Pokerstars and Bwin being required to pay back losses to two gamblers. This is just really odd. A Dutch court ruled this month that Pokerstars and Bwin must refund $450,000 plus to cover losses by two players on these sites. So, two Dutch players were looking to get reimbursed for losses from Pokerstars and Bwin when these sites were in the Netherlands without proper licensing. The court ruled that the gambling agreements between the years 2006 and 2021 were null and void, and therefore these losses must be repaid. So you might wonder what that means. What does it mean by gambling agreements null and void? Well, the full legalization of online gambling in the Netherlands began in October 2021. So the players argued that since they didn't technically have licenses in the country, that any agreements that the players made with the sites were null and void. So it wasn't agreements between the sites and the country. It was between the sites and the players. So they were saying that basically these agreements were illegal agreements by Dutch law because these sites were not licensed. So it was argued that for these two players that the sites should have to reimburse the amount that these players lost, which added up to $450,000. Pokerstars argued that even if this were true, that doesn't mean that they should get a refund because most of that money in poker goes to the other players, not to Pokerstars. But the court said, we don't care. Basically, Pokerstars manages the money. The money was lost. Where it ultimately ended up is not our concern. This can be appealed, but apparently it also has to be complied with immediately. So it kind of sounds like that they actually have to pay these players back, and then I guess on appeal the players would have to return the money if it's still left at that point. One of the lawyers there who represented the players in these lawsuits said it was a groundbreaking ruling. He said this is the first time the judge has ordered online casinos to refund the bets made to players. The gambling companies have completely ignored their duty of care. They can be reached 24/7 by people while they do not see the damage being done. I assist clients who have gambled away their deceased parents' inheritance in a few days or whose savings account that was intended for their old age has disappeared. Such stories are very poignant. These situations that the gambling companies are not aware of. When rulings are made, the court has shown that the behavior of the online casinos was unacceptable and that the losses must now be reimbursed. Let me stop here. I have a problem with all this. You got to take some personal responsibility. Now, if you were cheated in any way, that's a different story. But if you knowingly entered an agreement to gamble, as these guys did, forget the licensing. The licensing thing is between the government and the site. If they want to fine Pokerstars, if they want to fine Bwin for operating when they weren't technically licensed, then that's their right to do. or if they want to ban them going forward in these countries, that's their right to do. But to say that anyone who lost gets their money back is bullshit, because these players knew exactly what they were doing. They knew exactly what they were signing up for. There's no evidence there was any kind of cheating here. They just either weren't lucky or weren't good, or both. And had they won, of course they'd keep the money. So it's a free roll for these players. So if you're gambling and you lose, even if it's not a licensed casino, the moral thing to do is take the loss. You shouldn't seek to find ways to finagle the money back. So Pokerstars is going to have to pay 230,705 euros, and also interest and legal and judicial costs. And Bwin's going to have to pay 187,622,000 euros. So that adds up to more than 450,000 US dollars if you translate it to the US currency. And yeah, now other players can sue too who lost there, and possibly win like these two did. And that's the other problem. It opens up the floodgates. And to my knowledge, Pokerstars wasn't told specifically to leave the market, because I assume they would have. They weren't trying to break the law anywhere for quite some time now, since Black Friday. So since 2011, I have to imagine that Pokerstars was careful where they operated. So if Netherlands said get out, they probably would have. They just didn't have full licensing. They were just there, and it was probably a gray area. And now people are coming back saying, pay me back what I lost. I mean, it's just not honest. It's not fair. Part of gambling is that you might lose. You can't go try to collect the money back through technicalities because you're unhappy about that. The lawyer there says the gambling companies ignored their duty of care. I don't agree. They may have ignored licensure. They didn't ignore their duty of care. As far as people gambling their deceased parents' inheritances away, and their savings account that was supposed to be for old age just disappeared in days. I mean, that's their own fault. That's why you have to be careful with your money. The same thing could happen if you spend irresponsibly. That's why if you get a hold of money, you have to be careful not to waste it. If you inherit money, don't just say, oh, I'm rich, and just start spending crazily. You got to think, okay, well, what am I going to be doing in the future? How can this money be useful to me in the future? I should save this because I don't know how much more money I'll be making, or I don't make that much money, so it's good I have this now. I can have savings and I can upgrade my lifestyle a little bit, but I got to think of the long term. Now, I guess if you're very old and you know you don't have much time left, then you can start spending. But for most people, you want to keep money around for your future. And if you're dumb enough to go chunk it all off on a gambling site in a few days, that's your own fault. Just like any bad financial decision. If you make bad investments, if you just spend on bullshit, whatever it might be. If you throw away the money, you throw away the money. It's that simple. These people aren't victims. They're just making dumb decisions. So I don't agree with that at all. You got to have some personal responsibility. So we're going to do another bonus topic here, and then we're going to shut down the show. There have been some weird stories over the years of people abandoning decent